The Second Ruler, Part 2, by Novi Kalem. Text copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. Audiobook copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. All rights reserved. This audiobook is digitally narrated. Dedication to everyone who found themselves later in life. To everyone who needed kindness instead of shame. To everyone who needs to see themselves and know they are loved. This book is for you. Author's note. The Second Ruler, Part 2 was originally published over 2024 to 2025 on my Patreon. This book is the second part of the larger Second Ruler arc within the series, which was originally supposed to be one book and by now is way too big to ever fit into one print volume. This will be followed by The Second Ruler, Part 3 in late 2025 or early 2026. After that, I promise I'll get better at naming books. Book 9 will be a cycle of 3. This book, barring the occasional and inspired burst of strong language, is PG-13, with a note that it deals with social prejudice against magic users, an extremely crappy parent, Imorie, and a character going through intense identity dysphoria, mostly not gender-related. Chapter 1. Stealing Away. I walked by a couple the other day who just kept looking at each other and smiling. They looked so happy. All this stuff can be going on in the worlds and the kingdom, but those people were so happy. And that made me happy too. Anonymous 28841-52 in the Chatsphere Valon City Romantics. Lysander had been publicly married to her wife for just over 26 hours. Half a day, a night, and another half a day. And she'd barely seen Dressa more than moments in between. She'd fallen asleep waiting for Dressa to come to bed, and woke when Dressa was crashed and sleeping beside her. Stealing all the blankets, of course, and then she'd fallen asleep again, and when she woke again, Dressa was gone. Lysander wasn't usually that heavy of a sleeper, but she knew the anxious, tight feeling inside of her. It was the feeling of being on the same planet as her mother, in the same city, in the same palace, in the same fucking residence. Imorie had claimed the first apartment in the residence corridor, Lysander's own apartment she'd mostly abandoned, and no one had stopped her. Dressa hadn't. Lysander hadn't. Commander Jalava and the Truth Speaker hadn't. She'd just moved her things in and taken the apartment over, as if it was her right. Which left Lysander solely in the ruler's apartment, this spacious suite with its dark and rich decor that was nothing at all like Dressa's style, and spoke so much more of Homage Rialdan, always contrasting and highlighting his habitual pastels. Everything still smelled like him. Lysander spooked every time she sat on anything. At least their bedroom had a new bed, and at least the bedroom had been renovated. A dais, that, at least. There was that singular memory of this apartment that she couldn't shake, when she'd embraced the man she'd thought was Homage Rialdan and rammed a retractable blade into his stomach, absolutely aiming to kill. With all her training, knowing exactly how. She'd said she was sorry then. She'd said she was sorry later. And now she was living in his home and he had been kicked out. Because of her. Because of her mother. But really, it had been her, hadn't it? Lysander was sitting with her knees drawn up on the gray, overstuffed couch in the sitting room when she heard the study door open. She couldn't see it. It was back a hallway that led to the study and the bedrooms, but she tensed and recognized Dressa's straightforward gait, and her tension increased, and she didn't like that at all. Lysander forced herself up off the couch, though she didn't let go of the faux leather pillow she'd been hugging. She took that with her, and didn't at that moment care what anyone thought about that. She passed 2 of the serving staff and a contractor with 2 guards who were measuring a dining room wall. Let them think she'd been pining all day for her wife, which was true. It was true. "Dressa," she said, catching her wife just entering the prep room. Dressa turned the knob and tried to open it, but when it wouldn't let her in, she glared down at it. Damn stupid security measures. Dressa leaned forward and whispered a code to the door. Growled, more like. The door finally opened. Lysander hadn't heard the number string that was the ruler's daily passcode. She hadn't tried. She wasn't sure what she thought about Dressa feeling the need to whisper it around her, but then... Dressa didn't trust her, and that was fine. They'd been together, thank Adeus they'd been with each other again since that horrible night. But Dressa couldn't trust her, and doubly so with Eroiken in the palace now. Even knowing Lysander's history with her mother, but also, especially knowing her history with her mother. Lysander hugged her pillow tighter, and Dressa noticed. "You okay?" Dressa asked, pushing into the prep room. Rolling racks of clothes crammed the space, enough to start a mid-sized boutique. The contents, only a portion of the contents, of Dressa's own closet. Yada's and Homage's clothes had been moved out the night before by Chadrakor and her guards, working with the staff. But Dressa wanted the closet repainted before her clothes were moved in, and that would happen tomorrow. Dressa strode through the prep room, not stopping, heading straight for the bedroom. Lysander followed. "I'm fine enough," Lysander said, though Dressa had almost certainly moved on from her question. Dressa was the ruler now. Dressa was too busy to be caretaking Lysander's scattered emotions. Lysander pressed her hands to her sides, following Dressa into the main bedroom's washroom, where Dressa proceeded to put her whole head under the shower, cranking the knob on. The spray was cold, the mist reaching Lysander. Dressa's hair was soaked in seconds. Lysander made a noise and reached for Dressa to pull her back. Adeus, that elaborate hairstyle. "Let me be," Dressa snapped. "I need to wash off the filth of a strategy meeting with Eroiken and the truth speaker. Adeus." It wasn't a strategy meeting at all. It was an hour of Eroiken telling me how I should run my own damned kingdom. And Lysander hadn't been invited? Well, but she wouldn't have wanted to endure that. "I'm sorry," she said, as Dressa finally yanked the shower off. "Your hair's ruined." "I don't care." Dressa grabbed a towel and scrunched vigorously at her head. Adeus, that would be hell on her curls. "Dressa! Let me be, Lysander. I just need..." Dressa sat down hard on the closed toilet seat, towel still covering her head, breathing heavily. "This is the worst job I can imagine. I didn't want it." And before Lysander could think of anything to say to that, because it was the job she'd been trained to have too, Dressa whipped off the towel and glared up at her. "I know I'm supposed to have everything. I know that. I know that. The problem is, I do have everything, all the responsibility, all the decisions, all the blame if it goes wrong, all the weight of knowing I could get so many people killed if I so much as raised my finger in the wrong direction." Lysander knew the signs of a panic attack all too well, and she knew how to smooth them over too. She crouched down in front of Dressa, held out her hands. Dressa's brow creased, but she took Lysander's hands. "We're not magicers," Dressa said. "No, but I love you. And you're in distress. And so am I. And I just need to hold on to you right now." Dressa swallowed, nodded, and held Lysander's hands tightly, staring down into her eyes, and Lysander stared back up, and the world felt a little better, staring up into Dressa's golden brown eyes, at her full and graceful lips, the wet curls dripping runnels down her copper-brown cheeks, her makeup still mostly holding up even under the spray. Lysander snorted, and Dressa's lips curved up. "What?" Lysander sat back on her heels, pressing her hand to her forehead. Soon, Dressa would breeze out again, off to another meeting, and then Lysander would be alone again in this apartment where she didn't truly belong, the guards subtly watching her, because they knew she didn't belong. This was where her mother had wanted her all along. This apartment which should have been hers, which she never should have stepped foot in. This apartment that kept making her relive that night and her attack. "Can you take an hour? Just an hour?" she asked, knowing it was a hollow wish, knowing she shouldn't even have asked. Dressa was shaking her head. "I can't. Adeus, my hair." She looked up, or at least tried to look up at the mess she'd made of it. "So, shave it off, grow it back," Lysander said, trying to force more stability into her voice and emotions. Practicality was easier than falling apart. "Your pins are still in. They'll just drop out. That would probably be quicker than trying to untangle it." "It probably would be," Dressa said with a sigh. Then she looked at Lysander, not the desperate glare she'd given before, but a softening of the tension beside her eyes. "Do you like ice cream?" Lysander blinked. "Yes?" Dressa stood, looked down at her wet, bespoke designer blouse and ruined silk trousers, and then started tugging them off. Lysander was all for that. Dressa pulling her clothes off was high on her list of favorite things. But what that had to do with ice cream, she didn't know. Just in her underwear and bra, Dressa grabbed something out of a wall cabinet. A dais, hair clippers. Lysander had been joking, mostly. "Cut it off," Dressa said. "I'll regrow it after we change." "What?" "Dressa, I didn't mean for me to do that. It's your hair." "I just need the pins out. I can't change around the pins, you know that." Lysander took the clippers automatically, her heart starting to pound. "After we change," Dressa had said. She checked the clippers and thumbed the settings. She'd suggested it, but a dais this would be painful, even if it was temporary. Dressa held up a hand. "Wait, actually." She hooded her eyes, and all of her hair drifted down around her in a storm of curls. Dressa rubbed her bare head, flashed a grin at herself in the mirror, then sat back on the toilet seat to drop her face into her hands. Lysander watched, still holding the clippers, as Dressa's hair began to grow back. Quickly, with looser waves rather than the curls she'd had for the last few weeks. Dressa stopped the growth, gathered up her hair, then reached for a scrunchie to make a messy bun. "Give me 5 more minutes," she said. She dropped her face in her hands again. Lysander, at a loss, just watched. And when Dressa looked up again, taking a deep breath, she'd made changes to her face too. She'd given herself acne, grown her brows much thicker, made her nose thinner and longer. All of that within 5 minutes. More superficial changes, yes, but still significant enough to shift her appearance. "Okay, your turn," Dressa said, then paused to read Lysander's face and whatever was showing on it. Lysander quickly smoothed over her chagrin. "I've always been fast," Dressa said, and this was just some cosmetic tweaks, just my face. "And hair," Lysander said, looking at the mess around them. "Yeah. Well, you should sit. Or do you need to lay down?" With that challenge Dressa had just leveled, Lysander didn't want to say that she probably should. But she had learned to change on the fly, too. She didn't like it. It was painful. But she could. Not as quickly or as competently as Dressa, but she could. Dressa paused again. "Oh, no. No. Go lay on the bed. Just do your face and hair. Maybe eye color. I'll clean this mess and get a shower. Get the hair off of me." She got up and inspected herself in the mirror over the sink. "Probably should change my eye color, too." Lysander wet her lips. "I'll be a few minutes." More than 5, certainly. She wanted to protest. Changing at all. Wanted to ask what Dressa had in mind, But Dressa was the ruler now, and they were married. That shouldn't have changed things, but it did. So instead, Lysander turned around and made her way to the bed. The large bed was lower to the ground than the bed in Dressa's apartment, with clean lines in oak, 4 thin black metal posters, and pale gold gauzy curtains that were more for aesthetics than privacy. The walls had been stripped and repainted a light rose, which still faintly smelled of paint. Dainty holographic gold flowers moved lazily around the tops of the walls. Before the last 2 days, Lysander had seen this room only briefly before, enough to know that this decor now was drastically different than it had been. She'd seen it on her flight out of the apartment on the night that She swallowed. She'd slept in this bed the night before, but tensely. She had to keep telling herself that even if it was in the same place, it wasn't the same bed. Lysander heard the shower start again and climbed into her side of the bed, thought briefly through how to change her face, then closed her eyes. When Lysander opened her eyes again, Dressa was poking around the new chest of drawers, wearing a fluffy cream robe. Dressa looked back, inspected Lysander, nodded. "We don't have a whole lot of time, so..." She tossed Lysander a water bottle and an energy bar, both landing with soft thunks in the covers beside her. Lysander took a moment to check her body, her energy levels, her reserves. She hadn't used much and hadn't been out long, but longer than she'd hoped, she thought. It hadn't been a painful change, only the easily blockable ache of it lingering. She felt the flush, the shame of not being as fast as Dressa had been, when she'd been trained as intensely as Dressa had been. But Dressa was a Rialdan Truthspoken. Lysander had already found out the vast differences between a Rialdan-trained Truthspoken and, well, her. Though she wasn't sure that her own training hadn't been in some way Rialdan-trained. She just couldn't know. She'd always wondered who her trainer was, and had some private suspicions she hadn't shared with anyone. But if her trainer could teach her change and change themself, well, they could have been anyone. They could have been someone they shouldn't have been. Someone who might have a vendetta against the Rialdans, too. The ruling Rialdans, in any case. Lysander shook her head and set the thought aside. It had never been useful before. It wasn't now. And she was probably wrong. The gaps in her own training proved that. Maybe. Lysander ate the energy bar, then followed Dressa out to the prep room to sort through the racks. She caught what Dressa tossed to her, which was middle-class streetwear, and put it on. Dressa pulled Lysander's hair, which she'd turned brown, not her usual red, into a simple tail, then gathered her own hair back again into a scrunchy bun. They only did quick makeup. Maybe a tad garish. Lysander's purple eyeshadow did not at all complement her pale skin tone. Ordinary. That was the vibe they were both settling into. Not the sort of people who would haunt these halls of power. And then Lysander was following Dressa through the back corridors. Down, she realized, the same way she'd gone with Ida that night. To the garage with the bikes. She slowed her heartbeat. Because this was not that night. They chose bikes, and Dressa took her through the tunnel under the river and up again to a small room where they could stash the bikes. Then up a few flights of stairs and through a corridor into a dais, a public washroom of all things. Into the thumping, raucous music of a busy pub. The current celebration on the hollow banner tacked over the bar was for the good health and happy wedding nights of the new Iolorius and Iolorius consort, with cheesily named drinks for the occasion. Lysander gaped at the names of the drinks, her face going hot. Dressa roared a laugh, swiped a shot glass off the counter, and tossed the bartender one of the cheap rings she'd put on in the prep room. The person protested, but then they were out on the street, Dressa knocking back her shot before she threw the glass in a nearby recycler. "Adeus! I needed this," Dressa said, grinning as she swung Lysander's hand. And Lysander didn't know what to do just now with this version of Dressa, who was shedding intensity and burden with every step, lightening, her posture opening, becoming just ordinary. Just an ordinary couple on an ordinary afternoon. The late summer air balmy, the river's heavier scent noticeable but not oppressive. Seagulls cawing overhead. Lysander took a breath and relaxed. Because they were an ordinary couple. A day after their wedding, on a stroll through River Edge. Come on, I hope the stand is still here. They have the absolute best ice cream. My father used to bring me here. Then my sibling and I used to sneak out and keep up the tradition. I haven't been here in a few years, but, yes. You will absolutely want to get the strawberry with lime peel shavings. Lysander wasn't overly partial to strawberries, but when she watched Dressa ordering with enthusiasm, then waiting with her grin still wide for Lysander to order the same, she did. Lysander took the vendor's offered dish and spoon, and it was good. Creamy and rich in flavor, with strawberry and vanilla and maybe a hint of bourbon mixing with the tang of lime, a sprinkle of cayenne. They settled at a table in a park bustling with people, children screaming as they played, parents trying to calm them, or encourage them. Lysander's trainer had sometimes taken her into Javieri City, but they'd never gone to relax. There had always been a purpose, and usually a punishment back at the palace when she'd failed to complete her tasks in a satisfactory manner. She was always sure she'd done everything right, and she was usually wrong about that. What? Dressa asked, her spoon slowing on its way back to her ice cream. Lysander shrugged, looking around. This is very normal, even on a day like today, when it should all be upside down. And maybe I don't know what normal even is. Normal, Dressa declared, is overrated, but also kind of nice sometimes. She looked like she wanted to say more, but then glanced around and just smiled, and that broke the illusion. The warmth of the summer afternoon was still good, the background bustle and the slight breeze, the ice cream. But Lysander knew they were being watched. They were always watched, everyone was. The city's security systems would always be monitoring and processing everything. Not always catching everything. No, but you could never be sure. Both of their body language cues were drastically different than their own. It was carrying a good deal of the illusion that they were different people, with the clothes, the posture, the diction, the lack of polished makeup. With their slightly changed features, just enough not to be immediately read and identified by people and monitoring systems alike. There was safety in anonymity, but that safety would be gone if they said anything to break that anonymity. Any keywords that would trigger the system to more closely monitor them. Dressa's grin faded, became introspective and a little sad, Lysander thought. And maybe her smile was something of the same. They'd never be an ordinary couple. Never. Lysander brushed Dressa's free hand resting on the table. Dressa turned her palm up, and Lysander slid their hands together. This was a brief respite, but the palace and all its trouble still waited for them. Not visible from where they sat just now, behind a row of buildings, but waiting in its imposing grace across the river. "Can we run away?" Lysander whispered. Dressa's grip tightened on hers. "Very tempting," she said, then took a breath. "But no, I have to work tonight yet, and you need to study." Because they were being listened to, and everyone was always watching. Dressa glanced in a different direction, frowning, and Lysander tensed before she realized Dressa was looking past their own immediate surroundings. Further into the city, toward Green Hall, closer to Port District. Also not visible from right here, with both the trees in the small park and the buildings beyond them blocking the way. Dressa was worried about Iada. Well, Lysander was too, in a way that wormed inside her gut. She'd felt that calm he'd sent out in the reception hall. A dais, maybe the first time in her life when she'd actually known, for a moment, that everything was okay. Actually, truly okay. She tensed at the memory, because it hadn't been true. It had been a fleeting moment, and it had caused a world of chaos afterward. She'd been reading people's accounts earlier that day, for lack of something better to do. Iada had sent out magics across the worlds. He was that strong a magicker. He'd called her his daughter. And there was more in all of that, more in those patterns between Iada and her mother and the magickers that Dressa wasn't telling her about. She hoped it was because Dressa was busy, but she knew better. She did. Lysander fought not to shiver in the afternoon heat. Dressa took one last bite of her ice cream, and Lysander hastily finished hers too. They dumped the dishes and spoons into a recycler, then made their way back into the pub. Dressa's grin came back and she grabbed Lysander, kissing her theatrically and fervently as they stumbled into the washroom, stumbled into a stall, and Dressa kicked the door shut while Lysander locked it. Then they made out a few minutes more because they could, because they were here, and because this wasn't the palace, a desperate holding to an hour of normality, whatever that meant. Then Dressa pushed open the panel door behind the toilet, and they both slipped inside, headed back to the world that consumed them both. Chapter 2. The Parting Gift. A sun knows its worth. It knows the weight of stars. It burns despite them. Vi dehatanin in Xur poem, spite of stars. Iada glared at himself in his washroom mirror, pouring every bit of ire into it, then relaxing his face, moving more into Homage's sardonic ease, which was. He leaned against the edge of the countertop, baring his teeth, then looked back up again, glaring this time at the seal on his cheek. That immensely dense fractal seal. He might as well have been sealed by the Kidaa. That hectic night after his abdication, his final change, he'd debated changing to his original DNA. Not his blood servant's appearance, but what he would have looked like if he hadn't been pushed away from his own heritage and into the physical characteristics more expected of a Rialdan blood servant than a Rialdan Truthspoken. Away from the genetics that would have identified him as a son of Anathari Rialdan and Jamir Nishau Rialdan. He'd changed to that person a few times. The first time, years ago, he'd been curious. He'd been expecting himself to look more like Homage, or their older sibling Vatrin. He'd been fervently hoping he wouldn't look like Vatrin. But he hadn't looked like either. He'd resembled his father Jamir more than anyone, though the marked Rialdan features had been there too, of course. Jamir Nishau Rialdan, though, had been more delicate. Trimmer build, long fingers that had played several stringed instruments, a ready if reserved smile. Jamir had never even hinted that he'd known Iada was actually his son. Iada had thought that surely Jamir would have to know, but maybe he'd been wrong about that. But he'd decided 2 nights ago that he couldn't go through the rest of his life looking like a father who'd basically disowned him. And his other father, Anathari. Like Maja, like Iada, he had also pushed himself away from his original DNA, emphasized the known Rialdan features, which were more cultivated performance than genetic truth. Iada, the face and body he wore now, was a truth of his own if also cultivated. Homage had been a truth he'd grown into. He had been chafing about spending the rest of his life as Homage after he'd been sealed as a magicker. But did he want to spend the rest of his life in this one truth? Iada the blood servant either? He'd chosen to be the Iada most people knew, because it had seemed like the only logical choice at the time. He certainly couldn't have remained Homage, not with all the controversy surrounding him. And his soul wouldn't have wanted that either. His soul wasn't sure what he wanted at all. What would make any of this better or easier? A Deus. But how had all the former truth-spoken before him handled a life apart from the one thing that had previously defined them? Iada felt Haneri's life force approaching from the outer room. They were, still in the cramped guest suite, and it wasn't going particularly well. He'd sniped at Haneri more than once today, wincing every time at the violence of it, trying for once not to care. Haneri had chewed him out about having his head up his ass. Her words. And yes, things were bad, but he didn't have to be a shithead about it. Also, her words. The argument that followed hadn't been pretty, and he'd felt, again, completely out of his own control. And neither of them were used to a space this small, in an environment that wasn't a palace. Yada eyed Haneri warily in the mirror as she stepped into the washroom and leaned against the wall, crossing her arms, regarding him. He wasn't going to be the first to say anything, and he knew it was petty, and he knew he should be rushing to apologize, that this person he'd wanted for half of his life was suddenly here. She'd left the palace for him, was here for him. Maybe he didn't want her to be. Maybe he didn't want her to fall with him. "You've styled Maza," Haneri said. "Has anyone ever styled you?" His shoulders twitched at that seemingly random question, but Haneri was never random. "Maja has. Yes." "No, I mean you." She waved at him. "This body, this you." He furrowed his brow, looked back in the mirror again, trying to grasp just who and what he saw there, his own familiar, severe face. It wasn't at all Homage's gentle curves and wickedly sharp angles. He was handsome enough, yes, but not beautiful like Homage. The person inhabiting this body wasn't Homage's personality, and after the last month of almost solidly being Homage, that felt off to him. He hadn't yet adjusted again. He hadn't found anywhere to ground himself and wasn't sure he could without change. He was losing a part of his soul. He could never be Homage again, and Homage had been so much of his life for the past 23 years. It stuttered his mind to think he was losing that. He'd never truly considered what that loss would feel like in all his dreaming of ruling as himself. Because he would have had to give Homage up then, too. "No," he said, a little too sharply. "No one styled me. Blood servants style. They don't get styled." Haneri huffed and approached, brushing her box braids off her shoulder, looking at the mess of cosmetics he'd upended on the washroom counter. Not even half of his full kit, his guard, Shadrakor, had come through with that. The rest of it was still spread across 2 bags on the floor by the sink. But it was Homage who'd worn makeup every day, Homage whose cosmetics were always on point. Homage was beauty, Iata, utility. Haneri picked through the scattered products, grabbing up packets of hair bleaches and smart dyes, several palettes of eyeshadow, a case of liner pens, lipsticks, glosses, and stains. Did she assume he wasn't going to use them? Was she taking them for herself? He didn't stop her, though those teals and purples weren't her colors. She favored oranges and olives and the deepest crimsons. Haneri picked up scissors and a comb, adding it to the growing pile cradled in one arm. Then with her whole free arm, she shoved everything else to one side, some of it toppling off the counter where she ignored it. Haneri dumped her gathered pile by the sink in front of him. Then she plucked the scissors up and reached for his hair. Yada recoiled. "Haneri!" She swatted his hand away. "I know what you need." He stepped back. "Haneri, I can't grow it back. I can't just cut it and grow it again." He'd always worn his black hair long, a little coarser than Homage's, with a slight wave. Just now, it was loosely clipped up with the same clip he'd taken from Dressa 2 days ago. Imorie raised her brows. You can grow it out, it just takes longer. Now hold still. He stepped away again. Imorie. Jan, trust me. For once, let someone else have a little of that Seritarchus control of yours. I know what you need here. Trust me. He crossed his arms. I need to be out there, doing my actual job, not holed up in here while Mariette deals with every crisis. He told you to rest again today. Mostly, I think, because you'd be in the way. And you're not the nicest person to be around just now. Adeus. She never minced words. She advanced again with the scissors, and Iada braced himself. Because would it truly hurt to give his appearance a refresh? He was aching for actual change, but this would be something. It would be good from just about every angle he looked at it. Unless Imorie royally screwed it up, which was possible. Did she even know how to cut hair? She'd never had the training he had. Well, okay. At least he knew he could fix it if he had to. But was he ready to let go of this person right here? This person he was in the mirror? Wrong question. He hadn't embraced that person again. He needed something to allow him to do that, didn't he? Iada held still, then decided watching was too painful and backed up to lean against the counter, facing away from the mirror, bending a little so Imorie could better reach. He was taller as himself than as Homage. Iada felt hair coming off in, adeus, solidly large chunks. Have you cut hair before? He growled. I've cut Vogrit's hair for years, Imorie said, and Iada shut up, because Ina Vogrit had remained at the palace to support Dressa, and that was a sore point with Imorie, one that he had unwisely used in their argument earlier. He didn't know if Vogrit staying at the palace had been Inorie's idea, or Vogrit's, but did it matter? The result was the same, putting Inorie's deepest confidant out of reach. He saw the smile hovering on Inorie's lips, which were painted an orange-red today to match her hair wrap. He shifted. Imorie, you don't have to stay in Green Hall. He'd only ventured out a few times, but the looks he got here were just as bad as the looks he'd had at the palace, except from Mariette, but Mariette didn't represent the opinions of the greater population of magickers. And maybe not everyone had glared at him, but he felt the hostility toward him all the same. How could he not, with his aura open? Mariette hadn't had time to show him how to handle that any better, and the promised vetted aide had never arrived to teach him how either. Mariette and his staff were just too busy, doing what was supposed to be Iada's job. Iada's shoulders twitched with the need to do something useful. He was used to running a kingdom. Even when he wasn't actively ruling it, he was still running it. No, I don't have to stay in Green Hall, Imorie said, cutting another chunk from the side of his head. Iada decided to just close his eyes. And even though he'd been pushing for it, Inorie's agreement stung. She stopped cutting, pressed a hand to his cheek. He looked up into her golden brown eyes. I had a message this morning, she said. From Prince Delore. He says my siblings are shit, and since my husband manifested green magics, that violated the marriage contract and I'm no longer married. So can I please come home and take up the princedom so he can retire already? Iada's brows shot up. Your father said that. Not in so many words, no. And he doesn't yet have the news that you're not the man I married anyway, or that you and Maja both abdicated. She shrugged. Which, that news would probably have the same result. Iada frowned, reading a spark in Inorie's eyes he hadn't seen in forever. It was hunger. It was more than hope and less than triumph. And she'd known about this while they'd been arguing earlier. He'd sensed her mood had been off, as his had been off, but he'd thought it was just about him. Iada took a breath and closed his eyes again. Adeus. but he had been so entirely focused on his own crisis. "You want to go. You have to go." "I don't have to," Imorie said. "I don't owe Delore anything after my father pushed me out to marry a man I didn't know and didn't want to. I did my duty. I gave Delore the prominence my father craved, and the balance between Delore and the Ryaldens that he needed." "You have to go," he said again, frowning down at her. "You were born to be a high house prince. Adeus, Imorie, you thought this was beyond your reach." She nodded. "I renounced my family, but I can swear to them again. My marriage contract is ended." She said, "Hold still. Tilt your head in this direction." Kidaa sighed and did as asked. His chest was tightening, his throat swelling with a growing loss that hadn't happened yet. But it would, wouldn't it? He hadn't wanted to drag her down, and he knew he would, just by being who he was, by being an enigma in every way possible. No, that wasn't true. He knew that. Damn his magics. Part of his whole stupid tantrum these last 2 days was that he couldn't just wallow. His magics always pushed him toward truths he didn't want to see or couldn't do anything about. But Kidaa didn't want to lose the chance he'd finally been given, to have someone to share his life with as an equal. They'd been going to marry with him as Homage and her in a continuation of her role as the consort, but his consort this time. He'd thought that was as close to equals as they would get. Now, well, even with him as the first magicker and a former Truthspoken, Imorie as the mother of Truthspoken was ranked higher than he was in the Valoran unspoken social rankings. If she became Prince Delore, well, they'd be back to the same problem of him being the first magicker. He would only drag her down. And that hurt. Because he wanted to marry her. He wanted with everything in him to marry her. He wanted to breathe the same air when they slept. He wanted to hold her and know he had promised his life to hers, and she to his. He wanted that with almost the same ferocity with which he wanted to change. She had his head tilted at a weird angle now, still cutting. He tried to look up, but she pushed his head back down. "You can come with me to Radalor," she finally said. "I can't say my father would be happy to see you, but he seemed fairly desperate in his letter, so I don't think it would change anything." Kidaa thought about it. He really did. He tried to find a way to make that work, socially, without sinking her. "Jan, I feel you closing in on yourself. Stop that. I still want to marry you, but, and this is a practical but, I probably need to not do that until I'm established as prince. Then I can do what I want." That wasn't how it worked. Kidaa knew that all too well, but she wasn't wrong about needing to establish herself first. "I think you should marry Mariet," she went on, dropping that absolute bomb on him. "What?" he gasped, trying again to straighten. "Jan, hold still." "Well, okay. You can stand up straight if you need to, but I need to do the other side." "Marry Mariet Broden, the first magicker?" Well, former first magicker. Kidaa held that title now. Kida's thoughts spun, and he gripped the counter tightly behind him. Politically, that might make sense. He was politically still the outsider in Greenhall. He was the usurper. But a marriage would blur those lines. He and Mariet would be seen more as a unit if they played it right, rather than separate forces. It would also show Kidaa's commitment to the magickers, which the magickers very much didn't believe right now, even if he was one of them. Adeus. "He loves you," Imorie said, tilting his head in the other direction. Kidaa pursed his lips. Because yes, he had known that. It was something he didn't often let himself think about. Mariet had been quietly in love with him for years, and Mariet knew, as Kidaa knew, that nothing could ever come of it. So they were good friends. A Rylden blood servant could never, never be seen with the first magicker as anything other than a friend, and even friendship was pushing social boundaries. There were just too many secrets, too many angles, too many scandals for that to ever happen. And Kidaa didn't love Marriott that way. As the closest friend he had, yes. Not that he hadn't thought about it every now and then, because it had been a lonely 9 years since he'd become a magicker. And Marriott had offered a night of comfort and release when he'd just manifested and had been completely in chaos. He'd been tempted. Oh, he'd been tempted. His usual outlet of disappearing anonymously into the city to ground himself in sex hadn't been available to him with his new and very visible aura. But Kidaa had had enough presence of mind to remember the very real social dangers if he started a thing with Marriott. Even if it had only been one night. Even if it had only been lust and desperation. Or at least, he'd told himself it would only be that. He'd thanked Marriott for the offer and told him he couldn't. He'd felt Marriott's hurt at the rejected offer with his newly minted magicker senses. And then they'd gone back to being friends. Kidaa had told himself that he wasn't usually romantically attracted to men, so that was fine. He enjoyed the sex, but he'd never fallen for a man, not like he had for Imorie. Most of his crushes had been with women and femme-leaning people throughout his life, and the few that had been men had never amounted to anything. And he'd never been able to sleep with people he knew without that attraction. He'd told himself he could never be what Marriott needed, and that would have hurt them both. He did wonder, now and then, what that desperate night might have looked like if he'd said yes. He was sure Marriott would be a kind and attentive lover. But he loved Imorie. He wanted to marry Imorie. Inorie's lips were twisting ironically. You never had to deal, as a ruler, with having to marry yourself off to someone for political expediency. The air went out of him. The fight, all the arguing, all the defensiveness and surliness of the last day, all of it meant to keep him from actually looking at everything he was feeling. He was far too self-aware not to know that. All of it left him now. I actually think you'd be happy with him, though, she said. And that was a further punch to the gut. Because he knew she was saying that he'd be happier with Marriott than with her. Which wasn't true. Which wasn't even remotely true. Look down. She pushed his head down, and he breathed through that as she cut, Adeus, bangs. You could establish yourself with him, she went on. Settle the equilibrium with the magickers. Then, when I'm settled as Prince Delore, you can marry me too. Or, you both can. If he'd want that, I'm much more femme than not, but I have my mask moments. Kidaa snorted a laugh, because it was better than a sob. And what the hell? Why was she making so much sense and being so entirely reasonable about this? Why was he even considering this? Why were his thoughts flashing to when Marriott sat on his bed beside him after Dressa's wedding, sending him calm? How Marriott had kept vigil beside him in the infirmary, pacing out Imorie. She stopped cutting a moment, squeezed his shoulder. And as much as he could feel the overflow of her emotions with her this close, he knew she could feel his. I love you, Jan, she said. And part of that, I think, is letting you do what you need to do, and me doing what I need to do. We've been arguing all day. I'm not what you need right now. She was wrong. She was wrong. He felt with every ache in his body that she was wrong, and tried desperately to see that as his truth. She pulled at his hair again, matching up strands, cutting some more. Are you almost done cutting? Almost, I think. Let me add some texture. So he kept still, a little hunched, as she did what she needed to, thinking on what she'd said. Her suggestion, and not hating it, except for the part where she'd have to be away from him. But he couldn't go with her, and she couldn't stay. She could stay at the palace and help Dressa. He'd wanted her to do that anyway, but no, she couldn't do that either. Iroiken was far too enmeshed an opponent, and Haneri could fight her better in the end, with the weight of Delore behind her. Haneri could do so much more good with a high house princedom behind her, a dais. Okay, Haneri said, and he looked up, his head feeling much lighter than it should be. Long strands of hair around him on the tiled floor. He started to turn around. Wait, I have to do your makeup. So, he waited, and watched her as she worked, as much as he could, her strokes as assured as the artist she was. He was currently her canvas, and this, he realized, was to be a parting gift. He closed his eyes as they stung, and his throat swelled again. He didn't want to marry Mariette instead of Haneri. He didn't know if Mariette would even agree to that, but Haneri wasn't wrong about the logic of it, and she wasn't even wrong that it might be a good marriage for both of them, that Iada might be happy, and that was part of what he didn't want. He didn't want that happiness apart from her, without her, apart from this person he'd thought he was, this blood servant he no longer was, this ruler he no longer was. Did he love Mariette Broden as more than a friend? Could he? Had he for a long time? Was he just deciding he could now? He didn't know. He'd never let himself know. He'd never been able to. And all of his crushes by which he'd carefully sectioned and defined himself, none of them had amounted to anything, because he hadn't let them. As a blood servant, he couldn't get attached to anyone, and as a blood servant who was frequently also the ruler of the kingdom, he'd needed emotional distance between those two halves of himself. He'd needed Iada's public image to be drastically different than Homage's, because they could never overlap. Homage, who flirted liberally with more men and mask people than not, with the exception of Zhang, who leaned toward mask herself, and Iada, who'd rarely flirted at all, and awkwardly at best. He could count on a few fingers the number of people he'd slept with as only himself, and they'd all been femme. But was that preference, or was that the intentional crafting of his own persona? Haneri set down her brushes and then pulled out gloves and 2 packets of hair dye. Iada, resigned, bent his head again as she worked the nanotech-infused dyes into his hair. They'd set in minutes, and only need washed out. I should have done the dyes before the makeup, Haneri said. But the shower arm comes off. I'll be careful. She marched him to the shower, and he held a towel just in front of his face as she rinsed off the dyes. All of his makeup was waterproof, in any case, and then back to the sink to stand under the overhead dryer as it pulled most of the moisture from his wet hair. Haneri said, and it was a sound of satisfaction. And now he was curious. Not yet, she said. Just let me style a little bit. So he waited a little longer, because it was time spent with her. Because he didn't know if she would leave today, or in a few days, or in a week. But every moment now was precious. Every single moment counted. She ran product through his hair, carefully combing it in waves. She secured one wave with a jeweled blue and purple dragonfly pin that had been Homage's, one he'd always liked, and his throat tightened again. She didn't stop him turning this time, because he sensed she was done. But he turned back to her again before looking, because beneath his tight throat that he couldn't change away, beneath his reeling sense of his place in the universe which hadn't yet settled, and he wasn't sure would settle for some time, was a growing anticipation. No, he never had been styled like this as himself. When he was changed and going on Truthspoken missions, yes. When he was Homage, yes. Maja had loved trying to get Iada to wear the ridiculously ostentatious outfits he'd picked out. and Iada had usually carried them off with flair, defying his brother's attempts at pranks. His stomach knotted again. Those days were gone. Truly gone. Neither he nor Maza had a place in the palace anymore. "Jan," Haneri said, the light threads woven around her braids today glittering as she tilted her head, raised her brows. "Turn around." So he did, and stared at himself in the mirror. She'd cut his hair short. He'd certainly known that. Not so short as to be at the scalp. There was still plenty of hair, but in a mostly femme style. All swoops and curves and soft waves framing his angular face. He leaned forward, turning his head to one side, then the other, inspecting further. His hair color was a shimmery, iridescent mix of green, his own natural black and metallic gold. He turned his head, and it fairly shone, like the wings of a butterfly, and that effect was carried into his makeup, which was subtle, with more iridescence, blue and green around his dark brown eyes, the faintest pearl sheen on his lips. Nothing he would have worn as homage. Homage, the combined personality, had always favored bold black liners and pastel blues and pinks. Nothing so deep or subtle as all of this. Slowly, slowly, he let out his breath, met Haneri's eyes, but he couldn't stay there as he looked back at himself again. "Do you like it?" she asked. For once, her voice not full of her usual presence, tentative, worried. He reached for her hand, and she gripped his. He sensed she didn't need his approval so much as his resonance. She needed to know that she'd gotten it right. The hairs on his arms rose. He as Iada had never been femme. He as homage had been femme all the time, more typically femme than neutral or mask. He'd followed Maja's patterns of flowing between genders and gender expressions in his outward presentations. And that flow, that balance of outer femme and his inner mask, had always been good for him. More comfortable, now that he could see it, than he'd thought. Another thing he would miss. But, truly, did he have to miss that? He leaned against the counter, still studying himself. He rippled through his tells as himself, then as homage. Truly, at this point, he had two familiar and instinctual sets of mannerisms, two sets of habitual tics and flows of movement. Maybe it would take time for him to settle himself between the two, but he'd been holding himself so rigidly as Iata that letting himself flow back into some of homage's grace, with some of the outward femme to balance it, was good for his soul. But this iridescence, these colors, this style, that wasn't homage at all. Could he truly have a flair of his own? It had been his duty as a blood servant to be there, but not as visible as his truthspoken. To be known, but not remarked upon. He wasn't truly Iada anymore. He wasn't a blood servant, and maybe inhabiting the role of Iada Ryalden as the ruler of Valoris, if that had ever happened that way, would have been just as much untrue as playing the role of homage. Well, maybe not quite as much. But still. He looked like a fairy prince, his lips quirked up, and that was homage's smile, which wasn't necessarily something he had to let go of either. With the forest green depth of his aura, it all worked. He leaned to kiss Haneri on the cheek. "Thank you." She'd been quiet throughout the last of this, which wasn't like her, and he hadn't tried to break that reverie. He'd needed it himself, churning through his own thoughts. He rolled his shoulders, stretched, settled his movements again, still trying to find the balance, but he had more certainty now that it would come, and he couldn't stop looking in the mirror. "Yes, you are beautiful." She grabbed the back of his neck to drag him down and kissed him hard on the lips. He expanded with that as he lost himself for a moment in her kiss, kissing her back. Because he felt from her that it was true. Because he felt the clarity of her love, and her letting go. "Go talk to Mariette," she said. "When are you leaving?" "Not before you talk to Mariette. And maybe not for a few days yet. I'm not going to abandon you." He nodded, gripped her hand and let go. "Oh, wait," she said, then hurried out into the main room again. She came back with a garment bag. "I had my tailor fabricate these this morning. I have their contact if you'd like more. But 3 full daily outfits. They're not tailored, they're fabricated, but it's high quality. I got your measurements from Chadrakur. It should at least get you started. I think you are, in fact, allowed to wear something more than once at Greenhall." Yada took a breath and accepted the garment bag, tugging it open. He pulled out a dais, a dark green split-paneled coat with subtle green vine embroidery all around the edges and winding up one arm. The cut was more femme and delicate, and the shirt beneath it was silky and lacy, also femme. The gray trousers were more mask, though. A second outfit was more neutral, also still in greens. And the third, green again, a high-necked, ankle-length dress that wasn't formal so much as dignified. "You can't wear your palace clothes here," Imorie said. "Not your blood servant's clothes or homages." He ran a hand over subtle green pearl embroidery on the sleeves of the dress. His eyes filled and stung. Because somehow she'd known. She'd understood he'd have this conflict between his persona and presentation as Iada and who and what he'd ultimately become. Not the person he had been at all. Not the persona that had become more a role than his actual life. He undressed and pulled on the first outfit, the trousers, shirt, and split-paneled coat, slim at the waist, built up and flaring around the hips. It fit like it was made for him. Which it was. And that closed his throat again. She was busy. She had her own emotions going on. She was going to be a high-house prince. But she'd ordered clothes for him. No one had ever done that for him before. It had always been him doing things like that for everyone else. Even as the ruler, he'd still been a blood servant, because Maza had never taken the role of blood servant to him. Not in any of the actual practicalities. "Are your ears still pierced?" "Good." She pulled out the 2 teardrop emeralds she'd been wearing, which hadn't completely matched her own outfit, and he'd noticed that, and hung them in his own ears. Iada waved at himself in the mirror. "I don't know this person." "Yes, you do," Imorie said, nodding her approval. He swallowed, brushed Hanerie's cheek with one hand. "I don't deserve you?" "Yes, you do." His throat burning, Yada gave her one more kiss before he slipped out into the main room and the corridor outside. Chapter 3. The Shadow Half. In modern psychological theory, there's a concept gaining popularity that for every aspect of yourself that is known, there is a shadow half of your soul that mirrors it. That shadow is just as much you as yourself, and just as different. Dr. Igni Chang in Truthspoken and the Shadow Half Theory. Iada was used to Jalava's tight hand with their guards, and the habits and schedules of Jong, Chadrakur, and all of his own personal guards. So when he opened the door to his guest suite and was met with 2 startled Greenhall guards outside who drew pistols at his sudden appearance, for a moment he just stood there, nonplussed. Until the guards of Greenhall, his assigned guards as the first magicker, recognized him and drew themselves up, though warily. After a moment, they reholstered their pistols, as if he, with the density of his aura, could have attacked them. Well, but then that was known to be possible now, too. Yada fought the urge to hold up his hands, and instead raised his brows, because he still was who he was, personal crisis or not. And he was who they knew him to be, too. I haven't changed, if that's what startled you. Not the truth-spoken sort of change. Please, take me to Imorie, to my office. The guards exchanged a look. Yes. First Magicker. He heard that hesitation and knew it would take time to get past that, no way around that. Time, and with Magickers, openness, honesty, and trust. And he wasn't sure that this new shimmery look was a good thing at all. This wasn't the Ryalden court, but it wouldn't do him any favors to try to ignore that he was a creature of that court, and that everyone knew that. No one here was forgetting that he was, or had been, also Homage Ryalden. What they actually thought of that, well, he could guess. He could sense, even if he looked too hard, if their thoughts were too unguarded. If his own aura was too open, which it was. But he didn't really want to know. He turned more heads as they passed through the guest quarters to the lifts that would take them up to the top floor of Green Hall. And he got even more looks in the administrative offices outside Marriott's, outside his own future office. A dais. But he felt like a usurper here. He felt like the victor in an unwanted coup. The new split-paneled coat Haneri had given him swished around his knees with every step. He liked it. He also didn't know how to walk in it as himself. He didn't know how to present himself. He didn't think he should try to hold a persona just now, even if it would help to ground him. The Magickers would sense the subtle untruths with his aura out and open. The higher-ranked Magickers would simply see it in his soul density. Those in the Council of Magickers had known he was a Magicker and had dealt with him as Yeda before. Still, that was a different self than he was now. Whatever he was now. The rest of the Magickers, and the public, thought him newly manifested and suddenly taking over a position usually held by a seasoned and senior Magicker. That he'd been a Magicker for years was his very last and tenuously kept secret. And whatever he was now, the Magickers had to see him as the Ryalden taking over their own carefully guarded territory. Ayada or Homage, he was still a Ryalden either way. Or maybe some saw him as the political appointee who had little to actually offer. And they wouldn't be wrong. He'd settled into a stride that was somewhere between his own straightforward gait and Homage's more airy flow by the time he reached the first Magicker's office. Inside, Marriott glanced up from his desk, did a double-take, and rose. "Please, wait outside," he told the guards, eyes riveted to Ayada. Ayada crossed his arms, feeling more conscious now of his experimentation with body language, still not entirely sure what he should settle into. What would be acceptable here, alone, with a friend who knew him better than almost anyone else? He'd seldom had this problem before when switching back and forth between himself and Homage, even though he knew his body language had blended then too. Even around others who knew him, he'd never been this self-conscious before. His shoulders twitched. It was like he had fucking stage fright, or had been thrust into a vital role without knowing his name, his purpose, or his lines. Should he, by a deus, ditch all of this and become a vid actor? It would solve a lot of people's problems all at once, maybe even his own. Some of them. Marriott came around his desk, tilted his head, looked Ayada up and down, then blushed, his pale cheeks going painfully red. Yada felt his own heart rate picking up, and he wasn't sure what to do with that, because he knew what he was here to ask. And he wasn't sure if he was attracted to Marriott. He didn't know. In the same way he'd thought he'd been firmly mask as himself, but, well, he had liked what he'd seen in the mirror. He had liked it a lot better than being confined to the way he'd always presented himself as Ayada. Marriott's brows drew together, and he had to be feeling some of Ayada's conflicting emotions. Ayada felt Marriott's growing wariness. Ayada took a breath. He had to break the tension because he wasn't ready at all to ask his question. "You look good," Mariette said, before Iada could land on another subject. Mariette smiled. "Is it a better balance?" "Well, okay, that was a better subject. If only marginally. Mostly, I think. This was Haneri's work, but I like it." Ah. And now it was getting painfully awkward. A deus, Iada was trained on how not to be awkward. He knew better than to carry on a conversation like this, fumbling around in the dark. But that was the problem, wasn't it? He was fumbling around in the dark. Mariette shrug-nodded. Oh, he'd feel the jumble of truths and self-lies in Iada's answer. "Well, we can sit down," Mariette said. "I was going to ask the guards to escort you up in a few minutes anyway. I had a spare moment. I put on a pot of Yanasi Black a bit ago. Yes. I know the irony of that. With Iroikin, Inasi III. Yes. Well, the Javieris can be assholes, but they still produce good tea." Mariette grabbed a mug from his desk and filled a second from a steaming pot, then carried both through the maze of potted plants toward the other end of the room. "But we'll both need the energy, I think," Mariette said, raising the mugs before he set them on a side table. He didn't say that Iada certainly would, because Iada wasn't used to sustaining himself on his own energy alone without change, and maybe he wouldn't have said that, but Iada was thinking it. Iada followed Mariette to the far end where a cluster of mismatched couches and chairs sat. His back tightened. He hadn't been here since Imorie and Eddie had been debriefed, and that had been a day. Not one he'd soon forget. And what would Imorie's protection be now, having been adopted by him? They would be a pair, wouldn't they, father and child, both high-ranking magicers? Both, effectively, deposed. Iada sat down with an exhaustion that didn't bode well for the rest of the day. Mariette held up a mug for him, but Iada waved it off. His stomach was jittery. And no, he couldn't smooth it away now, not any more than his body would do on its own. Not that or the exhaustion either. He'd been relaxing his hold on appearing his actual age, too. Now, he looked in his mid-30s, not his own 47. He'd had to use a subtle concentration of change to appear his actual age as himself, which was, by unspoken hypocrisy, an acceptable change for a former Truthspoken to do. After all, they had to keep up appearances of normality with the rest of humanity. But he wasn't like the rest of everyone else around him. He had training. He had so much experience. He had lived a very different life. He'd lived more than one life. He'd lived many. And he intensely felt the lie of trying to say he hadn't. Iada had taken the same couch and Mariette the same chair as they had the last time they'd been here. Iada smoothed out his coat, stopped a twitch of his hand to fuss with the usual neat tail of his hair. No, that gesture would definitely not work now with this shorter cut. He was hyper-aware of his appearance in a way he wasn't used to. Hyper-aware of the femme he was letting into his mannerisms, and that his style wasn't his own, or homages even. It wasn't a mask. It wasn't armor. All of this was something else. Iada was very aware of Mariette still trying not to stare, sipping his own mug before he put it down again, also looking unsettled. Maybe the de-aging was throwing Mariette off too. As homage, he'd always looked in his mid to late 20s, but as himself, he never had. Not, at least, since he'd been in his 20s, and Mariette hadn't known him then. But this small defiance was helping Iada. It was one thing, one small thing, he could do to change. Even if it was actually a letting go of change, letting his body move more toward its natural state. And maybe Iada couldn't just sit here and wind through subjects until he got up the nerve to ask what he'd come to ask. Or at least, to talk about it. Maybe they were too open for that, and they'd known each other too long. He couldn't even postpone it to another day. He couldn't let it sit and gather tension. Mariette would already be feeling some of it from him, and the tension was growing. And that wasn't good. Kidaa opened his mouth, and he'd been about to frame this as Haneri's suggestion, which it was, but Adeus, that was no way to start a marriage. And he wanted, with a suddenness it hurt, to not be alone when Imorie left. Was that also the way to start a marriage? He gripped his knees, then turned his palms up. And he was about to ask again, but stopped again. Because he didn't want a loveless marriage either, or in this case, a one-sided marriage knowing Mariette already loved him. No matter the political gains, he didn't want that. He didn't want to subject Mariette to that. He didn't want resentment. He didn't want their friendship to turn bitter. He valued Mariette too highly for that. He loved. Kidaa shifted to one side of the couch and motioned beside him, then held out his hand. Mariette, eyes narrowing, got up to settle beside him. "What's wrong?" Mariette asked. "A lot," Kidaa breathed. "But I don't think this is one of those things." Mariette drew a breath as he grasped Kidaa's hand, which was familiar enough for them. A touch shared by friends, by magickers. That touch was an intimacy, yes, but a casual one. Kidaa leaned forward, his heart pounding again in his throat. Every sense heightened in his awareness of this moment. Mariette's eyes were growing wider. "Kidaa." Kidaa reached toward Mariette's face, with its broad angles, with its laugh lines and stress creases, with his beard that was neat but a little overgrown, with the iron studs in each ear he could pull strength from if needed. "May I?" Mariette gave a sort of shaking nod. "I don't know what you're doing, but yes." Kidaa smoothed back Mariette's gray-blonde hair, smoothed down Mariette's beard on his cheek, felt Mariette's breath hitch, and then go jagged. Felt his own body responding, and he'd been waiting for that. Waiting to see if it would happen, though he'd been fairly sure it would, if he'd given this moment the attention it deserved. "Kidaa," Mariette choked, and the word was painful, coming with a rush of emotions, a tightly contained hope that Mariette was desperately trying to push back down. And Kidaa knew if he went any further, if he asked what he had to ask now, that he couldn't go back, not without crushing his friend. "May I kiss you?" he asked. Mariette shuddered, but didn't draw back. "Gods, Jan, what are you doing?" Kidaa waited for permission, waited as Mariette searched out his emotions, which were not, he knew, the raging torrent that was rising up from Mariette, the storm of lust and agony and fear, and above it all, that soaring, desperate hope. Mariette nodded again. "Yes. Whatever you need right now, if this is it, of course." Kidaa didn't want concessions. He didn't want Mariette's charity. He wanted his friend. And with the force of a dam breaking, he wanted his friend. He leaned forward and kissed Mariette, gripping Mariette's hand tightly, tasting the bitter Yanasi black still on his lips. Mariette made a sound like a sob and kissed him back. Almost tentative and disbelieving. So much disbelief, enough to fill an ocean. Mariette jerked away and pulled back. "Jan, do you... I didn't think..." He caught his breath. "Adeus. What about Imorie?" "She suggested it." Mariette barked an incredulous laugh. "Imorie suggested I sleep with you? Or kiss you at least? The person you want to... You do want to marry her?" "Yes, but not yet. I would like to marry you first." And there, he'd said it. And was it true? Was it true that he would wish this? That it wasn't just a political thing? That it could be more? That it already was? Was it? Iada searched the truth in that. But what truth there was, he didn't know what to do with. He didn't know if he already did love Mariette as more than a friend. He knew he loved Haneri. That love was vivid and had been painfully suppressed. But this? Had he ever really let himself explore the types of love he felt? He did love his friend, but was it romantic? Did it have to be? Could it be? Was it lust? Was it desperation? Was it convenient? Was it platonic, with some lust thrown in to make things interesting? No, it was more than that. But he didn't know. He knew that he wanted to know. And that was a revelation, among other revelations, that he didn't know what to do with. So he kissed Mariette again, and Mariette kissed him back. There was no hesitancy now, because how could there be? He felt Mariette's love breaking through the storm, a love that had been there for years, a love Iada had chosen to never acknowledge. And for himself, there was his absolute sincerity in seeing where this went, and knowing it could work. It might. Somehow. It was Ida who broke off first, still reeling, bracing Mariette's head in both hands, resting his forehead against Mariette's. Their emotions were so open they hardly needed words. But they did need them. They needed them because they were too familiar, because their magics were too strong. It was far too easy for Iada to think Mariette's familiar emotions matched his own definitions, not Mariette's. "You're sure?" Mariette asked, his voice husky, cracking. Iada nodded, then let go, sitting back. Pulling his hands back into his lap, that small bit of space to keep his thoughts clearer. "I love Haneri," Iada said. "I wish to marry her alongside you when she's ready, when the timing is better. She's returning to Radalor to become the prince, and I can't follow her there. But I want to marry you now." And maybe that was said poorly, but Mariette understood, because they didn't need words. Not just for the politics of it, I gather. "Because I am thinking that through," Mariette said, sniffling. His eyes were watery, and it hurt. Watching him ached with a feeling Iada couldn't define. "My damned political brain can't turn itself off even now," Mariette grumbled. Yes, Mariette was older than him. Not in any way that truly mattered, though. They'd both seen more than their share of life. Mariette wasn't a part of the nobility, though he'd made a career of interfacing with them. Mariette was absolutely a politician. Iada snorted. "This will help a lot, I think, in building trust with the magickers." He paused. "I can take your name as my final name, not the other way around, as it would normally be with our relative social positions. That would help as well." Mariette choked. "Gods, Iada, I wouldn't ask that." Mariette's brow was creasing and clearing as he rapidly thought and sorted. Iada could feel the edges of some of those thoughts, and was content to let them play out. "It's usually discouraged for magickers to be together, with good reason," Mariette mused. "Not that we'd have children to inherit our combined strengths. You don't want children." "I have children. No, unless the politics demanded it. But I don't see that happening." Iada shifted. "Unless you'd want—" Mariette held up his hands, flustered. "Jan, by the gods, why now? Why haven't you— oh, you're—" Mariette took a breath. "You're more like Homage than you knew." "I am still Homage. I still am, even if I can't change. Not gender fluid like him, no, but—" Iada shrugged. "But even if you are still Homage," Mariette said, "changing your body or your personality doesn't change your own internal guidance. If I changed, it wouldn't make me less gay. Even if I could immerse myself in different personalities, like you do. If I changed to have an estrogen-dominant body, that wouldn't make me a woman. No, but... Iata went to rake his hand through his hair, one of Homage's gestures this time, and he stopped again, which was tensing him all the hell up. He didn't want to mess up Haneri's work, but Adeus, he wanted something, just one thing, that was familiar. He shrugged tightly instead. But I can be so deep in a persona that I don't recognize when my own life is a persona. And truly, Marriott. And I haven't let myself live outside that. I explored, and then I sorted and chose what I wanted for the persona of Iata. Adeus. But Iata has been as carefully calculated as Homage. Marriott grimaced as if Iata's pain at that statement was his own, and Iata's throat tightened, looking away. He was used to barriers. He was used to masks. He was not used to this. Okay, Marriott said softly. Then, we can take this, whatever this is, slow. We should marry shortly. Very shortly. Yes, I agree, and that marriage will be political. But whatever this is, we'll take this as slow as we need to. Iata didn't want to go slow, with his thoughts still jangling a bit in Melisori patterns even after he'd untangled most of them. He didn't want to take anything slow. He wanted motion. He wanted momentum. He wanted something to hold on to. Especially with Haneri leaving. But he saw Marriott pulling back in just that bit more guardedness again, and nodded. Because he wasn't in a fit state to charge ahead. And no, he did not want to hurt his friend. Not with his own wildly swinging baggage. He didn't want to hurt himself. But there was something here. Haneri hadn't been wrong in that either. Just as there was something in how he was dressed now, how he was moving, how his hair was styled, every part of his shifting presentation. It wasn't the change he wanted, that he still needed with every fiber of his being. Adeus. He needed it. But this was something. Maybe something toward a stability he didn't have right now. Tonight, Marriott said, I'll speak to my aide. They can perform the ceremony and witness. I have to speak with Seor, or inform her at least. Marriott nodded. A message, I think. No one from the palace can attend, and I think she will know better than to tell Dressa about it until after it's done. Actually, you don't need her permission to marry. Tell her after. Iata rubbed at his chin, anxieties blooming up again. Okay, but he was moving toward something now, and that was good. That was very good. And if he was about to let go of Haneri for a time, Adeus, he didn't want that, but he did understand. He knew he had to. He was gaining Marriott. And was it possible? Was it even remotely feasible that he might end up with two partners who were his equals? Maybe not always in political or social status, but in spirit. And he could. He was no longer a blood servant or the shadow half of a ruler. He could do this if he wanted to. He could marry both of them. Tonight, he said. Chapter 4. A Meeting of the High Houses. There was a famous meeting between Prince Loiren Xiao and Duke Atiel Raharas, where Prince Xiao became angry enough to threaten Duke Raharas with never fighting her again. Torin Zelani in high house princedoms and the power they wield. In the palace meeting room, the heads of the high houses sat quietly around the long, polished walnut table. They were silent by Dressa's request as she wound down her terse briefing on everything. Absolutely everything she now knew about the Kidaa, green magics, and the bruising sleep. Mostly everything, and Iroiken had been very quick to tilt her head this way, or twitch her finger when Dressa had skipped a detail Iroiken wanted divulged. Dressa, who'd done everything she could to make sure her hair was arranged perfectly, her makeup suiting the dignity of a ruler, her cream blouse flowing and her red trousers crisp, was spending most of her energy right now trying not to explode at Iroiken's not-so-subtle display of power over her. And a dais, Iroiken was doing this in front of the other leaders of the high houses and their official representatives in the capital. This was Dressa's first official meeting with them as the ruler, and Iroiken was running the show. Dressa tapped off the holo projection on her tablet, which had been showing Rhys's reports on the Kidaa in large and unmistakable clarity. The heads of high houses remained quiet still, some checking their own comms or tablets with the copies of the reports she'd sent to them. Some making small noises of their displeasure, some giving heavy and pointed sighs. Dressa had sent those copies of the reports at Iroiken's twitched brows, and Dressa had thought Iroiken would be more subtle. She had definitely thought, with the pains Iroiken had taken in getting Dressa this information in the first place, that she wouldn't just spill it to all of her rivals at the first chance she got. Or Dressa got. Dressa being the official mouthpiece of Iroiken today, apparently. Dressa was a self-contained storm about to erupt. She needed to find a soundproof room and scream. The other storm was gathering with the princes and dukes and their representatives around the table, because she'd just told them that green magics and the bruising sleep were given by the Kidaa, or at least, that they could be. She'd shown them the Kidaa were trying to speak with the Valorans at the border and had spoken with Rhys. No matter that she'd spent hours yesterday arguing and planning with Seor and Admiral of the Fleet Laguaya and High General Sarma about how best to break these things to the high houses in stages. Iroiken, who'd been excluded from that meeting, had simply set up this meeting for today instead and invited all of the heads of high houses herself. In Dressa's name, of course. Iroiken, who'd opened this meeting with praise of how well her two daughters were settling in together, and then dropped the devastating fact that the Kidaa could give green magics and the bruising sleep, and then she'd handed the room off to Dressa, as if she was only the messenger and Dressa was actually, truly in charge here. And all of Dressa's careful planning had gone to hell. All of her need to gather more information, to keep panic contained, had gone to hell. Because she might demand oaths of secrecy from these people here, but she hadn't. She couldn't. Not of the heads of high houses, not after the Ryaldens had confessed to lying to them all for years. She couldn't demand that kind of oath or that kind of personal loyalty to herself now. And there was absolutely no way all the people at this table would keep this earth-shattering information silent. No way at all. Fleet Admiral Laguaya at the other end of the table was watching Dressa with their lips pressed tight, a solid weight of fury. While their uniform was impeccable as usual, and their short, salt-and-pepper hair neatly combed, the shadows under their eyes were more pronounced than usual. They'd been furiously busy, as had Dressa, working to keep the kingdom afloat. They'd all been outmaneuvered. Again. Beneath the table, Dressa felt a cool touch on her hand and glanced aside at Lysander as their hands met. Lysander, at least, was beside her. The only point of any kind of good in this room. Dressa hadn't wanted to leave Lysander alone. She'd been watching Lysander shutting in on herself, and their trip into the city yesterday seemed to have helped only as long as they were in the city. Lysander had closed up again when they'd returned to the palace and changed, when they were themselves again, with all of their responsibilities and problems. But Dressa wasn't sure bringing Lysander here today was better. Lysander would plainly see just how little control Dressa had here, and how much Iroiken was waving her own power around. And so, how much control her mother had over her own life, too. Iroiken, 2 places down from Dressa on the other side of Lysander, sat in a posture of complete attention. Benevolent, even. Her dark red hair spiky as usual, a blood-red Nova heart at her throat. She gave Dressa's presentation a nod of approval. Dressa saw red. And how dare she? How dare Iroiken sit there and nod her approval when she'd just possibly sent the kingdom into its most destabilizing panic yet? "Of course," Iroiken said into the silence. "None of us want panic." That silence should have been broken by Dressa, giving her permission for everyone else to speak, if Dressa had been able to swallow enough of her rage just then to do so. "Nothing said here should leave this room," Iroiken went on. "Are we all agreed?" Faces in various shades of fear and anger looked to Dressa, looked to Iroiken, and nodded their agreement. "An oath should be required," Iroiken said. "This is too important for it to be otherwise. Sir Iolorius?" Why the hell had Iroiken just forced her to divulge everything and now was making this show of support? But it wasn't support. These people didn't trust Dressa. They didn't trust Iroiken either, but Iroiken held more levers over them than Dressa. Most, if not all of them, she thought. Just like Iroiken held levers over her. Dressa looked away from her mother-in-law. "Your oaths," Dressa said, because she had to now. She sat straight in her uncomfortable chair, leveling her gaze around her, as she'd seen her father do in meetings. But she couldn't use his body language. She had to push as far from the known Raelden way of doing things as she could right now. "I was going to ask for a show of good faith that you wouldn't share this information outside this room, because I'm sure you understand the upset it could cause. But Prince Javieri is right. We still need more information before we release this to the public. So, your oaths, please. Sworn to your Iolorius as the living eyes and will of Adeus, that you will not release or speak of anything we speak of today that's not already publicly known until you have my own or the Truth Speaker's permission. If you need to send to your heads of houses, use the highest encryption, and use your discretion on if you should risk sending at all." Seor wasn't in this meeting. The Truth Speaker didn't usually deal directly with the high houses in matters of politics, and also, Iroiken hadn't invited her. There was shuffling in seats. No one was happy about the oath. No one was happy about anything just now, and everyone was just waiting for Dressa to give the okay to talk about it all. But they restrained themselves a little while longer, because she was still the ruler. Despite everything, she still held that title. No one in this room was a fool. Well, maybe with the exception of her cousin, Lord Denam Xiao, who was representing High House Xiao. He was currently glaring daggers at her. He usually flaunted his familial resemblance to Homage Rialdan, but she noted that his appearance today was as far away from Homage as he could get without changing his DNA. He'd gone hyper-masculine, his makeup vivid and pointy, his red silk suit nothing Homage would ever wear. Dressa made a point not to look at him directly, and that would be noted. So, Dressa took their oaths. One by one, wondering just how long it would take for this information to leak out anyway. She gave it all of 2 days, maybe less. And finally, Iroiken's own oath was the last taken, with Lysander skipped because she was the Iolorius consort and so within the royal household. Dressa said, "All right." She took a breath, bracing herself. "Now, do you have any questions on my briefing?" And chaos erupted, because of course it did. These were the people who waged decades-long political wars with each other and made alliances with last year's enemies and did everything they possibly could to claw their way to power. So of course they immediately dissolved into blaming each other for what the Kidaa were doing now. Blaming each other for outbreaks of the bruising sleep. Iroiken had even admitted at the start of the meeting that her wife had the bruising sleep. That had been the opening salvo, and these people were still not openly admitting that the nobility could get the bruising sleep at all, but phrasing it like, "this attack on our people." They were not, however, blaming the Rialdans. They were not blaming the Rialdans very loudly. And that was a point, Dressa sensed, that would erupt in a few minutes. She waited, because she knew she had to let them vent some of their steam on each other, or they'd blast it all at her. Representatives for Koldari, Delor, and Xiao, Duke Raharas, Duke Ize. All of the 14 high houses were represented here, all gathered on short notice by Iroiken. Beneath the table, Dressa gripped Lysander's hand tightly, and Lysander gripped back. Lysander's back was straight and poised, her face passive, observing. Outwardly, everything an Iolorius consort should be in her blue dress with subtle beaded accents, her absolutely flawless hair and makeup which Betaya had hastily done for her this morning, just after they'd found out Iroiken had called the meeting in Dressa's name. Lysander glanced at Dressa, met her eyes. She looked trapped beneath the courtly mask, and Dressa wondered if anyone could tell she felt the same. Though Dressa doubted anyone here at this table actually thought she was in control. And maybe, Adeus, that was the only reason Dressa was still the Iolorius at all. The heads of high houses weren't an official governing body, but they all held immense power. They all held worlds. What happened here today and the impression Dressa made mattered. The people had cheered for her at her wedding, but in the feeds, they were tearing the Ryaldens apart. Tearing Iada apart specifically, but all the Ryaldens for having let things go this far. For lying to the kingdom for years. All of the Ryaldens. Because it would have had to be all of them. Never mind that Dressa hadn't actually known about Iada partially ruling the kingdom until a few weeks ago. She didn't think admitting that fact would help. And the greater public didn't yet know about the connection between the Kidaa and the green magickers and the bruising sleep. Not yet. Adeus, not yet. Dressa hadn't had quite the same vitriol aimed at her as Iada did, but she didn't have the confidence of the people either. That was plain. Or the court, though not for lack of her hustle the last few days. She had been meaning to call a meeting of the high houses in the next few days. She was not happy that Iroiken had forced her hand. Dressa drew a breath, drew another, dipped into the lightest trance she could, just a moment, to check her body and calm everything down. Dressa didn't look behind her, but she felt more than saw the silent presences of Captain Chadracour and Lieutenant Aigne at the wall to her back. Those 2 guards she'd grown up with guarding her father, now standing watch for her. This meeting room was near the reception hall, large enough for the long table but not so large as to be cavernous. It was sound dampened and signal scrambled within, the best technology available. Many, many terse meetings had been held in this room before. She was sure. But Dressa hadn't been to most of them. Dressa had been off at parties and balls and generally doing her best not to look competent enough to be given Truthspoken responsibility. Dressa opened her mouth to try to find a way through this chaos, and she half expected Iroiken to step in again. But Iroiken seemed content to let it play out, only lightly deflecting pointed questions sent her way. Did no one think Dressa could handle questions aimed at her? Did they all still see her as the airy socialite, the second heir who would never cut it as the actual truth-spoken heir? Even if she'd been showing them otherwise the last few weeks? Her heart pounded in her throat, and her words froze there too. And it wasn't because she didn't have the training. She knew how to deal with people. She knew how to deal with chaos. She'd been doing it her whole life, so expertly that few could see the paths she'd carved through court and society, the subtle manipulations she'd made like breathing. But she was exhausted. She'd barely had time to think or process any of this, and right now, words were blanking. She had to get a grip. She had to get a grip. How had her father managed this at the start of his own rule? How had he earned his people's respect? But then, he hadn't started his rule as a puppet, a mouthpiece to someone else's whims. He'd defeated his own enemies, and his kingdom hadn't been under threat from the Kidaa, and his predecessor hadn't been scandalously deposed. And he'd had Iada, he'd had help, and he'd still burned out. Someone pounded the table, and Dressa flinched, bad loss of control. But she felt a little better when she saw Edgy had twitched too. Everyone was jumpy today. Lord Denam Xiao stood, yelling above the other voices. "We should arrest the magicers. Arrest all of them as agents of our enemy." Chapter 5. No Mercy. Many think of the rulership like a moral position, but it's never been that. A ruler is not meant to be moral. That's the truth speaker's place. The truth-spoken ruler's mandate is to carry out the will of Adeus, not determine what that will should be. Dr. Kieran Stregan in Thoughts on the Nature of Truth-Spoken Psychology. Dressa shot to her feet, all her frayed nerves spiking. Denam Xiao was someone she wouldn't mind disappearing. She truly wouldn't. She wasn't Iata. She wasn't a magicer. She could do that violence. It would even be good for the kingdom. "Lord Xiao," she snapped, "Valoris is not a police state. And you didn't ask a question. If you have a question about my briefing, Lord Xiao, ask it now." Duke Raharas of High House Raharas rose too. They were a mask person in their 50s, their pale face flushed, their makeup subtle and sharp. They'd been one of the ones challenging Iata before, pushing for him to become the first magicer. Dressa doubted this would be good. "Then I have a question," Rahara said, and voices around the room died down to listen, to see what would happen next. Because they all knew Raharas had opposed Iata too. "If our former ruler is a magicer, and green magics are given by the Kidaa, and he used his powers on us without consent, or any thought to what they would do to our people." Shit. Here it came. The question she'd been desperately hoping to avoid. The question she knew she wouldn't be able to avoid, but she had no good answer for it. Iata himself hadn't had a good answer. Here was all the blame they had not been leveling at the Ryaldans before. They'd been saving it all to level at Iata, who was currently everyone's favorite target. Officially, her position on Iata was that he was now the first magicer and no longer had any ties with Palace Ryaldan. He was completely a part of Green Hall. She hadn't condemned him for anything he'd done, though. She didn't plan to. But Betaya had been filtering a growing flood of messages demanding that Dressa bring Iata to trial. Not as much from the nobility, surprisingly, but from the common people. That the crimes they wished Iata tried for were varied, and some wildly implausible didn't help. And even though Seor had stood with Iata at his abdication, that didn't seem to be enough, either. There'd even been some back-channel rumblings that Seor, as accomplice to Iata and Maz's deceptions, should step down as truth speaker. Never mind that she had no current replacement. Her truth speaker in training had resigned 2 years before, and she'd yet to start training another. Dressa forced her thoughts into order, took a breath to answer Raharas, because she had to. She had to answer the hate and fear and allegations at some point, with these heads of high houses, these princes and these dukes. But Eroikan, again, beat her to the answer. "The magicers are victims," Eroikan said. "Iata ni Rialdan Broden is a victim." Oh, fuck. Dressa was still standing and carefully leaned against the table, carefully braced herself on the edge, squeezing the wood hard, knowing it was a tell. But it was better than exploding. Dressa had been pissed to be surprised by the news late last night that Iata had married, past tense, Marriott Broden. She had not seen that coming. She'd expected Iata to still marry her mother, if they married at all after his fall from grace. And she'd been wondering if that was part of why Eroikan had called this meeting, and when Eroikan opened the meeting the way she had, Dressa had started to think not. But no. And after Dressa had finished yelling at the holographic fireplace in her study about Iata's horrible timing, she'd seen that his marriage made sense in the context of Green Hall. Iata couldn't effectively do his job there if the magicers were hostile to him, and they almost certainly would be. An alliance with Marriott would be a very good thing for Green Hall, and her mother, she knew, was returning to Radalor. Haneri had sent Dressa a copy of her message from Prince Delor, with no more context than that. Iroiken would surely know she was about to have a much more powerful opponent in Delore, too. Yada, in Greenhall, couldn't go with Haneri, and Yada had been far too lost to be left to navigate that mess alone. He was out of touch with the intelligence networks he'd commanded in the palace, though. Whatever he'd thought this marriage would do politically for the rest of Valoris, he'd grossly miscalculated, if he'd even been acting rationally at all. The news had broken broadly early this morning that the former ruler had married the former first magicker, and the public hate and fear, already stoked, had turned to speculation that Iada had been in league with the magickers all along, and maybe Dressa had a better picture of the hate than anyone. It wasn't always blatant. It moved in pockets and waves, but it was there, all there, a rising pattern of absolute paranoia. Because if you ruled a kingdom by fear, at some point, they would only be ruled by fear, wouldn't they? How the hell did Dressa respond to Iroiken calling Iada a victim when the entire kingdom right now felt like a victim of Iada's lies? No matter if those lies had been necessary, and a victim of his magics. Dressa's mind blanked again. And Adeas, it shouldn't have. She'd never faced anything like this before. She didn't know how to handle this. She was so out of her own depth. She didn't have the training for this. She didn't. No one could prepare for chaos like this. And though Iroiken might be steering this meeting, if Dressa failed, that failure would all be hers. Her throat closed. Her eyes stung, and she smoothed it away. But not before some of the people in this room, at least, saw it. She was already failing. The kingdom was going to fall apart right now because she couldn't get herself together. Lysander stood and stepped to Dressa's side, and that wouldn't help. A dais that wouldn't help the situation to see the ruler needing to be supported by a Javieri, even if that Javieri was her wife. Truthspoken could show no weakness, ever. There was absolutely no mercy in the eyes of anyone around the table. There never had been. Never would be. And Iada had been wrong when he'd said she'd make a good ruler, that she'd do well, because she wasn't built for this. Her father had been an Iolorius personality, and the rulership had crushed him. It had crushed Ida in the end, too. Lysander's shoulder brushed hers, jolting her senses, but pulling her just far enough out of her spiral to start to refocus, and she wondered if Lysander would try to say something, to defend Iada, but she kept quiet. Dressa's eyes found Admiral Laguaya's again. And there was no mercy there either, but maybe there was understanding. Laguaya rose too, and the weight of attention in the room shifted to them. They made a subtle show of smoothing out their navy uniform jacket, straightening the pins of their abbreviated medals. And it was a solid mass of abbreviated medals, from decades of service to Valoris and its rulership. The Navy will not arrest green magickers who have committed no crimes, Laguaya said. It is not a crime, as far as I'm concerned, to be a victim of an attack by a foreign, hostile power, and we don't yet know if all magickers are given their magics this way either. As far as the magics that Iada Nirayalden Broden displayed at his abdication, if any of you felt ill intent in them, I would like to know. I have heard no reports of such. Do you know people are even replaying the recording of the abdication as a drug to feel that calm again? I have watched it several times myself. I have yet to see harm done, only paranoia. Whatever his motivations, the first magicker didn't intend what he did as an attack. I was next to him. He's a strong enough magicker that I would have known. A heartbeat of silence. And if there was anyone in this room who might have enough social weight to rival Iroiken's, it might, possibly, be Laguaya. Laguaya, at least, had won that support by being a competent leader, not through manipulation and fear themself. Dressa, finally gaining enough of herself to break back into the conversation, said, We will not harass the green magicers, or those with the bruising sleep. We don't know enough about any of this yet to determine why the Kidaa are doing this to our people, but we're certainly not going to blame the victims." She narrowed her eyes at Denham Xiao, who was opening his mouth to speak again. He didn't get the message. Denham leaned forward. "So, we already know the Kidaa can send their rune attacks across the kingdom without being there. And you just told us that the Kidaa can give people green magics, and the bruising sleep across distances, too. And Iada's magics are still being felt across distances, and on the replay." "Lord Xiao," Dressa said, and gathered enough steel into her voice that his attention, which had been ramping up to work the room, snapped back to her. And she so badly wanted to call him out, to tell him that it had been her he'd helped to capture at Assembly Hall the other day. He had kidnapped and drugged the person who was now his Iolorius, and she would never forget that. Never. But she was certain he didn't know. He wasn't good enough at Ivaku to hide that from her now. And Lysander had been with her. He was smart enough to possibly put those pieces together, if she gave him enough to do so. She couldn't have that. A deus. Couldn't. So she said, "Cousin, I would take it as a personal favor if you didn't try to further destabilize the kingdom just now. Trust that I, and the Truth Speaker, and Prince Javieri have this matter in hand." She had to add Iroiken into that, and Denham's darted glance to Iroiken showed her she'd been right. She felt sick, but that was a confirmation too, that Denham had known who he was working for when he'd captured her, if not exactly what was going on. And would he have done anything differently if he had known who she was? He'd helped directly in taking down Iada. He'd helped stoke the hate and fear of the magicers that was burning out in the public now. Iroiken gave Denham the slightest nod. "Yes, Sir Iolorius," Denham said stiffly, and then he sat down, and the room let out a collective, maybe disappointed breath. Dressa slowly, stiffly, sat back down, and Lysander resumed her place beside Dressa. And Dressa badly wanted to reach for Lysander's hand again beneath the table, but too many people were watching, and she'd just subtly shifted the power in this room again, not entirely to herself, but more to her than it had been before, at least. "We're preparing as best we can to fight the Kidaa if we have to," Dressa said, "but Rhys Petrava Merendilor at the border has both my seal and my full confidence in negotiating with them. There is no one in this kingdom better suited for that than Rhys." That earned an angry murmur. Because why had the Kidaa singled out Rhys? And was she confirming the long-time rumors that Rhys was a secret Truthspoken? The rumors that even the Kidaa had seemed to confirm. That would be treason, and well in line with the deceptions the Ryaldans had already confessed to. "Rhys is not Truthspoken," Dressa said firmly, glaring around the table. "But all of you know as well as anyone that you can't grow up in this court without learning a lot about patterns and people and behavior. Rhys knows all of that, and they've lately been researching the Kidaa. When I say there's no one better, I'm not talking about my sibling. I'm talking about an expert I'm trusting with my kingdom." She'd had to show the contents of those reports from the border, and maybe she did see Iroiken's logic in forcing her hand with sharing this information. Iada had fallen, at least partially, from the things he'd withheld from the people. He'd broken the people's trust, no matter how justified, and he hadn't been able to spin it in any kind of positive way with Iroiken forcing his hand, with Lysander's attack forcing out his magics. Dressa had to regain that trust and regain it quickly, and that wouldn't happen by withholding information that later came out as vital. "My father, Maja, will be joining Rhys as well," she said, and this she hadn't said before. She wasn't sure if it was wise to say this now, especially with the mood of the people and the court. But taking some of the truth-spoken suspicion off of Rhys wasn't a bad idea, especially in this trigger-happy crowd. Maja's not joining Occam's storm as the Saratarchus, and he never was the Melisori, but as his own person. You might not trust Ryaldens just now, but trust that we do actually know how to do our jobs, and that we don't want this kingdom to fall to a foreign power, and that we will do everything to keep that from happening, because that has been the sole direction and purpose of our lives, all of our lives. Trust Maja, trust myself, trust our training and our holy mandates, if nothing else. She saw several people inhaling to argue this point, and Adeus knew they'd be justified in it too. She knew she was asking the wind. But Eroican said, I trust my Iolorius. Javieri trusts, and stands with Rialden. As do I, and as does the Navy, Laguaya said, spreading their hands on the table. Rhys Petrova Marindalor is at the border, but I officially approve of their military position as envoy to the Kidaa, and will make that appointment retroactive. You can't be serious, Rahara said. This family has lied to us again and again, and you're just going to— It's the Ryaldens' function, as Truthspoken, to keep the truth safe, Eroican snapped. It is literally their holy mandate. To be the eyes of Adeus, to gather all of the information they need, and then decide how it should be used with the will of Adeus. If that means protecting us by withholding information they feel would harm the kingdom, then so be it. Raharis's gray eyes glittered. You don't believe that. You would take this rulership in an instant if you had the training. Dressa sucked in a breath. And what the hell had this meeting become if they were now slinging accusations of treason at each other? Rialden stands with Javieri, Dressa said, her voice low and dangerous. Raharas, shut the fuck up. Startled, Duke Raharas snapped their mouth shut. This family has stood under attack from the Kidaa, Eroican said, as has mine. We both know the threats we're dealing with, and the alliance of our families couldn't have come at a more opportune time. She nodded to Lysander, who nodded graciously back, while digging her nails into Dressa's hand beneath the table, and Dressa watched, with the growing sense of drowning, as Eroican tied their families that much closer together. Pulling up Rialden, yes, but tying Javieri tightly to the Rialden core of power. Eroican didn't want to see Dressa fall. She wanted to see Dressa subsumed. Dressa had to gain back a lever here, somewhere. She was an Iolorius, but everything felt too jagged, too rigid, to dance her way through just now. But she could, at least, do something unexpected. I am concerned about what Iata did at his abdication, Dressa admitted, because she had to give that ground. Become a little more human in this moment, a little less the ruler. Truthspoken didn't show weakness, but this vulnerability wouldn't be a weakness. She wouldn't let it be. Dressa opened her hands. He's my uncle, and also, in many ways, my father. I don't know why his magics manifested so strongly, and I don't know why he was able to send them at a distance. But I do know him as a person, and I'm asking you to trust my assessment. It is absolutely expert and impartial, because Homage Rialden in all his forms was an absolute bastard. We can all agree on that. Iata as Homage was still Homage. She paused and looked around her. There were nods and agreement to that. A little too readily, but it was common ground at least. And Dressa felt the wistful, choking loss of not being able to steer her own destiny here, because she didn't like the Truthspoken system any more than these people in this room, though she wanted to dismantle it because she thought it was broken, not because she wanted to take its power for herself. She didn't like withholding information. She hated a system that forced her to become what she wasn't, that pushed out the people she loved because they couldn't stand up to an impossible ideal. Adeus, she wanted this to change. She wanted all of it to change, and maybe it was too late. She might never be free of Eroican's grasp, and over time, she might settle and learn to accept that. But right now, here in this room, with some of the most powerful people in the kingdom, Was she entirely powerless? "You still see me as a socialite," she said, and she dropped all pretense from her voice, dropped it from her mannerisms, let some of her anger hovering in the background and some of her fear show. "I'm Truthspoken. I can show you whoever I want you to see. But I'm not doing that now. Whoever you've known me as, it's never been the whole of me. We don't talk about this as truth spoken to anyone outside our family, but you do understand. All of you know Ivaku, whether that's sanctioned or not. Some of you have the cosmetic form of change, and you can all appreciate that you don't know what I'm capable of, but I'm going to show you. You don't have a figurehead, you don't have a tyrant, you don't have someone who will make decisions without listening to you. I have no agenda but the safety of our kingdom." She tapped the table. "You didn't get a truth-spoken ruler, not just a truth-spoken. You got me." Iroikin smiled, and Dressa, far too unguarded, swallowed at that. And the people around the table followed that dynamic, and catalogued it, she was sure. On the inhale, she drew herself back in, pulled her usual body language back around herself, and smiled grimly, too. The looks her way were more speculative than they'd been a moment before. Not approving, not by a long shot, but getting people to think and reassess was something, at least. Dressa leaned forward and said, "I will know exactly who leaks this information, and I will show no mercy. You don't know me. You have never known me. Remember that." Then she straightened and stood. Dressa turned and, her back crawling with the gall of it, and knowing that she could do this, that this was the right move just now, that she was the ruler, that she had to be. She walked out without another glance. Chapter 6. Warm. Secrets live in the gut, in the heart, in the mind, slowly eating, until they don't, and then they consume. Kimne Matrat Javieri, in a private letter sent to her father, Fin Sanatha, on Sulana. Dressa didn't slow her pace in the corridor. She barely saw the walls around her and only heard the pounding of her heart. Could only think about calming herself, appearing the determined and confident ruler she needed to be. It was a lie. It was so much of a lie she was sure even the staff could see right through her. This palace wasn't hers. Her little show of threat at the end of that long and disastrous meeting hadn't fooled anyone. She was a ruler without teeth. The high houses now knew it, if they hadn't before. Iroikin had wanted them to know it. Why had Iroikin said she'd had no designs on the rulership and wished Dressa to rule, only to undermine her publicly now? Why support her at her wedding, then so viciously show that it was all a show? Dressa had no confidence at all that everyone else in the palace, and then the rest of the worlds, wouldn't know it soon too. She was so off balance she could barely walk straight. Chadrakor took up position ahead of Dressa, and to her right, Age behind and left, the rest of her guards fanning out around them. And that was freaking her out too. She'd been the ruler for 4 days, and she wasn't used to this. She'd had her own guards all her life, yes, but they'd been Jolava's guards in a steady rotation of guards, never any she'd gotten used to. As an heir and not the ruler, wasn't supposed to. But these guards she knew. Chadrakor and Edge had been a part of her life for all of her life, often in the background whenever she was with her father. They'd known her since she was a baby. They'd always been her father's guards, and now they were hers. Loyal, she knew. They would die for her. She knew that. And she was starting to wonder if they might have to. What had escalated today? And why? Or had anything escalated at all? Was she only truly seeing what was already there? She wasn't the ruler of her kingdom. The Ryaldens had already fallen, but her guards' positioning now, a ruler's personal guards' positioning, only drove home that she had no one to look to. No one could help her now. Not out of this mess with Iroikin. Not with ruling this kingdom she had no ultimate control over. She'd tried. Even today she'd tried to make some sort of stand. But she'd lost before she'd even started. Even her blood servant had abandoned her. Priya had left the palace the day she'd made her bid to rule, saying she'd needed a stress break, and while Dressa had been annoyed, Priya had been enough of a problem the last few days that she hadn't argued. But Priya hadn't come back, and Dressa wasn't about to stoop so low as to summon her. Bataya had moved into her blood servant's bedroom, and that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted her own blood servant's familiarity. She wanted someone she could hold on to, someone she knew and trusted to support her, even if they didn't always get along. Not that she didn't trust Bataya, but Bataya wasn't Priya. Wasn't her blood servant, but Imorie's. Dressa rounded a corner into the wider corridor outside the currently empty reception hall, and Chadrakur touched her arm. Dressa started, and Chadrakur stiffened. "Apologies, Sir Iolorius." Dressa had seen Chadrakur interrupt Iata in that way. Chadrakur was only doing her job, and Dressa was visibly and publicly falling apart. Dressa shook her head, drew up, taking a breath, and another. She'd been doing that all day. She pressed a hand to her thigh, trying to ground in touch. Why had Iroikin chosen this day to pivot? To attack Dressa's position? No apologies, Dressa said absently. "What is it?" "You'll wish to check your comm." Dressa shot her a look but slowed, pulled her comm from her pants pocket and flicked on the screen. In this public place, she didn't throw up the 36 hollow windows she'd minimized earlier. Even using only the screen was risky in public, but it had obscuring filters so it would be almost impossible for anyone but her to read at this angle, and Chadrakur and Age moved closer beside her, shielding her further from view. Their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, because with the kingdom in this much unrest, well... Dressa had read her histories. The palace was never truly safe, and she'd just rattled the most powerful people in the kingdom with information they hadn't processed yet, and with her own hollow threats. Her heart started pounding again. With adrenaline, shaky fingers, she tapped into her inbox. "What is it?" she asked again, in a low voice. But she saw the priority message from the royal agents on Calistray, arrived 10 minutes ago on priority comm drone. The note was heavily encrypted and in military shorthand, but not in code. IRMQ seen with DK, ET, MA, LTIF, ICA, left Calistray +1 RT. Vector calculated Yanasi. No contact. On standby. Dressa swiftly translated. Imorie Rialden Merong Quevedo had been with Duke Koldari, Etienne Tanaka, Magiker Azer, Limt and Farouk, and Iwan Ko Antia, and those all left Calistray with Riven Tanaka only, traveling to Inasi system, almost certainly Inasi 3, the Javieri homeworld. The agent hadn't made contact with them, so this information was gathered after the fact, or from a distance. The agent was standing by. Dressa bit her lip. "You saw this?" she asked Chadrakur. "I heard it read to me while we were in the meeting. I judged it not priority enough to interrupt, but you should know." Dressa nodded, rereading the message. Imorie was going to the Javieri homeworld. A dais. Then Dressa stood absolutely still, because Iroikin had made her pivot this morning. What, 4 hours ago now? Was it possible Iroikin had gotten this news before Dressa? If Iroikin's agents had contacted her first, if Dressa's had been delayed to gather more information, or for whatever reason. Dressa had learned from Laguaya the day before that Etty's mother was Lysander's aunt. She was Lysander's aunt. What the hell? It was bad enough that Etty's family had been coerced by the Javieris, but to learn that he was one, and that Imorie had attached themselves firmly to him, and he to them? Had Imorie known? She didn't think so. Not then, at least. But now? When Dressa had a big Javieri problem rotting away any last control she had over her kingdom. And who was to say that Imorie and Ati would stay attached to each other? Whatever bond they had was forged during a horrible ordeal. And what kind of messy political breakup might that be? But the report said that they went to Calistray and only left with Eti's mother. From what she'd seen of his character and personality, Dressa deeply doubted Eti would leave his sibling behind. So, that sibling had to be a Javieri hostage. Why else would they all go to Anasi III when Eti had already escaped Javieri control? So was the sibling a hostage for Eti's cooperation? For their mothers? For Imorie's? Dressa wanted to cry. It was too much. Dealing with Eroiken was too much. Dealing with this, whatever this was, a rescue mission? A diplomatic force? Was Koldari going to negotiate with the Javieris? Was Imorie going to reveal who they were? Was Riven Tanaka going to make an already tangled situation that much more difficult by claiming that the Javieris had forced one of their own, her son, to participate in assaulting a Truthspoken on Hestia? Eti had helped Imorie in the end. Eti himself had been a victim. And Imorie's denial that they weren't a royal Ryalden was, at this point, thin as glass. Anything could be twisted in the feeds. Dressa was seeing that right now with opinions around Iada, and she doubted it was going to get better. And after Eroiken's show today, whatever Imorie would do, Dressa wouldn't know for days yet. Inasi III was most of a week away by comm. Imorie was almost there by now. Whatever they'd do it shortly. Whatever the Javieris would do to them. And Dressa couldn't help. Like she couldn't help Rhys, she couldn't help Imorie either. But Eroiken, it seemed, could sabotage preemptively whatever news was going to come out of Inasi III. Destroy, utterly destroy the little credibility the Ryaldens had left. And guilt stabbed ice into Dressa's gut as she realized her first concern had been political, not for Imorie's safety. She'd heard Lysander's dry and emotionless confession about her horrible childhood. She'd felt, through Eti, Lysander's trauma and fear and pain from growing up on Inasi III. And Imorie was going there. They were going to the heart of that. And would it matter for them that Eroiken wasn't there but here? Would Eroiken's prince consort, Kim Javieri, be any better? Dressa wasn't sure, but she absolutely feared for Imorie's safety. She feared for her own. Dressa looked up and met Chadrakor's gaze again. She might still be off balance, forced to react, again, to Eroiken's maneuvering. Eroiken was ahead of her, yes. Eroiken might even be smarter than her. But Eroiken wasn't Truthspoken. And Dressa fucking was. It wasn't enough anymore to bide her time. Chadrakor gave the smallest nod. They would talk later. Dressa saw the extremely subtle signs of Chadrakor's own anger, expertly hidden around her cold eyes. Her tight lips. More expertly hidden just now than Dressa's own distress. Dressa heard quick footsteps coming up behind her and jumped again, spun. Lysander. Those were Lysander's footsteps. Her wife's pale cheeks were blotched red, her hair a little more frayed on one side, as if she'd made a frustrated swipe of it. And Dressa ached. She understood. She understood why her father had wanted out. Maybe she was even starting to understand why her mother withdrew. But she didn't have those options. And her war was a different war altogether. Dressa hated the casualties. She didn't want to see her wife like this. She didn't want her wife to see her like this. They'd never left Eroiken's capture, had they? Even in the palace. To think otherwise had just been an illusion. That nightmare hadn't yet ended. It had just gotten more glittery. But if this was Dressa's nightmare, she couldn't imagine Lysander's. Dressa gripped Lysander's hand as Lysander reached for her. She opened her mouth, closed it again. Not here. They couldn't talk here. It wouldn't be safe to talk anywhere but her own bedroom suite, and she still was having her guards sweep it 3 times daily. She thought she could trust her guards. They'd all been her father's loyal guards, or Vogrit her mother's. But could she? Could she truly trust anyone? With Eroikin in the palace? That went reasonably well, Lysander offered, with an attempt at a smile, and by that she meant the meeting had been a disaster. Dressa pressed her lips tight. Absolutely. And then, eyeing Lysander again, she made a decision. She was Truthspoken. She was an Iolorius, even if Eroikin was trying to strip all meaning from that title. She would dance. She would ride the chaos. She would become the chaos. Eroikin was ahead of her, because Eroikin planned so far ahead, so Dressa would strip away her ability to plan. She would change the variables, change the circumstances. Dressa looked at Lysander, looked at her long, took in the wary trust in Lysander's eyes. Would her wife still love her in an hour? Would her wife still trust her? She didn't know. Lysander watched Dressa straighten, roll back her shoulders, and hold out her arm for Lysander to take. Lysander was an anxious, furious mess, but Dressa was like an eclipsed star, only waiting to blast out its deadly rage. And she knew Dressa's rage. It had been aimed at her squarely, highly contained, after that night in Iada's study. It had been barely contained when they'd both been captured by Lysander's mother, aimed at Eroikin that time. Lysander didn't know why Dressa hadn't yet pushed her away. She was waiting for that, braced for that. Every bit of ground her mother gained, Lysander expected Dressa to push Lysander back as far. No matter that Dressa kept saying they'd beat this together, kept implying, at least. Carefully, Lysander wrapped her arm around Dressa's. Lysander wanted to draw closer to Dressa, so close she didn't have to be visible just now. She'd wanted to disappear after being in that meeting, beside her mother, watching her mother make an absolute show of bossing the ruler around, and just expecting her daughter to be okay with that. Because Lysander had always obeyed. Because Lysander had never had a choice. Dressa had borne through it with more grace than she would have, and Lysander had seen the looks at herself, the speculation of the other heads of high houses, on how long it would take for the kingdom to be fully run by Javieris. Wondering if it wasn't so now. Deciding that it was, and wondering, probably, if this was creating an opportunity for any of them to seize power, too. But beyond wanting that power for themselves, Lysander hadn't seen disapproval of the idea that the Ryaldens were on the way out. So right now, walking beside her wife, beside the ruler, Lysander made herself be someone else. It was a thing she'd had a lot of practice at. In public, she was whoever she needed to be, whoever her mother said she should be. Right now, she was the Iolorius consort, graceful, poised, ever in control. Concerned for her people, but with every motion deferring to Dressa as her ruler. Not ever, the other way around. Dressa turned them toward what Lysander knew was a service corridor with an entrance into the back corridors. She knew this because she'd studied the palace schematics for years. She knew all the entrances to the back corridors, all the hidden nooks and crannies, every route throughout the palace and each of those routes' purposes. Lysander might be playing the role of the ruler consort now, but she was painfully aware she'd never been meant to be the ruler consort. She'd been meant to be the ruler, no matter that her mothers had agreed to the more peaceful route of marriage and children. No matter. Had that ever been an agreement at all? Or just a temporary concession to get Lysander to cooperate? And how long would her mother be content to let Dressa be the face of Valoris? No matter if she said this was where she wanted everyone just now? Dressa unlocked the unobtrusive door into the back corridors with her palm and her whispered ruler's daily passcode. Chadrakur slipped in first, before giving a nod that all was clear. Dressa gently touched Lysander's arm in hers as they stepped under the dim overhead lights in the narrow corridor into the staler air. And Lysander realized she was tensing up again, and Dressa could feel it. Lysander tightened her shoulders, consciously let them go. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice low. The back corridors ran behind every important room in the palace, and if the Truthspoken could hear conversations within those rooms, so could those from the other side hear theirs. Dressa pointed left, which wasn't in the direction of the residence. "Someplace we can talk." Lysander nodded and didn't ask more. If it had been safe to tell her, Dressa would have. They started walking, Captain Chadrakur ahead of Dressa, and the tall and quiet Lieutenant Ajay bringing up the rear. Was that normal? Lysander and Dressa had been through these corridors alone before often enough, but that had been before Dressa had been the ruler, and yesterday, their stolen jaunt into the city probably didn't count. They hadn't told anyone they were going. Not, Lysander was sure, that Palace Guard Commander Jalava hadn't known they'd gone. When they'd been out in the city, the mood of the people hadn't seemed so bad. But even then, the sun had seemed a little too bright, the colors a little too shadowed, the mood a little too forced. Unless she was seeing that through eyes that no longer knew what it was to be safe. Lysander had been checking the feeds, the newscasts, the sentiments gathered from various agents on the streets. Ida's marriage to Marriott Broden last night had inflamed people's fears. And the meeting this morning? Yesterday felt like a lifetime ago. That sunny world in the park a dream. Dressa had given Lysander basic administrative access to low-level security information last night in an effort to keep her in the loop. And Lysander didn't know what to think about that either. She'd been given some trust, but not access to more information than Imorie likely knew herself. Or maybe Dressa just hadn't had the time to give Lysander more access than that. Maybe this was a consort's usual access. She didn't know. Dressa, patting Lysander's arm before she let go as the corridor narrowed, moved ahead of Lysander and closer to Chadrakur. "Captain," she said, "discreetly contact the infirmary lab and the tech I mentioned to you before. We'll be making our way there as soon as we're done. I want her ready, but I don't want anyone else alerted." And by anyone else, Dressa meant Lysander's mother. "The lab?" Lysander asked quietly. Was Dressa saying they should start their children? Today? Or at least one of their children? That felt too soon, the timing off, but they were already married. And times were uncertain, growing more uncertain by the day. Was this a good thing? What did it mean in the context of how her mother had acted to Dressa this morning? Nothing good, Lysander was sure. Her stomach sat in her throat and she couldn't pull enough steadiness to smooth it back down. "Yes," Dressa said. "The lab. But after we talk?" Lysander studied her wife's calm body language in the dim light. If Dressa had been barely contained before, jumpy, she seemed absolutely normal now. And for a moment, Lysander felt utterly lost. In this palace that wasn't hers, this world that wasn't hers, with a woman she'd married and she knew. But how well did she know? Truly, how well? They'd known each other less than a month, only weeks. Chadrakur pressed to the wall to let them pass, then began speaking quietly into her comm. AJ stayed with them, though, following behind. And anything said over palace comm would almost certainly make its way to Imore's ears, wouldn't it? Did Dressa want that? She had to want that. So whatever was going to happen at the lab later was a show, but where they were about to go wasn't. They passed out of the main areas of the palace into the long tunnel that ran beneath the palace courtyard, the air cooler and damper here, smelling, just faintly, of the river. Were they going to see Sior? But no. They passed the entrances into the Adeum, and went a little farther. Seor's residence? They emerged from what looked like a bedroom closet, pushing through double rows of various outfits, in enough styles and shapes that Lysander was sure it was a Truthspoken wardrobe. But then, Seor had kept a Truthspoken's wardrobe in the training rooms behind the Adeum, too. So it wouldn't be a stretch to think she kept that in her own residence, too. Lysander well knew that Seor used her residence for Truthspoken purposes, too. She'd seen the entrance to the back corridors in the Adeum, and had entered Seor's residence from the front door before. But for all she'd been confined to Seor's residence after she'd attacked Iada, she hadn't tried exploring the bedrooms. She hadn't quite dared. Now, Lysander looked around in the room's low ambient lighting. There were no windows. There was a small bed, a chest of drawers. A large, softly humming shape with green indicator lights sitting on top of the chest of drawers. Gray metal and plastic. Sleek. Medical. Lysander's chest tightened, and she froze. Ejay quietly shut the hidden closet door behind them, brushing past Lysander in his masculine bulk toward a closed door on the opposite wall to ease it open and peer out. The house was quiet, and apparently AJ didn't see anyone, because he eased back inside, quietly shutting that door again too before he took up a position blocking it. Was Lysander seeing what she thought she was seeing in this room? Was she seeing that this incubator was on and active, and occupied? "Sir Iolorius," AJ rumbled, "should I alert the truth speaker you are here?" "No," Dressa said, and he gave a tight nod. Dressa turned to Lysander, but Lysander was moving toward the incubator. "Lysander!" Lysander reached and touched the outer casing. It was warm. Chapter 7. No Possible Gain. Is it betrayal if you agree with it? Homage Rialdan, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, published in the Change Dialogues. Lysander stood with her fingers on the humming incubator. She was sure, with a certainty that clenched everything within her, that this wasn't her embryo. It was possible Dressa could have taken a genetic sample from her. Possible. But no. And she was sure, with the way that Dressa was looking at her right now, standing beside her, seen from the corners of Lysander's eyes, because she could not look at her wife, that this embryo was Dressa's. It even made sense. It made sense. Lysander wasn't someone Dressa could trust. Lysander herself had messed that up forever when she'd attacked Iada, someone Dressa cared about. Someone Lysander herself cared about, now. If she even had that capacity to care. Iada seemed to think she did, but she wasn't sure. She just wasn't sure. Lysander listened to the incubator's soft hum, barely a whisper of sound. She shifted her weight slowly from one foot to another, her shoes sinking into the thick carpet. She wet her lips and tasted the sourness. "How far along?" she asked. Dressa hesitated, which meant it hadn't been long enough to be past the point of termination. Dressa looked scared, as if Lysander would demand that of her. That embryo wasn't an embryo to Dressa anymore, but her future child. Lysander finally looked up at her wife, her eyes burning. "I would never hurt what's yours." But that wasn't true, and she wanted to take back those words, because the hurt she'd done to Dressa, to Iada, wasn't past yet. It wouldn't be past for a long time, if ever. It was only days ago, and if yesterday in the city felt like a lifetime ago, last week felt far too close. Dressa caught one of her hands. "It wasn't the right choice," she said through a thick throat. "I shouldn't have—" "No." Lysander shook her head. "No, it was. To a donor parent?" Dressa nodded. Lysander swiped at her eyes with her free arm. "Then yes, it was a good choice. My mother is poison, Dressa. She is poison. She will use everything good, twist everything good. Your mistake is showing me this now. Dressa's hand crushed hers as she stepped closer. You are not poison. You are not Iroican. But Lysander stared back at her. I'm Javieri. I don't fucking care. A small movement caught Lysander's eye. The guard, Age, at the door. I'll be outside, he said, and slipped out, shutting the door behind him. He could guard that door just as well from the other side. Lysander looked back to Dressa, who'd squeezed her eyes shut, baring her teeth. Her hands clenched, her whole body clenched. I can't do this, Dressa said, her voice small, smaller than Lysander had ever heard it. I can't let your mother drive this wedge between us. It was my choice. Iada didn't even want me to, but I can't. She took a breath, opened her eyes. And I can't trust you. I know I shouldn't. But I want to, Lysander. I want to. Lysander reached up and gently wiped the tears from Dressa's eyes. We could get an annulment. That would remove some of the threat of the Javieris. Dressa shuddered. We can't. You saw the contract. And anyhow, I don't want that. And anyhow, I think the Javieris are the only thing keeping me in the rulership. The people hate me, Lysander. Adeus. Or they hate the Ryldens, and that I am one. Was it a mistake to create another Rylden? No, Lysander said hotly. Never that. They'll grow up in fear of... That's not the world we're going to have. That they'll have. Dressa's thumb caressed hers before she squeezed Lysander's hand, and now Lysander shuddered. Her eyes went back to the incubator, softly humming. This future child wouldn't be Dressa's first heir, couldn't be through that same marriage contract. And if this embryo was so new, then Dressa had already violated the marriage contract. Did her mother know? No, Lysander thought. She couldn't. Or she would have already used this, unless she was only just waiting to use this information at the worst possible time. Dressa choked on a sob. I hate that you're okay with this. I hate that you had to live a life that makes you okay with this. Was she okay? Lysander was definitely not okay. Lysander had never remembered a time when she was okay, but it wasn't because Dressa had tried to have an heir that wasn't tied to the Javieris. That was the symptom. Iroican was the illness. She has to. Lysander choked, tried again. She wasn't sure she could say it. She didn't want to think it. But she said, barely more than a whisper, she has to end. Dressa recoiled. Dressa had understood her meaning. And maybe her own parents hadn't been ideal, but it said a lot about her hope in the world that she recoiled. But Lysander had been raised to violence. Raised for violence. She'd done violence, and it was a fucking miracle that it hadn't ended in death. She deeply regretted her first brush with death. Could she do it again? Lysander started to shake. She closed her eyes, shut out the world, and started to shake. Adeus, no, Dressa said. I hate her. I think you're right that she's poison, but... Lysander opened her eyes. Dressa, she raised me to kill you. Or Imorie. But that doesn't matter. Same difference in the broader scope of it. She widened her arms. You want to start children today? Okay. Then you at most, I think, have the time of gestation to live. Because have you thought about that? With how she positioned herself today, as both aligned closely with the Ryldens, but absolutely positioned over them, do you know how easy it would be to make herself regent? Dressa swallowed, swayed like she might want to step back again, but braced herself. And Lysander hated herself for bearing these truths. She hated the truths to her marrow. Or, she continued, make me the regent. The replacement won't work anymore. Ryldens have lost too much credit. And she probably likes it better that the Javieris, in the end, will have control. Maybe our children, then, will keep their Javieri names, not their Rielden names, because by then, Javieris will have the dominant trust of the people. "A deus, Lysander," Dressa said. "Do you seriously think my mother wouldn't do that? But would you?" Dressa leaned heavily against the chest of drawers, then seemed to notice and pushed away again, gently, so as not to disturb the incubator. Lysander swallowed again. "I would never hurt you. Never. I have only ever tried to protect you. Even Iada. She'd been trying to escalate, to save Dressa from her family's actions without her." Dressa started slowly shaking her head, scrunching a hand into her curls, messing them up as she let go again. "There has to be another way. Lysander, she's your mother, and you might not be right about that." "I've seen enough holodramas to know that parents care for their children. They nourish them and want the best for them. Dressa. My mother's raised me to murder my way to the top of a kingdom, however I needed to get there. No matter what it took. And you saw their activation signal, you know I have no clear evidence back to them, that if I failed, they didn't care if I survived. That can't be true, Lysander. They have to care in some way. A deus, even for their own selfish reasons. They wouldn't want a Javieri to fall. They wouldn't want themselves exposed as training a Truthspoken. You could have a magicker's witness at least. That's something. And maybe that's not really caring on their part, but it's something." For a moment, Lysander's vision blanked in the heat of her rage. Dressa was naive. Dressa, a Truthspoken who should have seen from so many perspectives, still couldn't understand why a tyrant had to fall, and why it had to be permanent. Dressa must have read her rage, because she threw up her hands. "A deus, Lysander. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't want you to have to live with that. Whatever you're thinking, a deus, please stop thinking it. Please. I can see you dying inside." Dressa moved toward her, hesitated, then scowled and crushed Lysander in a hug. Lysander clenched her back, her fingers rigid, her jaw tight. There was no softness now. There never was. "I need you," Dressa said. "All of you, not some shelled-out husk of you." But that was the problem, wasn't it? That was what she already was. And Dressa, no matter that she ruled a kingdom, no matter that she wasn't a magicker, wasn't a killer. Her soul couldn't bear it. "History," Lysander hissed, smushed into Dressa's shoulder. "Your father, the truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna and commander of the palace guard Sarantavan, conspired to assassinate the Ceratarchus before him, and succeeded, so they had to die." She felt Dressa shaking her head again before letting go. It was more complicated than that, and anyhow, they weren't executed or assassinated. I know it's more complicated. It's always more complicated. It doesn't change the result or that the Truthspoken survived, and the problems didn't. Dressa snapped her mouth shut. "There has to be another way," she said. "Discredit her. You have to know a lot of things to discredit her. And what about the Kidaa? She still knows more than we do." "She's the problem, Dressa. We can figure it out without her. She shouldn't have made you tell everyone what you did today, all of that information in that concentrated rush. I know that. Even I know that, Dressa. Adeus, we need Iada to help us now, not Eroikin. He shouldn't have been pushed out." Dressa scrubbed at her face. "Iada is not making the best choices, not for Valorous." Then she huffed out. "That's not fair. If he's happy, if he thinks it's the right move—" It was a tangent, and Lysander almost followed her there. But she was quaking inside with her need to see her own necessities through. I don't know any more about my mother's plans than what my own purpose was within them, Lysander said, her throat tightening. I'm a weapon, that's all. You're a weapon, Lysander countered. We both are. We have to use those weapons, Dressa. We have to. Dressa opened her hands and looked tired, more lost than Lysander had ever seen her. Dressa, who was usually so poised, and she'd seen Dressa at low points before. She'd created some of those low points, but not this. Lysander had nothing to give. She couldn't soothe the hurt. She couldn't take it away. She wished she did have hope in some direction other than where her heart was headed. Lysander reached for something. Some sense of purpose. Because if they could align again, if she could just be Dressa's shadow, Dressa's echo, tied to Dressa's purpose, maybe that would be enough for now. It would, at least, not be her mother's purpose. Why do you want to start our children today? She asked. Dressa, why did you bring me here? To what purpose? Dressa huffed out a breath. Because I need an edge. I need to be change, and you have to know about this. I need to know I can trust you, and you need to know you can trust me. Because without that, we're screwed. So? She waved at the incubator. Lysander shifted. So, what are your plans for this child? To be a blood servant, like Kidaa? Or to be an heir? Dressa wet her lips, looked back to the incubator, touched it again, lovingly, caressed the sleek metal. How often had she been here, when Lysander had thought she'd been somewhere else? And why did that ache more than knowing Dressa had done this without her? Lysander might understand the logic of this. She might even agree with it. But it hurt. A day us, it still hurt. I don't know, Dressa said. My only plan was to start a child that's not Javieri, Lysander said. And it was smart, Dressa. It was smart. Dressa's face crumpled. I want to have all the children I'm able with you. I want both of us to love them growing up. But you want them to grow up safe, Lysander whispered. You want them to grow up not subjected to what I was. I don't want that either. I want a backup plan if your mother decides to take everything. Dressa swallowed, because Lysander had just told her that Imorie might be planning to take Dressa as well. Take her out. Take everything that had ever mattered to Lysander. Which is why, Lysander said quietly, she has to fall. There are more ways to fall than to die, Dressa said. Lysander took a breath. And Dressa was right. She was. And maybe it said something about Lysander that this extreme was the first solution she'd leapt to. Or something about her childhood. And her mother's. She didn't want this. She didn't think she did. But she was exhausted, and she just wanted the nightmare to end. Dressa reached out, tentatively, smoothed back Lysander's hair. The touch trailed fire along Lysander's scalp. We'll find another way, Dressa said. Lysander didn't respond. She didn't yet know all of what her mother was doing. But the end game? The end game always resulted in misery. I'll protect you, Dressa said, her voice firming. If you say you'll protect me, I'll protect you. It's my job, Lysander, to protect everyone in my kingdom, and that includes you. Especially you. Always you. Dressa looked up, shoulders going tight as the clothes in the closet rustled. Lysander tensed, too, dizzy with the rush of adrenaline, sick with the sudden dread. She didn't have a weapon, and the guard, Age, was outside the door. Should she run? Should she open it? Tell him to come back in? Was this her mother? Had her mother been here, listening all along? But Captain Chadrakur stepped through the clothes, brushing off a glittery sleeve, stepping out from the back corridors. Her eyes flicked between them. "We were just talking about how we have to kill Imorie," Dressa said, "before she kills me." Chadrakur pressed her lips together. "Where is Ej?" she asked, and eyed the incubator on the chest of drawers. Did she know what was inside? Lysander registered a flicker of surprise. Well? No, she hadn't. Did Dressa not trust even her own guards? She was trusting now. Dressa was doing a lot of trusting, and Lysander didn't think that was wise. A is outside the door. We were fighting, but I think we're past that. Dressa eyed Lysander warily. What do you think of this idea, Captain? I think no, Chadrakur said, and the word jolted fire down Lysander's spine. Adeus was the captain of Dressa's personal guard in her mother's hands too? But Chadrakur followed that with, not yet. And not, I think, the way you're thinking. She paused, her head tilting slightly as she thought. Prince Javieri has too many plans in motion, too many people she's influenced. If she dies, after the dynamic with you she showed in the meeting today, you will carry the blame. You could be put on trial. A vote of no confidence called about you for the murder of a high house prince. The high house is working to push you out. I'm sure evidence would be produced. It wouldn't even have to be convincing evidence at this point, I think. We can't have that with the threat of the Kidaa. We can't have the kingdom fracturing into a succession squabble if you're the last active Truthspoken left and you don't yet have heirs. Dressa gaped at her guard captain, and Lysander had not considered that angle. But maybe that was true too. A thing could have many, many purposes, and her mother usually spared no possible gain. Sir Iolorius, Chadrakur said, locking her hands behind her back, more formal now. It's not enough to take her down. It must be done correctly. When Maja and Iada took down the truth speaker Aduel and commander of the guard Tavin at the start of their rule, they did so by playing the paranoia of uneasy allies against each other. At least, that was my take. In the end, everyone who was guilty in that assassination ended up dead, mostly by their own hands, and that situation isn't now, and the dynamics don't look at all the same to me. But my point is that Imorie can't be taken down without great care, in such a way that you'll come out in the position you were hoping for, which is ruling a stable kingdom. Sir, point. Dressa's brows had been steadily climbing. Thank you, Captain. Chadrakur shifted. Sir. No, I want your opinions. And do you have ideas on how this might be accomplished? What Iroiken's weaknesses are? Chadrakur's eyes narrowed in thought. She rubbed the side of her neck, a nervous tell that seemed out of place with her usually stoic demeanor. I have thoughts, she said, but what happened today has changed some of them. I would like time to think on them before presenting any plans. But I agree that we should move as quickly as possible. Not without thought or planning, though. Dressa grimaced, making a non-committal wave. I'm Iolorius. I had an epiphany, Captain, that to stay ahead of Imorie, I just need to be chaos. Respectfully, Seer, an Iolorius isn't chaos. An Iolorius is a point of calm within the chaos, moving with its rhythms and patterns, but never mastered by it. Dressa opened her mouth, shut it again. The lab tech is ready, Chadrakur said. Do you still wish to proceed? Dressa looked to Lysander, her brows knitting. Asking her permission. No, asking, again, if this was the right move, starting their children, and presumably their blood servants as well today. Should they start 4 blood siblings, then, as Iada and Homage had been? Lysander didn't know Dressa's thoughts on this. They hadn't talked much at all about their future children, or much of a future at all. They'd just been trying to survive the next day together. "Yes," she said, her voice a rasp. Because it might mean disaster. It might mean she was right, and her mother would try to kill Dressa. Or it might not. Chadrakor could be right. All of it could be right. But she wanted something, desperately needed something, that was both hers and Dressa's, and not yet her mother's. She promised herself, her children would never be her mother's. And this future child here, in this incubator, would not be her mother's either. If it was her only purpose, if it cost her everything else in her life, everything that didn't truly matter, she would protect them. And Dressa. She had to. Dressa was all she had. "Okay," Dressa said, her voice equally unsteady. Dressa looked to Chadrakor, as if Chadrakor might contradict this plan again. But the captain only nodded, then knocked on the outer door. AJ slipped back inside. They all filed out to the back corridors, Dressa with one last look at the incubator. "Thank you," she whispered to Lysander, and Lysander understood. Understood all of what that meant. She could feel. She felt far too much. She was burning with feeling, unable to speak. So, she just nodded. Chapter 8. Second Start. We can do up to a 5-way genetic split for your future children to suit all your genetic needs. 5 parents in your family? No problem. Our state-of-the-art process allows for up to 5 genetic samples to create your communal child, unlike most clinics who only offer 4. Brochure for River Edge Genetics. "Call Bataya," Dressa said quietly as they made their way through the back corridors. Chadrakor glanced back at her, then twisted her ring-com and touched her earpiece. She didn't stop this time, but spoke several code phrases in a low voice. "Faye is coming." Dressa nodded. Good. This was the right choice. Everything might be chaos, but maybe Chadrakor was right that she'd been thinking in the wrong direction. She didn't have to be chaos. She just needed to harness it. Flow with it. And even if, ultimately, Eroikan managed to kill Dressa after her children were born, even if it kept the kingdom stable and ready to face the threat of the Kidaa, would that be worth it? She forced herself to think about that. And no, she wouldn't want Eroikan at the reins of this kingdom, but she couldn't hold the kingdom right now on her own. Chadrakor was right about that, too, in as many words. They couldn't just take out Eroikan, in whatever way they did that, without also creating a stable enough platform on which Dressa could stand again. She wasn't sure how she'd do that, but she would absolutely figure it out. And maybe she might even be a decent ruler, given a chance to actually rule. Maybe she could bring about the changes to the Truthspoken system she wished, ease off on the fear aspect, continue to bring more parity to the Magickers, if that would be possible at all, knowing what they now knew. But right now, it was all she could do to keep the people from storming Green Hall. She'd have to make another public statement soon, about all of it. And maybe she should start figuring out how to spin the fact that Kidaa could give the bruising sleep and green magics to the public. Because that might break at any time now. She would do that tonight, and then she set all of that aside. Because that was being the ruler. And right now, she had to be a future parent. Dressa hung back a step as they reached a slightly wider corridor, let Lysander come up beside her. "Names?" she asked Lysander. Lysander started, lost in her own reverie. Names? Oh. Yes, because names made it more real. Made these future children more like people and less like plans. "We don't repeat names in the Ryaldan dynasties," Dressa said. "So, It's not like the nobility where they recycle names fairly often, or attach numbers to them, any of that. Though that's fallen out of fashion this century anyway, mostly. "You'll want to keep your voice down, Sir Iolorius," Chadrakur said. "We're passing up into the palace now." Dressa nodded her thanks, because she'd been caught up and had almost forgotten. They passed out of the tunnel beneath the courtyard and up the narrow stairs into the palace back corridors proper. "I've always liked Tanyan," Dressa said, her voice lower now. "And Inasari, Ariaj, Leonin. Any names must be able to be shortened or converted into private names. But that's not hard." Lysander cut her a glance as they ducked into another corridor. "You've thought of names before." Dressa shrugged and walked a few more steps, her pants softly swishing, before she said, "I've always known Imorie would have children. Always thought, anyway. But a second truth spoken, their future is less stable. I probably still would have married for a political match, maybe had a child or two, but those children wouldn't have been trained as truth spoken while Imorie's and your children would be trained. And then, when your children were grown, I'd swear off change. And eventually, so would my father. That's how it usually works, when someone's not assassinated. Or usurped." She tilted a look at Lysander. "Are you glad you married me instead?" Lysander made a face. "Adeus, Dressa. That's a ridiculous question." Dressa grinned. "Yeah, Imorie would definitely not have been your type." "I already told you that." Lysander was smiling, but it was forced. She looked back at Dressa in the dim light, her brow creased. "I like the first two. Tanyan, Inasarie. Was that right?" But she knew it was. She was trained in recall, just as Dressa was. "Which for the heir?" Dressa asked. "Tanyan, I think. Are we going to choose their appearance, their sexes?" Dressa hadn't done so for her first child, beyond the genetic guidelines always used for truth-spoken children. "I don't want to," she said. "I think it's crass anyway, and they'll choose their own appearances as they learn to change. I want them to both be their own blending of Javieri and Rialdan, and Delore, I suppose, and Xiao, and Matrat on your other mother's side, though that's not a high house." "Merchant family," Lysander said. "Powerful family on Solana." But Dressa knew that. Lysander considered Dressa for a few steps, then said, "My mama doesn't practice to the Adeum. She follows a Sulanan religion. I would like, if that's okay with you, to say those few prayers when we're starting our children too. I've memorized all of the necessary prayers, as you say what you need for the Adeum." Dressa hadn't been planning on saying anything. She hadn't before. And should she have invited Sior to this starting of their children? But it was too late now, because they were approaching the infirmary genetics lab, and Dressa was certain that both Betaya and Eroikan would already be there when they arrived. And she was right. They emerged into the sterile, cooler confines of the genetics lab. Dressa stepped out behind Chadrakur, Lysander right behind her, and with the conversation they'd just had beside the incubator, with Lysander's insistence on bringing her mother down, Dressa made sure her own features were tightly schooled, and watched Lysander's. But Lysander's momentary flash of anger at seeing her mother was quickly suppressed. Was Lysander right? Was death the only way to solve this, one way or another? Dressa had to hope it wasn't. For Lysander's sake, for Lysander's sanity. She'd seen what attacking Iada had done to her wife, Adeus. No one should ever, ever have to contemplate violence against their own family. Dressa smiled briefly at her mother-in-law. Eroikan had changed from her earlier outfit, which had been perfectly tailored to signal court dominance, and now wore a more casual knee-length tunic and tight gray trousers. She looked comfortable, motherly. Not angry at all that Dressa had nudged up her timetable for grandchildren, but Dressa could sense the tension all the same. Iroikin had sent her off kilter this morning, time to return the favor, if not quite equally. "Prince Iroikin," Dressa said, and she nodded to Batea, who was standing a little way behind Iroikin. A dais, and that couldn't have been a comfortable few minutes for Fair. Batea was still changed in fair, more Rialdan appearance, more mask, fair long black hair in a loose braid today, clothes rich and impeccable. Dressa had purposely let Fair name slip the day before in a public meeting where Batea was taking notes, and there had been a quiet stir, but everyone now knew that blood servants could change. Dressa had watched with a little satisfaction the way the dynamics of the room bent themselves around Batea in a way that would never have happened with only a blood servant distant cousin. Batea was still a Rialdan, and still, if it came to it, an option. People needed to know that Dressa wasn't the only option. There was that. Though, Dressa thought with her pulse kicking up, would Iroikin suffer that option to live as well? She would have to detach some of her guards to Batea. She didn't want to trust Jalava's greater pool of guards to Batea, not when she didn't know who among them was under Iroikin's influence. Batea stood stiffly, pulling from some of Iada's body language when he was both the ruler and more or less himself in personality, blending it with Fair own. Holding a casual hauteur that Iada had never carried. Dressa decided Faye'd been right in that choice. It lent just that more dangerous edge. Dressa finally glanced past Batea to the lab tech who'd finished preparing the 4 incubator units along the far wall. The tech had stepped closer, waiting for Dressa to notice her to bow. It was the same tech who'd helped Dressa start her first child. The same tech who'd prepared her own incubator before she was born. Did that involvement inspire loyalty? Could she trust that all the way? She already had. But she would have to think of ways to keep that loyalty strong, with the tech now squarely in Iroikin's attention. "We'll be starting 4 children today," Dressa said to the tech. "I don't want to stagger the births more than an hour at most. Our need is too urgent for that. And I wish for the safest and fastest gestation timing possible." She didn't look at Iroikin as she said that. She had a feeling Iroikin knew her train of thought there, knew that Dressa knew that she might be setting her own expiration date. Beside Dressa, Lysander didn't stir, just remained as controlled and poised as ever. 2 children will be Lysander's and mine, and the other 2, the blood servants, will be mine, Batea said. Faye met Dressa's gaze. They hadn't talked about this, but Dressa couldn't think of a better solution, and she'd noted Iada's strong objection to having full sibling blood servants before. Iada certainly couldn't be the parent this time around, for so many reasons. Dressa searched Batea's handsome face for any signs of distress or indications that Faye wouldn't want this. She found hesitation, but she also found resolve, and Batea was letting her see that. So, she nodded. "Okay. We won't be selecting traits," Dressa told the tech, who nodded. "Standard Truthspoken genetic template, then?" the tech asked. "For all of the embryos?" The tech's gaze flicked to Iroikin, but this was known now. This was a secret now outside the family bounds. Blood servants could and should be able to change. "Yes," Dressa said. "Please, proceed." The tech took samples, saliva, and skin scrapings. The actual work of creating the embryos would take more time, but the tech projected holographic representations, possibilities of the children to come, and carried one each like an actual infant to Lysander, Dressa, and Batea. The hollows were loosely tactile and had the illusion of weight. The infants acted like infants. Dressa looked down at the tiny face that had pronounced Rialdan features, skin a little paler than her own, thick black hair fraying on their tiny head, fists waving, face scrunching up like the infant wanted to fuss. But it wasn't yet real. A deus. Was this supposed to make her feel better about this whole process? Battaya stood rigidly, staring down at fair holographic infant intently. Lysander was holding her hollow like it was glass, tears streaming freely. Alarmed, Dressa stepped toward her. "May I?" Eroiken asked. Dressa looked aside as Eroiken approached, and she thought Eroiken meant Lysander, but no. Eroiken was beside Dressa now, looking down at the infant that Dressa held. Dressa swallowed and almost retreated, holding the hollow infant close. Almost. But the infant wasn't real. Was only a representation to, what? Soothe future parents' fears? It was hardly doing that. Eroiken, this close, smelled like musk, like something with notes of citrus, maybe. She met Dressa's eyes, and there was an earnestness there, something real. Dressa carefully handed the hollow over. Eroiken peered down at the hollow, the pretend infant kicking their faintly translucent legs, reaching their tiny fists. Dressa's throat closed as Eroiken smiled. No, this monster would not have her children. Lysander's trauma would not be these children's futures. She swore it to herself. By Adeus and all the holy stars and all the holy mandates, she swore. Lysander carefully handed her hollow infant to the tech, who, in a stroke of kindness in this whole process, placed the hollow into one of the waiting incubators, as if it was real. Battaya handed Fair's back, then Eroiken Dressa's, reluctantly. Would Eroiken actually care about these children? She never had for her own daughter. Or maybe she thought she had. Maybe, in her twisted way, she'd thought she'd given Lysander the life that was best for her. A life meant for the very top. Lysander was, after all, the Iolorius consort. Eroiken had trained her to be the ruler someday, and that could still happen. A stillness settled over Dressa as she watched the tech place the last hollow in its incubator, then pat the sleek metal casing. She looked aside at Battaya and found her cousin's eyes a little wide, fair arms crossed, back too straight. Maybe Faye had thought about this, about who might be the choice to parent the blood servants. Or maybe Faye hadn't had the time to think. And Dressa couldn't offer any comfort at all with Eroiken here. Dressa needed to fill Battaya in on what had happened at the meeting earlier. She needed a meeting with Battaya, with her guards, with Seor. She needed a plan. She needed to hold Lysander's idea in reserve, but that was far, far in reserve. She would try with everything she had to carry this off without violence, without further harm to Lysander, or herself, or their children. Sir Iolorius, the tech said, coming back to them, I believe we can safely do a gestation period of 7 months. Surely you can push that up, Eroiken said. Our kingdom needs its heirs. Safely, the tech said, her gaze going back to Dressa and staying there. Dressa's first child in its incubator was on a gestation period of 6 months. Was the tech giving her a way to keep that child the uncontested firstborn? A deus, yes. And would Eroiken see that very subtle exchange? She didn't know. Dressa nodded. Do what you know is best. 7 months, if that is what's safe. Eroiken, a month won't make the difference. But it would. It could. When her sanity was measured in days. When the kingdom's future was measured by the hour. Dressa stepped back, nodded again, definitively. Inform me when the embryos are viable. She nodded to Eroiken, then turned, motioning Lysander and Battaya after her, back into the back corridors. Wait, Lysander said. I need to say her prayers. Right. Dressa nodded, and she watched as Lysander stepped toward the incubators, which didn't hold anything yet. No prayers, Eroiken said. Her voice almost, for once soft. Lysander froze and turned back to her mother. "I want to say Mama's." "I know. Not this time, Lysander. These children shouldn't belong to the Sullinan gods." Dressa felt a cold prickle go down her spine, raising the hairs on her arms. The Sullinan gods. Did those gods have anything to do with the Kidaa? If Sulina had existed in tandem with the Kidaa for almost 2 centuries now? Lysander bit her lip, looked like she wanted to protest or cry. Dressa caught Lysander's arm. "We'll leave it for now," she said. "The incubators aren't occupied anyway. There's time." But she eyed Eroican again, who was staring at the incubators herself. 7 months. Had the tech also understood what that time might mean to Dressa? Dressa's hand found Lysander's and squeezed. Chapter 9. Ident Docks. Every ship exiting below space automatically sends its beacon information to the nearest system beacon by custom and law. This sends information on the ship and its route, as well as current information on the crew. Captains must determine, according to local jurisdictions, if they will also divulge their passenger and cargo manifests, from the Merchant Fleet Guide to Valoran Space and beyond. On the bridge of Kieran Koldari's leased yacht, the countdown on the center of the 3 small front screens read 000843. 8 minutes until they exited below space. Imorie stood next to Kieran. He hadn't protested when they'd followed him there. Eddie, of course, was beside Imorie. Both of them too many people in this room that was barely big enough to be called a bridge, but they both stayed. Because it was their lives and their names that would be tossed to the public to make their landing on Inasi 3 as noisy as possible. Kieran shifted closer to Imorie, leaned to their ear. They'd thought he might wear the cologne he'd worn on Valon down to Inasi 3, and they'd been braced for that sensory assault. But he hadn't. "Are you going to lead with Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo, then? Or Imorie Rialdan? You listed Imorie Rialdan in your ident docs." They'd prepared all of their ident docs earlier, along with the provisional marriage license with Dorian's Magiker's signature, and Kieran's as an extra witness. Kieran hadn't asked when Imorie had married Etty about them using only Imorie Rialdan. He hadn't asked when he'd gone through the passenger manifest packet they'd be sending when they entered orbit. He'd taken the fact that Etty was a Javieri, and his mother, Semlin Necrata Javieri, in stride, and Imorie truly didn't think he'd known. Imorie looked at him sideways. No, he wasn't wearing his cologne, and in this tight space, on this ship, they were grateful for that. Scents hadn't used to bother them the way they did now, but Kieran was still dressed in his court clothes, black silk coat sharply cut and adorned with metallic black embroidery, his black hair oiled and curling around his shoulders. Imorie, too, was wearing the fanciest coat they'd brought, and they'd only packed one suited for court because they hadn't thought they'd be going anywhere but Calistray. Their dark blue, teal, and violet undercut was suitably styled, their brow, ear, and septum piercings all aligned, the small swallow tattoo beside their left eye giving its occasional flutter. Eddie, too, had fancied up, his dark hair tamed for once, his cheeks freshly shaven, if slightly nicked. They were all giving the best they had to storm Palace Javieri with their smiles and their demands. Imorie gripped one of Dorian's last metal bars in their pocket, not yet tapping on its strength. But the smooth metal was a solid reassurance, a promise of strength if they needed it. Kieran, for reasons they still didn't understand, was their ally. They'd been around him enough these last few days to know that whatever he showed the worlds, however much of a bore he'd ever been at court, he hadn't been that to them. Mostly. He still didn't know the meaning of personal space, but he didn't mean them harm. That, they knew. He was hard to read, but they knew his tics now, his habits, his disposition. They took a breath. Then another, and another. They'd decided before that they wouldn't reveal themselves on Inasi 3, not any more than what people had already guessed. They'd listed Homage Rialdan as their adopted father on their ident documents, and that itself wasn't public knowledge, but it was true. Every version of Homage Rialdan was in some way their father. But would that be enough to keep them safe in the eyes of the public? To keep Imorie and Javieri from shuffling them aside, or worse? Kieran had seen through them, no matter their trying to get around it with semi-truths and half-lies. The earnest question in his eyes now told them that. They were certain Iwan knew. Was there any illusion of safety left in denying that they were, in fact, a Truthspoken? They didn't even know if they were former Truthspoken or not. Nothing had ever been officially decided. Officially, they still were. Officially, they'd abdicated from their position as the heir, but not from being the second Truthspoken. But fuck. They liked being Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo. They didn't want that to fall apart. Eddie moved closer to them, brushing his arm against theirs. They liked who they were around him, and maybe their old life, their old position, wouldn't fit them again no matter how hard Imorie tried to make it fit. No matter how much they wanted it to fit again too. But they wanted more than being Imorie allowed. They wanted the inheritance that had been stolen from them, whether by Dressa, their father, or the disease itself. They wanted it back. And what would be the news from the capital when they slid out of below space and back into normal space? In less than 5 minutes now. Eddie's hand slipped into theirs as their heart rate kicked up. They hadn't heard more than that Iada, as Homage Rialdan, was still in medical care at the Palace Infirmary. They'd arrived at Calistray so quickly with Dorian pushing the limits of Magicker's speed in below space, almost fast enough to race any comm drones. There just hadn't been more news, beyond the heightening tensions and violence against Magickers. But then, that wasn't really news. Imorie blinked up at Kieran. He was watching them, patiently, only glancing once at the countdown, which was at 3:58 minutes. "You don't have to be anyone," Eddie finally said into the stretching silence, which was sweet, but untrue. He didn't want to be anyone. He didn't want the name they'd put on the ident docs to be attached to him at all. Etienne Javieri Rialdan. The name itself was a challenge. You didn't claim that name, broadcasting it over public channels to Inasi 3 customs, as they were planning to do, unless you owned that name and could prove it. "Imorie Rialdan is my legal name," Imorie said quietly, but not quite in Imorie's accent, showing just enough hint of Valon City, enough of a Valon City palace accent, that they knew Koldari's Ivaku would pick up on that. Kieran's nostrils flared, his only betrayal of surprise. And triumph? Did they see triumph? Should they be afraid of it? His surprise, they decided, was not because he hadn't known, but because he hadn't been expecting that sudden shift in accents. That quiet decision, even if he'd pushed for it. But he gave a curt nod, his posture shifting, becoming deferential. Not fully. He was the head of a high house, but he was acknowledging that they'd been born higher, that, in whatever position they still held in the kingdom, they were above him. Imorie swallowed. Kieran leaned close again, his words this time barely more than a whisper. Imorie trusted Eddie with their life, but the pilot was a hire. The pilot owed them no more loyalty than whatever Kieran was paying him. "He said he'd adopted you, and it read to me as true. That's what you put on your ident docs." Imorie glanced at the pilot, but he was busy at his controls. Was Kieran fishing? What did he know about Iada being Homage? Did he know anything at all? "Yes," Imorie said, then fired back. "Why were you at Windvale?" Kieran stared at them, the hollows from the pilot's controls flickering in his dark brown eyes. "To protect you," he said. No, that statement was so innocuous. Expected, even. But it couldn't be true. It read as true, but it couldn't be true. "You came to Windvale to protect me?" "Me specifically?" they asked again, their hand tightening on Eddie's. Eddie might not be hearing everything said, but he was certainly picking up on Imorie's emotions and some of their thoughts. They felt his nervous attention. "Yes," Kieran said. True. Their magics absolutely rang that as truth. And Kieran wasn't looking away, because he damn well knew the impossibility of that answer too. He'd been at Windvale 3 months before Imorie had arrived, and they hadn't had the bruising sleep 3 months ago. They had been bent on training to be the best damn ruler there ever had been almost 4 now, months ago. There was no way Kieran could have known they'd come to Windvale. No way. They found themselves shaking their head, a small, contained motion. He couldn't have known. They must be reading that wrong. They had to be. Imorie felt Eddie's alarm rising with their own. Did he get the context? Probably. He was picking up more and more context from their thoughts and emotions alone. And would Imorie now find out, finally, why Kieran had suddenly bent his whole life around protecting them? Imorie jumped as the pilot said, his voice echoing over ship's comm. "Exiting below space in 3, 2, 1. And then there were stars. Imorie felt a jolt inside themselves as something shifted, sideways, before it snapped back into place. They staggered and caught themselves on Kieran's arm, while Eddie fell against them. "What?" Kieran asked, his mask of calm wavering. "What happened? Why are you both falling? We had a smooth transition into normal space." Eddie regained his balance first, steadying against the back of the pilot's chair. "You felt that?" he asked Imorie. They steadied against him. "I don't know what I felt." Imorie stretched to look at the pilot's controls, seeking an answer for that queasy sense of disconnect. "Respectfully," the pilot said, "you should all be seated." He motioned to the fold-out crash seats on the back wall, all still flush with the bulkhead. But the pilot hadn't protested their lack of seating before. He'd known his ship and his skills. Had he felt whatever that was, too? Did he look at all rattled? He looked annoyed, and Imorie could practically see the liability calculations flitting through his head. Had he heard what Imorie had said to Kieran? And had he understood the implications? They'd both been speaking quietly, but Imorie had known they might be overheard and understood. They'd hoped not, but... They closed their eyes, one brief moment inward. They hadn't answered Kieran's earlier question, the question he was really asking, of who they were going to present themselves as on Inasi III. To the Javieri court. The ship would have already sent an automatic beacon code-in system identifying their ship, but they weren't going to send the passenger manifest until they were closer to the planet. Soon, but not yet. Imorie could stop this now, back out of this plan, find a different way. But Eddie's sharp negation of that thought put that musing to a halt. Imorie blinked their eyes open and watched the pilot call up the system plots and news, sorted by urgency. The Saratarchus had agents on Inasi III, but Imorie had no illusions that those agents weren't known to the Javieris. They couldn't be of any great help this far into the heart of the Rialdan's greatest rivals, or the agents might have been turned. Any intelligence coming out of Inasi III was to be taken at 10 different angles, never fully believed on one person's word alone, or even several. "What made you react just now?" Kieran asked again, urgency in his voice. "I didn't feel anything. Was it your magics? You both." Then the pilot flinched, so violently that they all turned back to him. "What?" Kieran demanded, before Imorie could. "Comm drone came in 2 hours ago," the pilot said. "Adeus, the timing. Look at the news. News from Valon." Chapter 10. News from Valon. What Iada Rialdan / Homage Rialdan did with his magics at his abdication was unprecedented. If he was sharing one secret, why not share another closely guarded secret? We have to assume that all magickers, therefore, can affect us at a distance and prepare ourselves accordingly. What if they can read our thoughts from light years away? T. Imorie, political commentator, in a post on Veerfeed. Kieran leaned over the pilot's shoulder, crowding out Imorie's view, and Imorie half tripped over Eddie, trying to see around the pilot's other side, to see the news that had so alarmed him. Imorie shot a glare at Kieran. His deference had lasted all of 5 minutes. He wasn't even trying to let them see. Beside them, they felt Eddie's fear spiking. Fear that whatever had upset the pilot might be about his sibling, or affect his sibling. They squeezed his hand, and he squeezed theirs back. The hatch opened, and Revan Tanaka barged through. "What's wrong? What the hell happened when we came out of below space? I felt something." But Imorie's eyes had finally found what had so shocked the pilot, and they stood completely, rigidly still. A lifetime of training and control kicked in, and they breathed through the panic trying to surge. The news from Valon was that Iada had abdicated. The news summary said Iada specifically, who had admitted to masquerading as Homage Rialdan. Etty flinched as Imorie's nails bit into his hand. They let go, with effort, as they continued to stare at the text. And they had to remind themselves that this was an in-system news summary, with a Javieri slant on the news. The Javieris would profit greatly from seeing the Rialdans fall, even if Lysander, one of their own family, might fall too. Lysander was, after all, publicly engaged to Dressa. Imorie read further. Somewhere in the last few days, Iada had changed his style of rule to Melisori. A deus. He was absolutely not a Melisori personality, calculated as he was. Had that messed him up? Was that why he'd abdicated? But the summary went on to say that Andrasari Rialdan had made her bid to rule, and it had been witnessed by the truth speaker. Dressa was secretly married to Lysander, and though Imorie knew, they knew for a truth-read certainty that Lysander was loyal to Dressa. Lysander had acted violently to try to protect Dressa before. What the hell would Lysander do now, with all of this happening? Why had Iata abdicated, and why, by Adayats, had he spilled that particularly damning secret about him being Homage? Had someone found him out, broken through his guards to touch him? Had he been betrayed? Betrayed by whom? There were 2 hollow icons beside the different sections of the summary. Imorie reached over the pilot and pressed the one beside Iata's abdication. A new hollow window popped up with a loading icon. "Hold," the pilot said, and waved the hollow window to pause before it could start to play. The pilot pressed a comm control, replying to Anasi Systems' automated query. He set the ship on autopilot, en route to Anasi 3. "Well?" Revan demanded. "What's happening?" She was right behind Imorie now, trying to see what the rest of them already had. "The rulers abdicated," Kieran said, but didn't elaborate. Imorie waited with no patience at all, biting their lower lip. The pilot glanced to Kieran, not Imorie, and Imorie had to remind themselves that was still a good thing, then touched the hollow again. The low-quality hollow began to play above the pilot's control board, showing a view of the Palace Rialdan reception hall. Iada sat at the long table on the dais, Admiral of the Fleet Laguaya visible to one side, Dressa to the other. His appearance and body language was fully Homage Rialdan's, but the green aura was jarring. And a deus, the magicker's seal, Imorie hadn't seen him after he'd been attacked. And sealed. They swallowed. Kidaa said, "My name is Homage Rialdan. My name is also Kidaa Rialdan." Heat washed over Imorie. Kidaa had kept that secret for 23 years. Imorie had kept it for much of their own life as well. And now he went on to confess the whole thing. Who he was, that he was Maja's full sibling, that they'd had a joint rule from the beginning. This confession felt absolutely sacrilegious. There was an uproar from the unseen crowd, a brief break-in by Dressa trying to defend Kidaa, but Imorie could see it was going badly all around. Then they saw Kidaa still, and then they felt peace. It descended on them like rain, heavy and awakening, full of intensity and awareness. It wasn't a quiet peace or calm. It was everything. Imorie felt themselves stretching out, felt Eddie's presence so clearly entangled with their own, Kieran's tightly contained knot of his soul, spooling out in shock as he felt this too. They sensed Revan's attention, felt Dorian and Ewan further in the ship, the engineer, the bounds of the hull, the space around them, the nearest ships, the planets in this system, and a mind like nothing they'd ever felt before. Imorie's heart lurched. What was that mind? But they were too calm to panic, too full of everything. On the holo, Kidaa said, "I, Homage Rialdan, and Kidaa Rialdan, therefore abdicate." And a voice Imorie recognized, their cousin Lord Denam Xiao, broke in. "You can't abdicate for Homage." Imorie's irritation broke through their calm. A deus, but they had never liked Denam Xiao. He'd been far too easy to manipulate, too easy to bend. They'd pushed him multiple times in their persona of Lord Minan Jadiar. "Cousin," Kidaa said, "I am Homage Rialdan. Haven't you been listening?" And then the feeling of life all around Imorie, the connectedness, that other mind that they couldn't quite assess or panic about, all of it faded, leaving washed-out colors and a staggering sense of being alone. For a moment, Imorie could only taste the emptiness, an absence, not a sense. They almost reached for that connection again. They felt, instead, Revan's fingers clawing into their shoulder, projecting her own suppression of Imorie's emotions. "Don't," Revan said in a low voice. "It's nothing good." Revan's calm wasn't like moments ago, just brute suppression. Its own small violence, and Revan's face was pinched with pain. Imorie was about to ask what the hell that had been, and what Revan was trying to do now, when on the holo, Denam cried, "You used your magics on us. Adeus, truth speaker, you cannot condone this." Bile rose in Imorie's throat. Because Denam's cry, 5 days ago and so many light years away, had been perfectly timed to the end of that sense of calm they'd felt just now. Those magics. Had it been magics? Had Kidaa projected his magics here? A deus, here, so many light years from Valon? And days later. How was that even remotely possible? But that calm hadn't come from themself, or Etty, and certainly not Revan. Revan was trying to suppress it. They'd felt Mariette Broden project his calm before, in his study in Green Hall. But that had been to a handful of people in a single room, and this feeling had been so much more. Imorie's mind stuttered. Another impossibility in one day, with Kieran saying why he'd been at Windvale. To protect them. Before they'd needed protecting. They glanced at Kieran, and he looked back, his face pinched, edged pale blue in the hololight. He'd felt the calm too. There was too much edge of panic in his body language for it to be otherwise. Kieran Koldari wouldn't panic over politics alone. So this wasn't just a magicer thing, like whatever Imorie, Eti, and Rhys had felt coming into this system. If that calm had been Ayada's magics, if that was even a possibility, then Denom Xiao had felt those magics too, and Denom was not a magicker either. On the holo, Yada said, "I abdicate my position as ruler, as Homage Rialdan, for the both of us. Maja has already abdicated on his own. It is done. Truth speaker, witness please." Sior's voice, off the holo, said, "I witness, under the eyes and in the will of a deus. It is done." And then a new voice, a familiar voice, but in Imorie's muddle, in the slamming of their heart, they couldn't place it. Abdicate in favor of whom? The holo flickered off and flashed an end icon. Behind Imorie, still gripping their shoulder, Rhys spiked into rage and sharpest fear. Imorie turned to see her staring at the ended holo, her neck muscles rigid. "Who?" Imorie asked, their voice hoarse. But they were putting the pieces together, their mind kicking into overdrive. They would pay for that use of energy later, but they still didn't tap the metal bar in their pocket for strength, because they'd need their strength for Inasi 3, now more than ever. "That was Eroican Javieri," Kieran said, shifting restlessly before he placed both hands on his hips. "She's on Valon." His voice was dark with his own contained emotions. Whatever happened on Valon, whatever happened to make the ruler abdicate, she was behind it. Be sure of it. Yes. Imorie had already been fitting that pattern together, because it made sense. Too many pieces to all of this led back to the Javieris, Eti's handlers, his mother being a part of the Javieri family, Lysander's activation, the fact that Inasi III had also suffered a recent Kidaa attack. And there was something wrong with the space in Inasi's system, something that Imorie, Eti, and Rhys had felt, but not Kieran. A shadow darkened the open hatch that Rhys had come through, and Imorie looked up to see their guard Farouk standing just outside, hand on the hatch to keep it from closing on its own. Had he heard all of that? A deus. Had he known that Iata had been Homage? His face was in too much shadow to tell. The bridge lights dimmed to better see the lit control panels, better discern objects in space. "He's the first magicker, too," the pilot said. There's another news item, a few days older. Says he took the title of First Magicker, Marriott Broden stepping down. And that had to be some bad political maneuvering, too. Also, Eroican's doing? How long had Eroican been on Valon? Long enough to activate Lysander herself? And was there even an uncompromised Rialdan left to rule the kingdom? Imorie tapped the vid icon next to the summary about Dressa's bid to rule. It was a holo of the same scene, possibly a few minutes later, with increased chaos all around. Dressa standing, declaring, "I am your Iolorius, and I'm telling you, we will get through these trials together. We will prevail." This holo was short and faded within seconds, leaving them all staring at the end icon. Iata had used his magics. Somehow, Imorie had felt those magics here. Now, somehow. Iata had been deposed. Eroican was on Valon. Lysander had been activated. Dressa, married to a Javieri, had made her bid to rule. And now Imorie was going to the Javieri homeworld to rescue the child of a suppressed Javieri prince consort, a woman who'd been declared dead by the family she'd married into. The woman still gripping their shoulder with feral intensity, her emotions a rising chaos of fire. Imorie twitched their shoulder and Rhys finally let go. And Kieran, who was standing with one of the truest expressions they'd ever seen on his face, still staring at the ended holo, his dark brows drawn together, shoulders tight with tension. Kieran, who'd gone to Windvale specifically to protect Imorie. 3 months before they'd needed that protection. That fact rattled and rattled and rattled in their head. "The calming suppression," Rhys said into the silence. "That was magics. That was Iada, the royal blood servant? Imorie nodded but didn't yet speak. Their mind was full, far too full of all the connections they were rapidly making. And that mind on Yanasi 3, that mind, not human. So it could only be one thing. Panic and the urge to flee this system rose like a tide, and right on top of it, the need to rush to Inasi 3 for answers. Things were coming together. Why they were sick, why their kingdom had been taken from them, and no, it hadn't been random. It couldn't be. Getting the bruising sleep right before they were to marry the Javieri heir could not, in any part of the pattern they could see, be random. There was much they still didn't know, but here was where they learned just what the hell was happening in their kingdom. They turned to Kieran, their eyes burning, just as he turned to them. Kieran spoke first. "It was Iata who I met on Valon? Yes, he did adopt you, because he wasn't your father to begin with." The pilot's head snapped back around, and Imorie's mouth twitched tight. "Damn you, Koldari." He was forcing their hand, and they didn't believe that was by accident either, or because his brain had been muddled by all of this too. Imorie glared at him, but his mask was back. He stood unmoved, a pillar of oiled hair and silk and manicured neatness. Every bit of him a high house duke. He'd said he'd wanted to protect them. Everything he'd done since they'd met him on Windvale had been bent on protecting them. He'd even warned them against Eddie. Though it was Eddie who'd saved them in the end, not Kieran. So why was he pushing them further into danger now? Because they'd already made that decision too. They'd made it in their rapidly shifting calculations, and, truly, they'd made it before they'd exited below space. They just hadn't been ready yet to commit to it. But finding out their kingdom was currently being trashed by the Javieris? Yes. Oh yes. They were not going to walk into this with anything less than all of the power they could command. "Yes," they said tightly. "Yes, you saw Iata. Yes, he is my father now. He has always been, in every way that counts, partly my father." Farouk shifted in the open hatchway. "Sir, a word." But Imorie shook their head. They'd need to talk with him later, but things were unfolding too rapidly. They had to see this all through while they still had the energy and the breath. "So, are you even, legally, still in the line of succession?" Kieran asked. "If Ida adopted you, Adeus. But how does that even work? If he says he is also Homage, and the truth speaker didn't gainsay that?" "Yes," Imorie said again, and cleared their throat because it was burning. "Yes, I'm in the line of succession. I'm still Truthspoken." Maybe. In blood, at least. But there it was, said in the open, in this hostile system, in front of a pilot who they hadn't really decided to bring into their confidence, but they'd decided now that hardly mattered, because they weren't going to deny who they were. Dressa had stolen their kingdom, and they knew the reasons why, but those reasons still weren't fair or right. But Dressa, Adeus, Dressa had just had the kingdom stolen from her, hadn't she? If Iroiken was in Valon, if Iata was deposed, if Imorie had the bruising sleep, and Kieran had known they would get it. If Kieran had once been allied with the Javieris, but wasn't anymore, and they were certain he wasn't now. If they'd felt the mind of a fucking Kidaa on Yanasi 3, and the worlds of Valorous had lately come under attack by the Kidaa. If Dressa had fallen in love with Lysander and married her. If Dressa would do anything for Lysander and Lysander for her. Even lay down the future of a kingdom. Imorie looked up at Kieran. "I have the greater claim." They hadn't abdicated. That had been Dressa's doing. Anyone could do that math. And would do that math. When Imorie showed that the rumors they were Truthspoken were true. Imorie had been on Hestia. Imorie, therefore, had never abdicated as the heir. Their heart pounded in their throat, their ears ringing. Civil war. Were they truly thinking to start a war? They were a magicker. Would the kingdom even back them if the kingdom had already helped push out Yada? Whatever Iroiken had done to make that happen, the conditions had already been there. And whatever Iada had done to send his magics across light years, if that was what happened, would not give Imorie any kind of advantage here. But Imorie had heard Lysander's account of her childhood. They stood now with Eti and his mother, who'd had their lives utterly wrecked by the Javieris, and wrecked all over again now. They were here to rescue a child the Javieris had stolen, a child whose life the Javieris now dangled as bait. Bait for Eti, surely. For Imorie, too? Would they go down onto Inasi 3 and get swallowed up whole by the Javieris, locked away, or killed? Imorie clenched their jaw. This was why they'd married Eti. This was why they were going to blast their names out to the system at large, a leaky data stream. Gossip traveled faster than light. They coughed, tried again. I need to make a change to the ident docs. No, Eti said, sensing this new snap decision too. They looked to him. I have to. No, it's bad enough I have to have Javieri in my name. Not yours, Imorie, no. Revan considered Imorie with glittering eyes. You wish to take Eti's Javieri name as well? That may weaken your position, if you take his name after your own. The person with higher status usually holds their own name. There have been nobles who mutually take each other's names, Imorie said. But it's protection. It won't be legal. It's not my legal name. That's still Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo, though I can use any part of that name. But I can use this. I can claim it. It will be protection and a challenge. A greater challenge than Eti having Javieri and Rialdan in his name alone. If Imorie listed their name as Imorie ne Rialdan Javieri. We're in this together, Imorie said to him. We already said that. Yes, Eti said, glaring back at them. But you're the Truthspoken. You can't be Javieri. A beat of silence, because it was a new argument, because all of these revelations, even if some of them had been known, were too open and too raw. Truthspoken, Farouk said again, stepping just inside the crowded room. Respectfully. If there is only one truth spoken in the capital, you must return. We can't land on the Javieri homeworld under these conditions. Your safety is at high risk, and your safety is paramount. Would the Javieris kill one of their own? Imorie asked. Yes, Revan hissed. Yes, they would. It's not protection, Imorie. It's a curse, but... A long breath. Here. In this case, you might be right. Whatever makes the loudest noise. The Javieris won't be able to make you disappear, not with a scandal that big. Because now there's a double connection to the Truthspoken. You and Eti, your sister and the Javieri prince. And with my return... She opened her hands. I don't want this. And I don't disagree with your guard either. You should go. But I know I must get my child free from these people's grasps. So I'm going down on that planet. And I know my son. Eti's going too. So then we don't have a solid choice, any of us. If you care for Eti, and we don't get Gale, then the Javieris will always have a lever over him, and over you. Imorie licked dry lips. They nodded. And now they did tap into the strength of the metal bar, just a little. Sir Truthspoken, Farouk protested. We can send a team back, but this will be for nothing if you are killed. The political situation is too tense. The Javieris could already control the kingdom. So he had heard all the parts of those holos that mattered, and the personal guards of the ruler had to be masters of politics themselves. Their jobs, and their charges' safety, depended on it. Farouk, the person who ordered you to protect me has abdicated. He scowled. Then I'll take my orders from you, and a guard always protects their charge. You know that. Beyond your orders, if need be. He was bypassing Dressa. Imorie swallowed. Then did he consider Dressa already compromised? Farouk's shoulders twitched, more a vent of tension than a shrug. We don't have to return to Valon, and maybe that would be best just now. We shouldn't go to Valon. We'll go to Radalor, your mother's world. Let me gather some of our agents, return to Inasi 3 with better support. Our yacht has already been marked entering the system, Kieran said. Even if we haven't broadcast our manifest yet, we've been marked. We were marked leaving Calistray. Comm drones will just have arrived ahead of us, telling the Javieris we're coming. If we leave now and give up on a diplomatic solution, then we lose. There is no diplomatic solution with the Javieris, Revan spat. Farouk stepped forward again, crowding everyone on the tiny bridge. Then respectfully, sir, what are you hoping to accomplish here? This isn't diplomacy, Imorie said, meeting his eyes. The names will broadcast shortly. That's... It wasn't a declaration of war with the Javieris, but in the context of everything else happening just now, it was a gauntlet thrown down. Even a challenge to Dressa, with Imorie stepping out and claiming a Javieri name as well. Was that even remotely the right choice? That decision, they knew, could echo throughout history. What they were doing right now, deciding right now, would change the kingdom. It would. Gale, Eddie said, his voice cracking, a plea. Imorie closed their eyes. Gale. The entire focus of Eddie's being, and therefore, a significant focus of theirs. It wasn't that the kingdom didn't matter. It wasn't that at all. And they used to think that being a good ruler meant that they'd consider the greater pattern more than the individual people, that Truthspoken were sacred and set apart because they were able to do that. But that wasn't it at all, was it? Imorie had lived a different life these last weeks, and it had changed them. They knew what it was like to be hated, not for their position, but because of their magics. They knew what it was to be hunted. They knew what it was like to kill. And if they had to give up one child, if they had to destroy the life and trust of the man they loved, to keep their kingdom safe, that wasn't any way to save a kingdom. A kingdom that expected that sacrifice wouldn't be a kingdom worth saving. Farouk read the decision on their face and opened his mouth to argue again, but turned as Dorian barreled past him, cramming into the already overcrowded bridge. Revan steadied Dorian as they skidded to a stop. "What's going on?" they demanded, and Ewan squeezed in too. "Adeus." And that made for everyone on the ship, except for the engineer. Imorie felt the tightness of the air, too thick with fear, too heavy with responsibilities. "I felt whatever that was coming out of below space," Dorian said, "and then my sense of all of you went unnaturally calm, which isn't the reaction I'd expect, and I shouldn't have even felt that from down there, so one of you was projecting. What were those magics?" Imorie faced them. Ida projected that calm from Valon. Dorian drew up, staring. They knew that Iada had been homage, and that it was a deeply guarded secret. "He abdicated," Imorie added. "Dressa is the ruler, and Eroican Javieri is on Valon, and likely had a part in all of that." Dorian rubbed at their thin beard. Okay. Are we leaving then? Or still going in?" "Going in," Eddie said, moving closer to Imorie again. Dorian rubbed at their thin line of a beard and looked to be falling on Farouk's side of things. "We're going in," Imorie said firmly. And somewhere in the last few minutes, they'd found their body language shifting, no longer just Imorie's, but holding some of their own authority they'd carried at the palace. They swallowed, and deliberately let their accent slip again, much more than the subtle slip with Kieran. "I will not let the Javieris keep what they've stolen," They watched everyone stiffening, shifting, deciding what the hell to do with Imorie's sudden shift. Knowing someone was truth-spoken was not the same as seeing them reassume that identity, Imorie well knew. Kieran held up a hand. "Then are you going in as Ariana?" "No," Imorie said sharply. That's not the name I need. My name is Imorie, and that's the name that will carry me through this. Carry us through. For now." The pilot, still at his seat and looking more than a little lost, said, "Respectfully, sirs, you didn't hire me for this. I want out, or confined to quarters." Imorie nodded, because no, he hadn't signed up for any of this mess that still could get them all killed. "Farouk, confine him to quarters," Imorie said. Farouk gave them a long look, but finally nodded. The pilot stood and awkwardly let himself be guided out into the corridor. And then there was a different kind of silence, awkward and charged. Imorie shifted and moved toward the pilot's chair. They squeezed Eddie's hand before they let go. "I'm also a pilot," Kieran said. "I can get us down." "Let me," Dorian said. "You're both well known and I'm not. Comm traffic, I'm sure, will be marked." "We should broadcast now," Revan said. "Broadcast our names as wide as we can before they have any chance to jam us." Kieran nodded. "Imorie?" Imorie gripped the back of the pilot's chair, a little shakily, and watched Dorian slide into the seat instead. Dorian studied the controls a moment before they began to take them over, waving holo windows around to their own preferred configuration. "Best round up the engineer, too," Revan said, rubbing at her forehead. Imorie started to shake. "Adeus!" Not now. Their strength could not give out now. They were going down to that world to demand the Javieris give up a hostage, and their public arrival was the threat. Their knowing everything they knew about the Javieris and what they'd done, what they continued to do, the greater threat. Not even the Javieris could shoot down or jam every comm drone or system comm beacon if it came to it. The system had been set up that way to make it hard for any one system to cut off communications and rebel. The Onabri cast wars when a large section of former high houses had declared independence from Valoris, had taught that lesson, and they weren't far from that border with the dynasty now. The Javieris had always played a little to both sides of that old rivalry between nations, and the Javieris had always played fast and loose with the laws and expectations of a high house, too. Imorie had always thought they'd seen the title of prince more as the ruler of their own domain, rather than subject to the Valoran ruler's judgment and laws. But they didn't want to let go of being Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo. As much as they hadn't wanted any of this, to leave Valon and their old life behind, they didn't want to leave this part of themselves behind either. They were changing, in the only way they could change. They had become Imorie. Imorie had become them. Even while they needed to pull their old life back around themselves, too. The parts they knew they'd need for the hours and days ahead. The parts they still wanted anyway. Not the arrogant, autocratic personality they'd been cultivating for themselves in the palace. The person who disdained magickers and anything else they considered beneath them. The person who'd been bent on taking so many bad attributes of Homage Rialdan and building a rulership out of them on their own. They burned with the shame of that, Adeus. They hadn't been able to see it. They still didn't want to see it now. But their name as Ariana was too tied to that person right now, and Imorie couldn't be that person. They couldn't think like Ariana thought, rigid and unyielding, or they'd all fall right here. They had to set their name aside for when they felt like they could own it again, on their own terms, and maybe they couldn't wait for their position to be returned to them, as they'd thought they should. There were a lot of things they'd thought they should do, and the reasons for those things were crumbling. They'd just have to take back their place in the kingdom for themselves. All of it, all the way. And that thought, That thought they kept in reserve, not quite considering it just yet. For now, they had to be enough of their old self to show their power, but enough of their new to hold it. In their head, they more carefully blended Imorie's accent into their accent they'd always used on Valon, and thought it through before speaking. And that felt more right, more true, than either accent on its own just now. "Kieran, adjust my name, please, then broadcast the info packet." He gave them a long look. They were still shaking, and Eddie was no help at all, lost in his own paralyzing fears. But Kieran nodded, folding down the co-pilot's seat. Imorie rolled their shoulders, straightening their posture, expanding, rippling through their own tells, leaning into them, settling somewhere between who they were now and who they had been, and they hadn't expected it to be painful, a stinging stab in their chest, this resettling of personal truths, this allowing of truths they'd suppressed to come free again, and suppressing of truths they'd since learned were lies. They stared at the front screens, now showing the tiny blue and green marble of Yanasi III, surrounded by the pinpoint glitterings of stations and ships, moving ever closer. Chapter 11. The Gauntlet. If a new ruler's bid to rule is challenged, it can cause great tension and economic upheaval throughout the kingdom. For this reason, a strict hierarchy is maintained among the Truthspoken siblings. Dr. Kieran Strigan in Psychological Effects on a New Ruler and How They Affect the Kingdom. The passenger manifest was sent. That particular gauntlet had been thrown down, and now Imorie felt light and queasy and shivery all at once. "You need to sit down," Kieran said, brushing past Revan to get to their side. "No," Imorie said. "I need to talk." "We need to talk, Kieran. And no more void shit. No more." Shit. They were slurring. They had to pull themselves together. Had to. They'd just sent out their name as Imorie Nerialden Javieri, and they were going to descend on the Javieri homeworld. Kieran narrowed his eyes at them, assessing. He glanced over his shoulder at Iwan, who was playing with the beads on the end of one of their blue braids. "Love? Can you get them something? Anything to help with whatever's going on?" "Imorie, what are your symptoms?" Iwan asked. "Just fuck off," Imorie yelled, fingers digging into the top of the pilot's seat. And the bridge, for a moment, fell silent, except for their frantic panting for air. Dorian twisted around from the controls and pulled something from their pocket, another metal bar. A day us, Imorie thought they'd had Dorian's last in their pocket. They gripped it, and it swiftly crumbled to dust on the deck. How could they even be thinking about landing on this world, doing what they needed to do, when their head was pounding, their knees wobbling, their heart threatening to beat out of their chest? Eddie wrapped his arm around Imorie's waist, and when they shot a glare at him, their emotions spiking all over, he only gave them a quelling look full of his own pain and purpose. Imorie let him pull them out into the corridor. Iwan hurried past. "I know some things that might help. Temporarily, at least." They called over their shoulder. "You change your med patches lately?" Imorie's shoulders twitched. "Yes. This morning." "Good. Be right back." They didn't have as many med patches left as they'd like, too, and that might be a problem. A problem for later, though. They had enough problems right now, and none of them were small. "Etty, let go of me," they said, and he loosened his grip, but didn't let go. And maybe they were less steady than they'd thought. They needed air. Gods, they needed air. And the corridor was less stuffy than the bridge, but still on the same ship. Still in this Javieri system. Still in a reality after they'd felt Ayada's magics from Valon and learned that the Javieri prince had quietly overtaken their kingdom. Kieran followed into the corridor. They skewered him with a look. "Don't." "We need to talk," he said. Farouk pounded up the stairs at the edge of the bridge landing, back from wherever he'd taken the pilot, and probably the engineer, too. "Koldari, back off," he said, not bothering with his usual guard's propriety. "They need rest." "No rest," Kieran said. "I'm sorry. The situation has changed, and it might change again rapidly, though I'm sorry to say it hasn't changed much from the trajectory I saw it was heading." "And what the hell does that mean?" Imorie panted. "Etty, let go of me." He did let go now, and they shook themselves, then pulled the rest of the strength from the metal bar still in their pocket, crumbling it like the other to dust. Iwan hadn't gone to the med cabin on the deck below. Had they gone to their quarters? Imorie wasn't in the mood to wait and see, and their absolute directive growing up to show no weakness, that Truthspoken could show no weakness, was warring with their need to sit down, to have a private falling apart, to just think a moment and breathe. But they marched toward the stairs, down to the rec room/mess hall. It took more energy than they had, but the lift would be too small and too slow. "Imorie," Eddie said, with enough force they almost tripped on the last step down, but he was right behind them. He caught their arm, steadied them, and moved close. "Whatever you have to do, whatever we have to do to get my sibling out of there, we'll do that." His brown eyes were hard, harder than they'd ever seen them. His jaw set, the muscles on his neck standing out. "But not at the cost of your life?" Imorie almost laughed. Because were they the afterthought here? Would they always be the afterthought? They'd told Kieran they had the greater claim than Dressa, but was that true? They couldn't change. They couldn't heal themselves. They could barely even stand. How were they supposed to do anything good at the Javieri Palace? Kieran was clomping down the stairs behind them, and Eddie looked up, nudging Imorie on into the rec room. "You're important," Eddie said, still with that same intensity. "You're important to me. Everyone lives, okay? Everyone gets out of here. Take as much of my strength as you need. Take all of it." They glared at him, because he didn't mean that. But they got what he did mean. And they didn't have much choice but to start pulling from his strength to bolster their own. If it was given freely, it wasn't a violence. Imorie leaned their head against his shoulder, closing their eyes. When they opened them again, Kieran was striding in, Revan on his heels. Farouk jostling to get close to Imorie again, as if with everything that had changed these last minutes, Imorie was suddenly in danger from the people they'd been with this entire last week. Imorie heard more clanking from the corridor, Iwan fairly flying down the stairs. "This will help," Iwan said, and jogged over with 2 jars of what looked like homemade salves. They held them out to Imorie, and Imorie drew back. They smelled vaguely sour. "What is it?" It helps me when I'm fatigued." Imorie had never seen Iwan without far too much energy, but Iwan was trained as a physician. They knew Imorie had the bruising sleep, and Imorie didn't have much strength left to argue. "On the inner arm, they'll start to work quickly. Here, let me help." It was awkward, Iwan tugging at their tight-fitting court jacket, blue trimmed with iridescent embroidery all around the seams, but Imorie was past caring. They let Iwan and Eddie unbutton their jacket and tug it off, let Iwan roll up their sleeve, while they pinned Kieran with their stare and asked, "You were at Windvale to protect me, but you were there for 3 months before I arrived. There waiting for me?" He tilted his head, his expression neutral. "Yes. But I didn't get the bruising sleep until a week before my engagement ball." "I didn't know when it would happen." Farouk jerked around to Kieran, because he hadn't been a part of that conversation before. "You knew they would get the bruising sleep?" he demanded. "Yes. Kieran tipped his chin up as Iwan crouched and began applying their salves to Imorie's forearm. Imorie ignored the cool sting of whatever Iwan was putting on. "I learned that Eroiken planned to give the heir the bruising sleep," Kieran said. "What?" Revan, who'd been holding herself contained, her arms to her stomach, exploded into motion. "How the hell could Eroiken give anyone the bruising sleep? Even I know it's not something anyone can give anyone." "It is," Koldari said, and now, finally, his social mask was cracking again, showing his hardening expression beneath. "The bruising sleep can be given by the Kidaa." He glanced at Iwan, and Iwan's shoulders tightened. Imorie blinked. Iwan had said these salvas helped them, and Iwan had been agitated when Imorie mentioned having the bruising sleep before. Did Iwan have the bruising sleep after all? Imorie had suspected when Iwan had adjusted their implant before. Was that part of why Kieran had been so protective of Imorie? Adeus, had Eroiken given Kieran's lover the bruising sleep to... what? Punish Kieran? Was that why Kieran wasn't allied with the Javieris anymore? Imorie was still struggling to comprehend that Kieran believed Eroiken had given it to them at all. Kieran's mouth twitched in a grimace, and he looked back to Imorie. "Eroiken has a Kidaa on Hinasi 3. "I felt that," Imorie said. "I felt their mind. That vastly different mind. And as I said, the Kidaa can give the bruising sleep. That is how." Imorie looked down as Iwan sat back on their heels, capped their salves, and gently tugged Imorie's sleeve back down. Imorie wondered if the faint, sour smell of the salves would be noticeable beneath their coat. It wasn't particularly pleasant, but the tingling warmth on their arm was spreading up into their shoulders. It was making them breathe easier. Eddie and Iwan moved to help Imorie get their coat back on. "Okay," Kieran said, looking a little breathless himself. "So now you know that. What you also need to know is that the capital has fallen. Your sister might be the ruler, but if Eroiken is there, it's fallen to the Javieris, and Eroiken's plans. Not that they hadn't already figured this out." "I know all about Eroiken's plans," Imorie snapped, but they weren't going to elaborate. That Lysander was Truthspoken trained was a secret of very last resort. Lysander might yet be an ally, if a compromised one. Lysander, whether she'd wanted to be trained or not, still had Truthspoken change training, and just having that training without being a Ryaldan was illegal. Was a death sentence. Being the ruler consort was still not Ryaldan enough. "You don't know all of her plans," Kieran shot back. "You don't know that she's scared of the Kidaa and has been watching Kidaa movements for years. You don't know that she thinks she's the savior of Valoris, or that she will be." "From what?" Imorie asked. "Are the Kidaa attacking worlds? Or is Eroiken?" "The Kidaa," Koldari said. "At least, I believe so. Imorie, will you please sit?" Imorie scowled, but looked around them at Eddie still holding on to them again. They were feeling some strength returning, their body more at ease, and it wasn't just Eddie giving them his strength either. Whatever was in Iwan's salves, it was helping. And why hadn't Iwan offered that treatment to them before? Having seen how much they slept, having seen how they struggled to breathe at times? Slowly, Imorie froze as their overtaxed mind caught up with the implications of the Kidaa giving people the bruising sleep. Oh, Adeus. This disease no one had been able to find the cause for, or the cure. This disease that had been spreading like an epidemic for the last few decades, far more so in the last few years. Imorie had been targeted, and they'd been sidelined, and then funneled. If Kieran had known or suspected they'd come to Windvale, then Eroiken would have known that too, and known Edie was there at Windvale to either take Imorie out or gather all of their secrets. Eddie's hand clamped hard on Imorie's arm. Later, they whispered to him in their thoughts. We can be mad at her later. Now, we have to think and learn. His grip slowly eased. Imorie had been sidelined by Iroiken, yes. That was the information their father had promised to find, but never had on his own. But if Iroiken was also afraid of the Kidaa? Using the Kidaa, yes, and that was terrifying enough with everything else falling into place. But afraid of them, too. Because of how she'd treated them? Imorie couldn't think the Kidaa on Inasi 3 would be there willingly, not knowing how the Javieris treated those they worked with, how they treated their own family. So were the Kidaa attacking Valoran worlds because Iroiken had pissed them off. Or was it worse, much worse than that? With Iroiken thinking she needed to be the savior of Valoris. Revan dragged 2 chairs behind Imorie and Eddie, and they both sat. Eddie, Revan said, not too much. Eddie glanced up at her, nodded, but the amount of strength he was sending to Imorie didn't change. They gently, reluctantly, pushed back a little on his flow of energy. Eddie protested inwardly, but he slowed his giving of strength to a more manageable trickle, and Imorie breathed easier, knowing they weren't draining him too. Kieran, they rasped, and coughed to clear their throat. How deep are you into Iroiken's plans? Kieran shrugged a tight shrug, pulling a chair for himself as Revan sat too. Iwan propped a foot on a chair and leaned on one of the square tables. Farouk remained looming over them all, his arms crossed. Not deep at all anymore, Kieran said. He was still holding back his own damned secrets just like Imorie was holding back theirs. But their secrets weren't equal. Imorie needed to know what was going on to know how to get through this. They needed all the information at hand. They were trained to parse information and decide what to do about it, more trained than anyone in this kingdom but their father and Iada. And they were the only one here. They were the only Truthspoken, if they could even be called that, left standing and uncompromised. Iroiken might have thought she'd taken Imorie out of the game, but she was wrong. She was so wrong. Imorie had gained their magics and thrown everything off balance. Imorie was still working to use that tilted momentum to their advantage, but they'd gained their magics. They'd gained their magics. Another thing that could not be explained or cured. The comm crackled, making Imorie jump. Dorian said, Imorie, Inasi III sent an escort of very bristly-looking cargo haulers to guide us in. They're clearing traffic, highly encouraging us to come in at top speeds. ETA to upper atmosphere is 12 minutes. Landing is 18. Shit, that's hot, Iwan said, straightening. Kieran? Then they strode to the console beside the corridor hatch and pressed the comm controls. Dorian, we hear you. Proceed. That wasn't Iwan's call to make, but Imorie said nothing. It was what they would have said anyway. And that one word, how Iwan had said Kieran's name, had the sound of a prompt, of a necessity. Before Imorie could form more cohesive thoughts about their magics, about the Kidaa, about Iroiken and her plans, Kieran nodded. Imorie, yes. There's more we need to discuss about Iroiken and Keem and the Kidaa, and myself. I know that. I am acknowledging that. But right now, you need to tell me, will you make your bid to rule? Chapter 12. Fealty. I had no choice, but I made a choice. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X in the Change dialogues. Kieran's question rolled over Imorie, not expected in that moment, but, well, maybe inevitable. Would they make their bid to rule? And maybe it had been expected. They just hadn't wanted to face it yet. To face a reality where it was necessary, and everything that came with it. Face the conflict they were about to start. Yes, they wanted their birthright, wanted it with as much bone-aching need as they wanted their ability to change back. But they weren't Dressa's enemy, and if they started this, did whatever it took to win back their kingdom from the hands of the Javieris, they weren't going to just hand Dressa back the rulership at the end of it. No, this would be all the way. All the way. Imorie locked their jaw shut, then carefully forced it back open again. Kieran wanted more from them than to protect them. Of course he did. His motives weren't pure. Was there such a thing in any of the high houses? He'd defied the Javieris and spent 3 months waiting for Imorie in a Javieri-controlled estate, knowing Iroican would know he was there. He was here now, helping Imorie in this situation which was becoming more dangerous by the second. He wanted something far more than what he was asking for now, and they didn't understand that yet. They needed to understand it now. Was he angling to make Imorie his own pet ruler? Imorie met Kieran's dark brown eyes, took in the layers of his emotions, his soul. When Imorie had first seen him on Hestia, they'd been annoyed he was there at all. They'd known there was more to Duke Kieran Koldari than the boorish persona he used at court, but they hadn't been all that interested in finding out what that was. They knew him better now. Not by choice, really, but they were glad that they did. Kieran Koldari was one of the more complex people they knew, and he wasn't, at heart, a bore. Kieran stared back at them. He knew Imorie was trying to read him with their magics, and he didn't look away. In his churning mix of emotions, they saw that his ambition wasn't small, but neither was his fear. No, Imorie decided. He didn't want a puppet. He wanted someone strong enough to beat down the Javieris, to crush the blight that was the Javieri family. Imorie hunched over their stomach. The thought was too violent. Their thought, his thought. Kieran blinked, broke the eye contact. "I'm sorry, but Imorie?" "Yes. Yes, I'll make my bid, but not here, not in Yanasi system. And maybe not with him anywhere near them, if this conversation went a direction they didn't like or couldn't handle. A dais. How were they supposed to take down the Javieris if even the thought of violence gave them pain? "Then we'll do this privately," Kieran insisted. "Your bid. We can log it after. When we're gone from Yanasi system. Backdate it." That wasn't how the law worked. But then, those who had the upper hand, those who were in power, understood that laws were bendable. So was Imorie going to be the one to bend them? If it came to it, would Seor back them? Or would the truth speaker stay her course and continue to back Dressa? Imorie wasn't sure, and that was a new and terrible worm in their gut. This birthright was theirs. But Seor had helped Dressa to take it from them. Dressa couldn't have done that on her own. Not without the truth speaker's approval somewhere in there. Imorie coughed, cleared their dry throat. They looked toward the galley. Farouk strode behind the tables, and they knew he'd bring back water. "Why are you pushing me?" Imorie asked Kieran, because there was no more time for subtleties. "Why are you insisting I make my bid right now?" "I don't know enough, Kieran. You haven't told me enough." He lurched up from his chair, took a step toward Imorie. His body language was devolving into desperation. Imorie sat up straight in alarm. "None of us might make it if Iroican holds the kingdom," Kieran said, spreading his hands. "You don't know what the Kidaa have done, and continue to do." "No, I don't. So you need to tell me." Farouk came back with water bottles and stepped carefully and deliberately between Imorie and the advancing Kieran. So Kieran dropped to his knees. Imorie swallowed reflexively, leaning to see around Farouk. They'd seen that sort of desperate move by lords in holodramas, but none set in this century. People bowed, they didn't grovel. "Farouk, it's fine," they said. "He's not going to hurt me." Imorie grabbed a water bottle from him, taking a long swig. "Get up, Kieran. I just want to know what you know." Farouk moved aside, but not far. His hand rested on his holstered pistol. Iwan, who's returned to leaning against a table, watched this impassively, but their mouth was pulled tight. None of this was surprising them. So Kieran and Iwan both had planned whatever Kieran was doing now. Kieran didn't move at all, just knelt on the hard deck, staring up at Imorie with a fire that burned. His oiled, dark hair was loose today, and a strand had fallen into his eyes. He made no move to wipe it away. Was that for effect? The effect was working. "You need to know that whatever happens, on Yanasi 3 or after, that I am with you, Imorie. All of myself, all of my high house, and all of my resources and allies." Imorie almost choked on another swallow of water. "I can't take an oath of fealty. It's illegal for anyone but the ruler." "Make your bid, Imorie. If things go badly in Palace Javieri, and they will, any of us can say under a magicker's truth witness that you've made your bid to rule, that an attack on your person is an attack on the ruler of Valoris, the ruler married to Iroiken's nephew." Eddie flinched, but he held steady. The strength he was still sending to Imorie, still gripping their arm, barely rippled. "Every lever Kim Javieri can use," Kieran went on. "She will. You need every advantage, every weapon you can load." "I'm a magicker, Kieran. I can't have weapons." The engines changed pitch, a higher whine. How long had it been since Dorian called over the comm? How long did they have before they landed? Kieran looked upward, as if he could see through the deck to the bridge. "We're decelerating. Hard," he said. "Enough theatrics, Kieran. I know the deck is hard." "Adeus, fuck it. You know the importance of ceremony. Fuck." Kieran wiped a hand across his forehead, finally shoved back the hair in his eyes. He was sweating. And that, more than anything, made his fear ring home. Even more than the truth in his voice. Even more than the obvious desperation. They didn't want to be pushed. They hadn't had time to think. But then, there was rarely time to think in the moments that needed it. "Imorie, this needs to be now. Make your bid. Accept my oath." Imorie wanted to snap that if he wanted them to be the ruler so badly, should he be giving them orders just now? But they reached to grip Eddie's hand on their arm, pulling more strength, and he let them. "You'll tell me everything?" they asked. "As soon as you can?" "Everything I know," Kieran said. "My word." And that rang with his truth, his own sincerity. Imorie shook their head, but it was more to clear it. Iwan's salves were leaving them faintly buzzy now, a little giddy. At least they thought it was Iwan's salves. "Okay," they said. They glanced at Eddie, because this would affect him too. They already felt his rising fear, his urgency, his ferocious resolve. Eddie had said to do whatever it took to get Gale out safely, short of throwing away their own life, and Imorie had no intention at all of doing that. But Eddie would be thrown straight into the center of all of this. He already had been. They knew he'd be happiest in a garden, with his family around him, away from everything that had ever hurt them. And that just wasn't going to happen. Not anytime soon. Maybe not ever. That wasn't the life Eddie had been born to, just as their own course right now was inevitable. It had to be, and they were sorry for that. Sorry now that this marriage they'd thought might shield him was painting on him the biggest target he'd ever known. Far, far worse than him being an unknown magicker coerced by a family he'd been content to call his enemy, not a family he belonged to. And Imorie? Dressa would have no choice. Iroiken would give her no choice, but to throw everything at Imorie that the kingdom had, everything she could control. But Imorie was not without resources. They had accounts separate from the capital, as did Dressa have her own, and their father his own. Emergency accounts, persona accounts. Some registered in Valon systems, some not. Dressa could confiscate many of them. Dressa would have access to the ruler's systems, but not all. And they weren't without allies either. Their mother's family, the Delors, were sharply at odds with the Javieris now, in their long cycle of sometimes enemies, sometimes allies with that family. Prince Delors might not like Imorie landing on his doorstep, but they knew he wouldn't refuse them if they explained just what the Javieris had done to them, and were doing to Valoris. They could tell the worlds what the Javieris had done to Etty and his family. It might inflame the fears of the magickers to know the Javieris had used unsealed magickers to gain access to secrets. But then, if Imorie spun it right, it could just as easily inflame fear and hatred of the Javieris. And they weren't without allies in this system, this heart of the Javieri-controlled and vassal worlds. Kieran was still kneeling, still waiting for them to accept his fealty. So, they made their bid to rule. Here, in a leased yacht that was less luxurious than gaudy, hurtling toward the Javieri homeworld, they made their bid. They didn't phrase it to counter Dressa's bid. They made it as if Dressa's was invalid. Witness: I, Imorie Rialdan, and Ariana Rialdan, make my bid to rule on this day of Varney 5, 2968, in the eyes and under the will of a deus. They had to use both of their names. Had to. Because this had to be theirs all the ways it could be. Witnessed, Revan said, as the highest-ranking magicker present. Witnessed, Farouk said, as the highest-ranking military member present. Witnessed, Kieran said. Not quite the highest-ranked among the high houses present, if Etty or Revan could be counted, but the highest whose legal ground was stable. Your style of rule? Farouk asked, tipping his chin up. Imorie looked up at him. He'd known them since they were a child. He'd helped to teach them in subtle ways. What do you think? Melisori, he said without hesitation. Imorie swallowed. They had been trained all of their life to be a Ceratarchus, to rule with stability and control. But that was their father's style of rule, and not even that. That had been the style he'd assumed, the style he'd forced himself into. They had sometimes wondered if they could be an Iolorius, flowing with change, but that Dressa had chosen that style of rule made them think no. They were so different from Dressa in every way that mattered, they always had been. And they'd learned these last weeks that they weren't overly fond of change for change's sake. They needed to know where they were going. They needed to forge that path themselves, not drift on every wind that came. So, Melisori. They were a force. They were movement and raced ahead of their knowledge, relying on their intuition to see them through. That was all they'd been doing these last weeks. It was what they'd continue to do, but with purpose this time, with measured force. It was the momentum that would take them to the capital, that would push the Javieris, well, at least Eroikin's brand of Javieris, out. That would get them all the information they needed to beat whatever was happening with the Kidaa, to keep their people safe, to outrun their own fear, because a deus, they had so much of that. Melisori, they confirmed. Farouk pressed his hand to his heart and gave a guard's bow. Then, Melisori X, I give you my oath of service under the eyes and will of a deus. Imorie had to clear their throat again. Now would not be the appropriate time for another drink. I accept. Kieran held up his hands, and Imorie leaned forward to grip them. I swear my fealty to you, Sir Melisori, and the fealty of High House Koldari. My breath, my heart, and all of my resources are yours. It was a far older oath than they'd been expecting. A deus, maybe older than the advent of High House Koldari itself. Far more encompassing than any modern oaths, which were scant on requiring loyalty these days. I accept, Imorie said. Eddie turned to them. I give my... They squeezed his hand. You're married to me. That's oath enough. Kieran rose, his face clearing as if a significant weight had been lifted, which didn't sit well with Imorie at all, because whatever burden he'd been carrying had just transferred to them. So now, in some legal definitions, but not all, they were the ruler. Just like that. A ruler of a kingdom who didn't know that they were, hadn't been overly kind to them, and might not accept them even now. They started shaking again, in small shudders this time, doubts rising like the tide. Yes, Imorie had a double claim to the rulership, as a Truthspoken who was legally Iada's child, Iada being the last legal ruler, though that legality could be up for debate, and as the heir who had never legally abdicated. If Dressa had done what she'd done as Imorie in truth, well, that legality got fuzzy too. But Imorie hadn't consented, and Dressa would have had to build some broad leeway into an in-truth personality to convince herself while being Imorie to step down at all. Imorie had never been inclined to surrender, so Dressa's abdication for Imorie hadn't fully been in truth. Not Imorie's own truth, anyway. They were still in the right. They had to be in the right here. Melisori X. Would they be forever known as the usurper of their own kingdom? No, they stood because they had to. They couldn't sit in this line of thought. They were the ruler. Dressa's claim was false, was an error. Imorie was the ruler and would be fully sanctioned by the truth speaker. They had the right. And if the truth speaker didn't understand that, or had been coerced or corrupted by the Javieris too, then there might need to be another truth speaker. If the sanction of the Adeum meant anything to Imorie anymore, it did mean something to the people. And what would their father think of what they'd just done? Either of their fathers, Maja or Iada, though Maja had always been the one they'd strived to please. They narrowed their eyes. They'd felt exactly how broken he was, and he never should have sent them away from the palace to begin with. That move, playing into Iroiken's hands, might have cost the Ryaldans everything. Wherever Maja was, on Hestia, back on Valon, or somewhere else, he wasn't the ruler now. Imorie was, even if... Panic clawed at their throat, and the engines around them whined higher, the deck giving a slight shudder now. Imorie glanced behind them at the single window on the side of the rec room. It was half filled with stars, half with the curve of a blue-green planet. Imorie turned their panic to Iti, who would judge them least of anyone here. I can't change. They couldn't remember if they'd admitted that to everyone here before. But how could they rule without change? How could they be truth spoken at all, to make this bid? Eddie turned fully to them, braced their shoulders. No, I've seen you change. You aren't the person I first met. You can change. It wasn't the same thing. But a deus. They rested their forehead to his, held tightly to him as the ship rattled around them. We need to get to crash seats, Kieran said. If we're coming in this hot, they'll have us landing hot too. But Imorie didn't move. Kieran, they said, still holding on to Eddie. Everything else I need to know. Right now. The comm crackled. Dorian said, landing shortly. Strap in down there. It might be a rougher landing at this speed. They're surrounding us and not giving a single centimeter of leeway. Kieran looked up again. I should be up there. But he strode instead to the inner wall of the rec room, which had fold-out crash seats built flush with the walls. Imorie rushed over to him because they knew he was stalling. And what horrible secrets did he have that he'd needed to pledge such a binding and all-encompassing oath to them? That he'd needed them to know to that broad extent that he was with them, not against them? Kieran, they said, breathing hard from walking too quickly. You need to pause a moment and think about how you'll present yourself and Etty, all of us, to the Javieri prince consort. Kieran folded down one of the seats and held it down for Rhys, then another on the end, and did the same for Iwan, who pecked Kieran lightly on the cheek and gave Imorie a solemn look around him. "Have you met Kim?" Iwan asked. "Once. She doesn't leave Inasi 3 often." "There are reasons for that." "You've met her?" Imorie asked Iwan. "You know her?" "Oh, I know her," Iwan said. Then Kieran was pulling down a seat for Imorie beside Rhys, and they had to think about how to strap in. Eddie took the seat on Imorie's left, Kieran beyond him, and that hadn't been accidental. Eddie scowled at Kieran beside him, but Kieran had wanted that distance between himself and Imorie. Was Kieran going to make that sort of oath and then abandon Imorie to the wolves? No, he couldn't. Imorie started to open their mouth to make their demand of Kieran one more time. They needed information, and he'd promised. "Trust me," he said. "Please." Was that enough? No, it was not. Imorie felt a queasy tug as the ship dove into atmosphere. The view outside the window filtered but bright. Inasi 3 had unpredictable weather systems in the upper atmosphere, which were calmed through tech closer to the planet, but could cause considerable strain on a descending craft, especially one coming in at this speed. Inertial systems would normally smooth out any bumps on the way down, but if Dorian was flying as hot as they said they were, those systems would be deprioritized just now. Farouk stayed at the window, grabbing a nearby handhold on the wall to secure himself while he stared outside. Imorie had flown simulations of landing on Inasi 3 while in piloting training. Even landing at the palace where they were headed, because they had to know and understand their enemy. They turned back to Kieran, tried to sift rapidly through what they most needed to know. If they had so little time, they needed whatever was most vital. "The Kidaa in the palace," they asked. "You said the Kidaa can give the bruising sleep. How?" Dorian said over the comm, "Brace for landing in 10. Imorie braced, gripping the edge of the fold-out seat, but apart from another slight inertial pulling as the ship braked hard and nosed up, they didn't feel much of the landing. Then, the yacht touched down and gravity switched over to the planets. It was just slightly less than Valon's, Imorie knew, though they couldn't feel that difference now. Out the window, Imorie saw blue sky. The rec room shone with sunlight, the window tinted to compensate. The sunlight felt strange, too permanent after days in space. "We're on a pad behind the palace," Farouk said, peering out. "That is my guess." "The Kidaa," Imorie pressed again, because they knew the dangers posed by the Javieris at large, but what extra danger would they be in? And could the Kidaa on this world give everyone else the bruising sleep on a whim, Kieran included? Would Kim instruct the Kidaa to do so? "They're a sleeper," Kieran said quickly as he unbuckled his restraints. "Kidaa spend part of their lives asleep and part awake, as we do, but they do it in large chunks. Months or years asleep, months or years awake. When they're asleep, they affect things with their minds, like giving someone the bruising sleep. A deus, what a lifetime's study worth of information that Valorous didn't have packed into those few statements he rattled off as facts. Why had this information never made it to the capital, like their revelation about the population having the Truthspoken genetics that were supposed to set the rulers apart? Why were these things not known? Kieran stood and bent to help them, but Imorie had already hit the restraint release and pushed up too. Dorian's voice rang out, louder now that the engines were winding down. "We've landed behind Palace Javieri. There are already guards on the pad. They're instructing us all to disembark immediately to be escorted to the Prince Consort Kim Javieri at her request, as honored guests of Palace Javieri, with an express welcome for a returned Javieri prince. Their words. Etty stiffened all over. I'm not a... You are, if they say you are, Revan said tightly. And you might be. Lysander will have to renounce her titles when she becomes the ruler consort. That's a guarantee, and if it hasn't happened yet, it will soon. Eroiken doesn't have an heir besides Lysander, so then the princedom would go first to Neom, and then... We knew this was coming, Kieran said. They weren't going to take your fired-out names without firing a shot back. Etty's eyes were hot on Imorie's. Then I renounce. Whatever I need to renounce. Because I'm married to you. That's how it works. I can't keep any other titles if you're the ruler? Imorie nodded. He didn't look relieved, though. He hardly looked relieved. And well, he shouldn't, because ruler consort was a step above High House Prince. Kieran said, Imorie, there's more. So much more you need to know. We'll find a time. I have a dampener. For now, be watchful in everything. Keem will be watching everything you do. Imorie caught Kieran's eye. Remember your oaths, and remember my bid. He was pushing them too much, and while he still might know more than them about what was happening here with the Javieris and the Kidaa, if Imorie was going to be in charge, they needed to be in charge, not worrying about if he'd step out and make their decisions for them. Yes, he said with a slight bow. Ser Melisori. Okay, that had to be enough. Imorie turned to everyone else, took a breath through their throbbing headache, and let go of everything that was not being the ruler. Farouk, fall in. Kieran behind me with Iwan, Ettai by my side. Revan behind him. And Dorian would surely join them at the boarding airlock. Should we bring the engineer and pilot? Revan asked. They'll have meant passengers, not crew, Kieran said. But the Javieris will search the yacht. Is there anything we need to lock away before we exit? I brought nothing with that I can't lose. We'll lock with my passcodes, but that certainly won't seal the ship from a sanctioned search. And the Javieris would follow procedures around the search and seizure of a ship. If a ship was even possibly a threat in Valon City, procedure was always to secure first, apologize later, if at all. Palace Javieri had almost as much security as Palace Rialdan. Farouk positioned himself ahead and to Imorie's right, taking the posture and stance of not just a palace guard, but a ruler's personal guard. There was a difference, for those trained to see it. Imorie couldn't wager that Keem Javieri wouldn't be one of them. Be my guard, as if I was still the heir, Imorie corrected Farouk, and he adjusted his stance, widening the distance between them, stepping a little ahead. Call this the ace. Call it the wild card. Their bid had hardly any legitimacy beyond a single high house, the least of the high houses, and a single personal guard. Their bid was almost not made at all. But it had been made, and witnessed by a magicor and the ranking member of the military present. By Valoran law, that made it official. The only way it could be more official would be if the truth speaker herself was here. So it was done, even if it wasn't also public. Yet, the Javieris would almost certainly pull the ship's logs, and their bid and Kieran's oath would be on surveillance feeds, if not officially logged yet. A deus, but there was no time to wipe the ship's logs to any kind of useful degree. They might use their truth-spoken codes, but then that would only tell the Javieris that they had something to hide, and that was more dangerous right now than the truth. So they had, at most, an hour before the Javieris knew exactly who and what had landed on their world. Imorie glanced at Etty. There were no promises for anything. Save the promises Kieran and Farouk had just made to them. All right, they said. Let's go. Chapter 13. Palace Javieri. Palace Javieri was built and destroyed twice before it was finally built again 700 years ago on the cliffs overlooking Javieri City. It is one of the oldest, continuous residences of the high houses in use today. From a traveler's guide to the high houses. Imorie stood behind Farouk at the top of the ramp, breathing through the metallic smells of hot hull, the bracing breeze with its sea air. "If you even suspect danger," Farouk said beneath his breath, "signal. We'll pull out." Beside Imorie, Eddie stiffened, but they squeezed his hand. No, they would not leave without Gale. That was not an option. The ramp extended, and Farouk strode down to meet the guards in green and gold High House Javieri livery. They formed a double line from the end of the ramp, quickly pulled together, expertly calculated to stop at the edge of the ramp. Imorie could see them now as Farouk stepped away, this blatant display of power that was not their own. Yes, as the ruler they could command any military or police force belonging to any world or high house within Valoris. But there was an unspoken assumption that those commands would only be made at last resort. That sort of command was one of the triggers to the original Imorie caste rebellion and war. And no one here knew they were the ruler yet. No one outside the handful of people behind them. Farouk made to talk to one of the guards as they waited, squinting in the sunlight. But the guards ignored him as he approached. They abruptly stomped in unison and said, "Welcome to the prince." Eddie choked, his hand spasming in Imorie's. "It's a challenge," Imorie said, tilting their head up to his ear. "This is your home. This is your birthright. Know that. You're beside me, and know that too." He glanced at them, and when that speech didn't seem to be helping, they added, "Every bit of power you can take for yourself will help you get Gale." Eddie straightened. His breaths were short, but he nodded again. And hand in hand, Imorie and Eddie walked down the ramp. When Eddie's foot touched the tarmac, just a hair before Imorie's in his nervous haste, the guards stomped again and turned toward the entrance into the palace. For Eddie, not Imorie, and the entrance was close. Dorian had been directed to one of the palace pads that would be reserved for trusted guests alone, and family. But they were family. They were. They had blasted their passenger manifest out with their Javieri names, which demanded that they be seen and welcomed as family. Kim Javieri was taking that demand seriously, in her own way. Farouk didn't dare shoot a glance back at Imorie, but took up his position in front of them again, a little closer to the ruler's positioning than they would have liked. But they did want him close. Their own heart was pounding, and they breathed as evenly as they could. Heard a scuff of Kieran's boot behind them, his reminder that he was there as well. Imorie's natural stride was shorter than Eddie's, his much longer, but in their mutual determination, their steps fell into sync. Them broadening their stride, him lessening. The emotions between them hummed, sinking too. The absolute focus toward the goal that lay ahead. Imorie felt a hand on their shoulder and flinched, for a moment breaking that meditative focus. They looked around to Revan. "Break apart," she said in a low voice. "Your auras are both flaring bright. You have to break apart." "Adeus, what?" Imorie looked to Eddie and saw his aura as a much brighter green than it should be, and it wasn't the sunlight. A magicker's aura wasn't affected by sunlight. Eddie's eyes widened, and they both let go, put a step between them. Imorie glanced at the Javieri guards, and a few had postures that looked wary, but that could mean anything. They were guards. What had just happened? Imorie had kept close to Etai for days now, had held his hand before, and their auras had never flared like that before. But now they were passing beneath the shadow of Palace Javieri, its sandstone and copper edifice towering overhead. Gulls called, and Imorie thought, now that the yacht's engines were fully off, they could hear the surf far below. Palace Javieri sat at the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea on one side, and Javieri City on the other side in the distance below. Unlike Palace Rialdan, it wasn't among the city it called its home, but apart from and above it. The landing pads behind the palace jutted out over the side of the cliff, Imorie knew, but the yacht was blocking most of the view to one side, the palace the view to the other. And then they passed into the palace itself, the air growing cool and controlled. The guards continued in their line on either side of Imorie's group. They'd wondered if some of the guards would stop at the doors. But no. This was to be a full family welcome then. Keem flexing in her anger at being forced to greet them as they'd announced themselves, as Rialdans and Javieris. Though Keem was absolutely focused on the Javieri part. The floor of the corridor stretched ahead, a blue river mosaic rippling down its center, flecked with gold. The ceiling was a mural of a sky, painted, not holographic. The feel of the palace so different, so vastly different than the rich opulence of Palace Rialdan. This palace was lighter, more airy, the ceilings higher. The sense of quiet foreboding much stronger. Beside them, not touching, Etty tensed, leaning forward as he walked, like he wanted to run through these corridors and find his sibling right now. "Hold," Imorie whispered, and he uncoiled, just a little. They saw no one but the guards on the way in. Keem had cleared the corridors, so this show was for Imorie and Imorie alone. Well, and for everyone with them. It certainly wasn't meant to be a welcome for Etty, that welcome for the Javieri prince, not the Rialdan, or not even acknowledging Etty's marriage to a Rialdan, was Keem's own gauntlet thrown down. Imorie's resolve hardened with each step, and they were falling, slowly, back into their walk they'd used in Palace Rialdan, when they'd known it was their domain, when they'd known that they were only a step from the highest power, and all of that responsibility. They took that knowing and amplified it, broadcasting their charisma, broadcasting their inherent knowledge of their power. They watched the guards around them responding to this shift in subtle ways, and Imorie wondered if it wasn't just their own body language cues, but their magic's projecting some of that too, and decided not to do anything about that. Somewhere behind them, Iwan made a low, off-tune humming. What had to be a nervous stim? All of their boots and shoes made an almost syncopated rhythm. Imorie was tapping their finger to their leg in time with their steps, their own stim. They couldn't touch Etty again for anchoring right now, not knowing what that aura flare had been, and that was throwing them off. Their coat flowed around them, a silent, dark iridescence. Etty's coat, cut at the waist and subtly embroidered around the blue sleeves with green pearls, softly shimmered as it caught the light. He'd borrowed it from Iwan, as the clothes Jong had brought him were now too tight. And this was also a little tight, but it suited him. That gaudy glare suited him. Even apart, they both glowed with the dense strengths of their auras, their rank seals intricate and obvious. They were led into another corridor, where the blue river mosaic on the floor flowed into this tributary, graceful beams of a vaulted gallery ceiling overhead, supporting green and gold glass skylights. This palace was beautiful, something preserved through the centuries in a way that Palace Rialdan hadn't been. Palace Rialdan was almost completely renovated every century or so, but Imorie had seen images and holos of Palace Javieri from half a millennium before. These mosaics and this corridor were there, exactly as they were now. Imorie had studied everything the Rialdans knew about this palace, this heart of their rivals, and that was much. They knew the way to the reception hall from here, and knew that's where they were headed now. They knew the way to the Javieri family residence, which took up the entire center of the palace's 3 wings. They knew the way to the kitchens, and knew that Palace Javieri had something resembling back corridors, if not as extensive as those in Valon. This corridor had also been cleared of everyone but their party. A straight walk now as the Javieri guards moved forward, motioning to their counterparts guarding 5-meter-high oak doors at the end of this gallery corridor. The door guards stamped their feet twice, swiveled and pushed open the double doors with slow and measured grace. It was a wildly different procedure from Valon, a very different feel. And Farouk, with his maroon and silver uniform, glittered his own grace, but that felt foreign here, alien. Imorie resisted the urge to move a little closer to him still. Farouk, this symbol of Valon City authority on a world that only barely tolerated it. The reception hall was cavernous, the high ceiling a vaulted peak of sun-tinted glass, interspersed with running trails of colored, stained glass, like clouds. The blue river of the floor widened into an ocean, all leading its tides toward the shore at the front of the room. This room had also been cleared of courtiers, cleared of anyone but the guards and the woman at the front, where there were 2 actual, ornately carved wooden thrones, a custom long abandoned in Valon City, and on the throne to the right sat Kim Javieri. Late 40s, face pale, gray-blonde hair wrapped in a simple but elegant style that cascaded over one shoulder. Imorie caught their breath, almost stopped in their approach, because there was something else they saw in Kim Javieri, the prince consort of High House Javieri. They saw it in themself in the mirror, a density around them, not quite in their aura. They'd thought it was part of their truth-spoken soul they were seeing, but they hadn't seen that in Iada, or their father, or Dressa. Was that the bruising sleep? Did Kim Javieri, prince consort of High House Javieri, possibly have the bruising sleep? Or was Imorie reading that wrong? There were no outward signs but a faint pinching of her lips, a more careful posturing than a healthy person might hold, someone who wasn't unaccustomed to pain or fatigue. Imorie saw those signs in themself in the mirror, too. But could there be another explanation? Kim watched them approach, not moving, her light brown eyes flicking between them all. Settling for a long moment on Revan Tanaka, then Imorie, then moving, finally, to Eddie. When they were halfway down the hall, Kim stood. "Prince Etienne Javieri, we welcome you home," she said. "Your sibling is well in my care, and reveling the chance to serve as a magicier in this court. You may of course see them after I have the chance to speak with you properly. They have missed you, and so have I." Bile rose in Imorie's throat. Oh no, no. Kim did not get to claim this man she and Iroiken had thrown out before he was even born, who they'd coerced, whose family they had abused. Eddie's steps faltered, and Imorie couldn't help him. Not here, not in this context. A deus, he would have to hold his own. Kim was trying to chip at the most vulnerable member of their party, and it could work. Kim watched Eddie impassionately from the height of the throne dais. Beside them, Imorie felt Eddie's emotions spiking, even though they were not touching. They thought at him, focusing their thoughts as best they could. Head high, meet her on her own ground. This is for Gale. And they watched Eddie's posture straighten, that blazing fire coming back into his eyes. Imorie felt him pulling, loosely, from their strength, and they opened themselves, opened to whatever he needed. Eddie stopped, not yet approaching the dais, and looked up at Kim. He didn't bow. "Thank you, Aunt." That sounded choked out, but he took a breath, took another, and Imorie tried to project to him what he should do next, what might help balance the scales Kim was heavily tipping in her favor just now. He should pull Imorie back into the equation, pull the weight of the Ryaldans. He should pull his mother. He should make Kim acknowledge who she seemed determined to ignore. But if Eddie heard those thoughts, he didn't heed them. He took another step forward, spread his hands. "I only want to take my sibling home. Please." A dais number. No, there should be no pleading here. And that put Imorie at a disadvantage, too. Imorie stepped up beside him. Prince Consort Javieri, they started. Yes, Keem said, her sharp gaze moving to Imorie. Have the Rialdans finally come to investigate the Kidaa attack on our world? Imorie opened their mouth. That was not the volley they'd been expecting. And should they bring up that they knew the Javieris had an actual Kidaa on their world? Well, Keem said, holding up a dismissive hand, then gathering up her long, pale blue skirts to descend the stairs to the floor level. We will, of course, welcome family, as I see you have seen fit to marry a Javieri son. And I see you have taken a Javieri name. I have taken my husband's name, Imorie said, as he's taken mine. Though not legally, I note, on your part. Etienne, as part of this family, you should know that it's generally required for a member to ask their prince, first, if they can marry. Keem strode toward their group, still clustered near the center of the hall, and Farouk drew a little closer to Imorie. The Javieris had not taken Farouk's pistol, and that was courtesy. But there were 14 Javieri guards in this room, and 1 Rialdan. Only 1. With half a group of magicers who could not fight, who might be sick and incapacitated if there was any violence at all. Eddie shot a pleading look to Imorie. As a member of the ranking family, Imorie said, the marriage was my call. And did you ask your father's permission? Keem asked, still striding toward them, ever closer. Or Iada's? Imorie stiffened. But, yes, the news had been here first, that Iada had abdicated as himself. And while Imorie hadn't been intending to try to continue the fiction that they weren't a royal Rialdan, having Keem toss her assumptions, no, her knowledge, out there like that, was grating. Keem's eyes glittered with malice as she reached their group, even as she smiled, dismissing Imorie and Eddie completely and stretching her hands out to Rhys. Sister, it is so good to see you. Rhys took Keem's hands warily and suffered Keem's perfunctory hug. A dais. Imorie wanted to shiver just thinking about that hug. Keem, Rhys said carefully, you have my child. They're a minor, so they are still in my legal custody. They were an unsealed magicker, Keem said, and with the news breaking about Etienne on Hestia, I only thought to keep them safe. Rhys's aura darkened. They were unsealed, she said carefully, because you... Keem turned to Kirin. Duke Koldari, always a pleasure. She bowed shallowly to him, and he bowed back with equal shallowness, a calculated insult which she seemed to enjoy. Keem, a pleasure, as always. I'm sure it's not a pleasure to see me, Iwan said, as if they knew her well. And who are you? Keem asked. Imorie couldn't tell if the confusion was genuine or an expert put on. The hairs on Imorie's arms rose. Eroican was bad enough. Eroican was a known quantity. But everyone assumed that Keem was Eroican's shadow, not her equal in position or political skill. A dais. A dais. Had they been wrong about that too? This was the woman Lysander called Mama. Lysander, with all the horrors she'd grown up with, here, in this glittering palace. Here, with this woman as part of those horrors. Imorie's eyes met Kirin's, marked his anger and his distress, and they only saw that because they'd seen the subtle signs of it earlier that day, and knew the cues to look for. Iwan drew up and glared back at Keem, but Imorie saw Kirin make a subtle, quelling gesture at his partner. The prince consort ignored Dorian, who'd joined them at the airlock after they'd landed all together. Imorie weighed the situation, weighed Keem's vicious little games, weighed the number of guards in the room and their chances of getting off planet if this went south. And it was not going particularly well. Prince Consort Javieri, Imorie said, and spread their hands. We are only here for Gale Tanaka, and to inform family of my marriage to Eddie. We will of course accept the hospitality of Palace Javieri if you wish us to. We do not, however, wish to disrupt any further than we have. Keem nodded, turning back to Imorie. Fine. Ariana. I prefer Imorie. Imorie, then. You descend on our world without warning that you're bringing a Javieri son home. We had no time to prepare a suitable welcome. The very least you can do is stay a week or two. Let the people meet him. Imorie stared up at her. Do you really want the public to meet us? As Magikers? As Ryeldans? Do you want the public to see Semlin Necrata Javieri as a Magiker and draw assumptions there as well? Will that serve you? Keem tilted her head, eyeing Imorie, and Imorie didn't like the look in her eyes at all. Something about it was a little unhinged. It will, she said, then spun, her hand up. In any case, I want to show you something. And Keem strode toward a side door. Imorie exchanged a look with first Eddie, then Reven. Gale, Eddie called out. Please, can we see? They're in lessons right now, Keem said without turning. I wouldn't wish to disturb them in their education. Because of course this wouldn't be so easy. Because if you held a child hostage against the obedience of their family, you wouldn't let them go so easily. Imorie's eyes met Kieran's again. His body language was languid, highly controlled, any signs of the distress he'd shown earlier gone. But his eyes burned. Oh, they burned with the same intensity that they'd seen before in Reven's apartment, when he'd agreed to help them get Gale. When he'd said he had a thing against people who kidnapped children. They wanted to know why, beyond the obvious reasons, because that had seemed deeply personal. They wanted to know his motives and his triggers and his wants, because he might have sworn to them, but it was their trust on the line, their life, even. And now it was also the kingdom. And if he'd led them into a Javieri trap, if he was playing both sides, they would find a way to stomach the violence of it and destroy him for it. They would. But Kieran gave them a nod and motioned after Keem, so they would trust. Imorie hoped to everything that trust was not misplaced. Chapter 14. What We're Facing. If they would have listened, we would have told them. Prince Consort Kim Nimatrat Javieri, as quoted in the Change dialogues. The Javieri palace was no longer cleared of people as it had been when they'd arrived. Now, with Keem leading and the rest of them working to keep up, only now were people allowed to see them. With Imorie's group in disarray, and Keem perfectly composed. Obviously in charge. By now, Imorie was sure everyone knew just who had landed at the palace. Rumors always spread faster than breath in a palace, and this one couldn't be contained. That had been the point. Their point, but Keem was doing her best to use it against Imorie now. The stares were open and not kind. Imorie caught Eddie's arm again, locking it in theirs, holding themselves completely in their posture as a Truthspoken, and him as their consort. Straighten, they said in their thoughts, aiming them at Eddie. Don't look at anyone around us, or if you do, only in passing. Your center is not in them, but in you. He straightened. And if he had caught most of their words or not, he did seem to settle into Imorie's own trained confidence. Borrowing it, borrowing their posture even, as he'd done briefly before in front of Keem. Imorie would have to think on that later. They weren't sure what to think about Eddie taking parts of their personality wholesale, and then just using them. Could they do the same in return? Could they borrow some of his loyalty? His ferocious focus? Their steps fell into sync. Imorie knew their auras were pulsing brightly again, and that was politically dangerous, but Reven didn't stop them this time, and Imorie wasn't about to let go. The brightening, that intensifying of their auras when they were together, would be news too. As high-ranking as they were, as visible as they already were. The former truth-spoken heir, and Imorie was sure if there were any doubts left to that fact, Keem would dispel them. Imorie themself was dispelling them now, their body language holding enough of their own from Valon to be plain to those around them. And Farouk had not changed his positioning as their guard, still closer to them. Still so close to the posture of a ruler's personal guard. These Javieri courtiers and Javieri palace staff would take note. And while there were open stares at Imorie and Eddie, there was outright gawking for Rhys behind them. Because who else would Semlin Necrata Javieri be? She only vaguely resembled herself of 2 decades ago, but the resemblance was still there. These people were watching what they'd thought had been a tragedy turn into a legend. A few people gave Rhys tentative bows, right behind Keem as she passed. Rhys was aggressively not walking as nobility should. She held her head high, but didn't keep her anger to herself, glaring right back at the people. Imorie felt waves of animosity, and the hurt and impatience beneath it rolling off of Rhys, echoed in Eddie, too, and building. Imorie also felt, as focused as they were, Kieran's soul energy shifting, his growing desire for something coming to the fore. Whatever that was, it felt aimed at Imorie, and full of frustration? They glanced back at him, and he grimaced. And then that silent conversation was done, because the conversation Imorie wanted to have, needed to have, with Kieran would come later. Keem's taunting public parade through the palace ended as she led them all into another narrower corridor. This corridor had guards at the doors, and past the guards, the way was empty again. Just them, and their guards. And now, Keem began to talk. And Imorie listened, because what Keem had to say was not what they were expecting, and it was more than chilling. I grew up on Solana, the border world, and my father was one of the few merchants on Solana who dealt heavily with trade on and off world. And what Valon doesn't know, what Valon hasn't even bothered to find out, is just how much trade Solana carries on with the Kidaa. Imorie kept their expression neutral, because they had their lifetime of training. But why? Adeus. Why had Imorie not known that Solana traded with the Kidaa? They felt the truth of it in Keem's words. It was a fact. And no, Valon had not known. Imorie had not known, and were sure that their father and Iada hadn't known. That was too big a thing to ignore. Imorie hadn't known the Kidaa were even interested in trading with humans. So I know the Kidaa, Keem went on. I grew up seeing the Kidaa. My father would take me with him when he went to trade. Trade involved a Kidaa ship and merchant ship overlapping. Goods would be deposited from one ship to the other through the overlap, though no human ever went on a Kidaa ship, or Kidaa on a human ship. It was always done in overlap only. And Solana jealously guards this secret. Did you know that, Royal Ryalden? Keem glanced back, smiled. We benefit from this trade because the Kidaa clans we deal with understand human nutritional needs, and Solana has never been the paradise the early colonists hoped for. It's never been more than a colony in the 200 years since it was established, never fully allowed to grow. Sulanen's soil is rich in the wrong kinds of minerals, poor in the ones we need. There are lots of precious metals and elements we can mine and sell, but they're not so uncommon as to make Solana wealthy enough for a better standard of life. All of this said in a matter-of-fact monotone, as if this wasn't all new information to Imorie. And Keem knew that it was new. She was rubbing in Imorie's face that here was a thing, a huge thing, that a Truthspoken did not know. And Keem did. Imorie squeezed Eddie's hand on their arm. He sent back his own anger in response to theirs. Added to his anger around his sibling, and his mother, and in general, Eddie was becoming a blaze beside them. And maybe they should separate from him, try to keep their own head cool. But they didn't. Their aura still pulsed in time to his. What could the Kidaa possibly offer a human colony? Imorie asked, because they knew Keem wanted them to ask that, or something like it. Keem opened another door into yet another corridor, this one dimmer, narrower. The floor tiled in terracotta, the walls papered in a flowing holographic blue, like the ocean outside. The effect was disconcerting, a little queasy, and had more of the feeling of a private sanctuary than a publicly used place. Imorie had studied plans for Palace Javieri. They knew almost as much about it as their own palace, barring some of the back corridors and their entrances. But they knew a lot. And this area they were in now should have been administrative offices. Keem was not, they were sure, taking them to administrative offices. The queasy feeling from the walls intensified, because here was a whole part of Palace Javieri that Imorie didn't know about. And there was a whole seditious border colony that had been keeping such a monumental thing as trading with the Kidaa, a secret for, what, centuries? For as long as Sulana had existed, and as long as the Kidaa had been known? Imorie glanced back at Iwan. Iwan was from Sulana. Did they know about this? Iwan's mouth was tight, their shoulders braced. They didn't even notice Imorie looking. So, did Imorie know of anyone else from that border world? They'd never paid much attention. It was one of the least of the Valoran worlds. They had been much more entrenched in the politics of the high houses and their more central locations. And that was partly Keem's point. That was entirely Keem's point. The Kidaa had first been spotted near Solana just over 200 years ago, though not in that system at first. Imorie knew that there had been concern back then. There had been talk about pulling the new colony back, evacuating the people, but then the Kidaa had proved completely non-violent, and so everyone had just waited, and waited some more. Until the waiting had become permanent, and Sulana and its people had stayed where it was. The Kidaa could offer us food, as I said, Keem said, and after we worked out a way to speak in molecules and chemicals, they helped us with pharmaceuticals, or at least the chemicals needed to manufacture them. Equipment for our fields that could better filter the harsh soil. Did you know that the Kidaa are farmers? When a clan settles on a world for a time, they become farmers and work the land. Then a few years later, they pack everything up along with their vacuum-preserved crops and travel in space again for a time. Keem paused at an unremarkable door. There was a ripple of apprehension in her body language, and that spiked Imorie's own alarm. That queasy feeling. That feeling wasn't just theirs. With their aura enmeshed with Etty's, with both of them in synchrony, they'd felt it growing on the edges of their mind, becoming more alien, becoming more insistent. It snapped into the fore now, and Imorie was sure. Oh, Adeus. The Kidaa on this world was near. They had to be. And Keem Javieri was possibly insane. But Keem was scared and growing more scared by the second. Why? Why was Keem telling them this? And not just them, but Etty and Revan and Kieran. Dorian and Iwan and Farouk even. These had to be state secrets. Keem had as much as said so herself. And Kieran Koldari? What did he think of all of this? His mouth was drawn tight, but he didn't seem surprised by any of this information. Imorie didn't think even with his command of Evacu, he could conceal that from them right now. He'd known? Kieran Koldari, Duke of High House Koldari, had known about all of this too. Was it a conspiracy against the Rialdan rule? But then, Kieran had been allied with the Javieris once. And did that change how Imorie felt about him helping them? About his pledging his loyalty to them? Their heart clenched. Because this was why he'd asked to do that. Why he'd felt the urgency. Why he'd pushed Imorie to make their private bid to rule, valid or not, good idea or not. Why he'd begged on his knees and pledged outdated and far too inclusive oaths. He'd needed Imorie to know that he was on their side for this moment here, because otherwise, this would be the exact moment they knew he'd betrayed them. Imorie met his eyes. He only looked back. They turned back to the traitorous Javieri prince consort, who was opening the door, whispering a passcode to do so. But Kim paused again before she opened it, and the look she sent back to Imorie held too much sanity this time. Far too much. "Imorie," Kim said, and her voice was softer too. "The Kidaa gave you the bruising sleep. They can do that. They gave it to me." She glanced at Rhys. "They gave Semlin green magics, and I suppose her son as well. He shouldn't have had it at all. He was conceived before Semlin manifested. And you." Her gaze came back to Imorie. Kieran steadied Imorie with a hand on their shoulder. And Eddie, too. They'd both swayed. Adeus, of course they had swayed. Because what? Okay, Kieran had said Iroikan had given them the bruising sleep. And Imorie, well, they had thought about the similarities to their magics, the incredible timing of that. They had. They just hadn't had time to follow the thought all the way through. Had Iroikan given them magics, too? "Look at me," Kim barked. "Magicker. Look at me and know I'm telling the truth." Imorie swallowed. They looked. They couldn't help it. Because they could detect something off about Kim's statements, but nothing untrue. "You gave me the bruising sleep," Imorie said. Kim smiled, a bitter smile. "No." She nodded at the door. "They did. The Kidaa." She meant the Kidaa. The Kidaa that was in her custody, that she obviously had some control over, because why would a Kidaa agree to stay here willingly? Why? The confirmation of what Kieran had said on the ship hit Imorie in the gut, because even if they'd believed him, even if they knew he'd been speaking his truth, what he thought was the truth, they hadn't in their core wanted to accept it. Belief and acceptance were light years apart, and with that realization came a new certainty, locking into place around them as surely as the trap it was meant to be. Kim had just confessed that she and Iroikan had given Imorie the bruising sleep, not in so many words, but it was all there, and witnessed by everyone around them. Their group alone, and Kim's palace guards. Oh, this was Windvale all over again. Imorie was not meant to leave this palace alive. Worse than Windvale, no one here was meant to leave the palace alive. Not Eddie, not Rhys, not Kieran, not Dorian, no matter their involvement or innocence. Not any of them. Or, Kim felt that she had something so potent, so devastating, that it would drive everyone here to her side. Despite everything. Despite all of their grievances against her. "You've married my nephew," Kim said softly. "You've come here, Ryalden Magicker, gifted and cursed by the Kidaa. Come to my home. You are family. It's time you learned the family secrets." Her brow creased. "It's time you understand what we're facing." Imorie clenched Eddie's hand tightly and felt their auras surging together again, uniting in both of their apprehension, in their fear. Kim looked between them, then opened the door. Chapter 15. The Sleeper. From the center, we open eyes. To he who sees. Traditional rite among the green magickers. A puff of cool air escaped the door as Kim opened it. It had been sealed, and stripping on the bottom scraped against the tiled floor within. A musky smell hit Imorie, dank and alien. And the mind. The mind! There must have been other dampening fields around the room as well. Telepathic? Did Keem somehow have telepathic shielding? Because the mind they'd been able to sense before as a queasy foreboding washed over them now, blasting through their thoughts with an overwhelming urgency. Imorie dimly felt Kieran's hand on their shoulder again, on Eddie's, felt Kieran's surge of anger through his touch, felt the Kida's swirl of thoughts, its focus turning on Imorie, crashing against their mind like a summer storm. Had Imorie known the Kidaa were telepathic? If Kidaa could give green magics, as Keem had said, did they have green magics too? But Kieran had said this Kidaa was a sleeper. This Kidaa's mind was very much awake. Imorie couldn't yet see the Kidaa, with Keem still blocking the doorway. They were still out in the corridor, but they were being watched. They were being seen. In Imorie's mind, a rune flashed, jagged and chaotic, but a structured mark, coming with a sense of pain, of urgency that rattled their bones. And how could they know that? How could they possibly know what this Kidaa was thinking? How could they understand a mind so alien to them? If they even understood at all? "Keem," Kieran said, low and urgent. "Close the door." Farouk moved in front of Imorie. "Sir, we should leave. Now." "Not without Gale," Eddie managed, but his voice was strained. He was clenching Imorie's arm as tightly as they were holding on to him, feeling what they were feeling from the Kidaa. "We are going now," Farouk said, grabbing Imorie's other arm. "Away from this room." "Imorie," Keem said, watching their reactions, watching closely as Imorie's initial freeze heightened into a jittery panic, and they knew that. They were aware that they'd frozen up. They knew they weren't moving. They knew their thoughts had been wholly overwhelmed by this Kidaa mind, but they couldn't do anything about it. "You want to rule your kingdom?" Keem said. "You must see what you face. You must look upon your enemy or your savior. You choose." More hands on them now. Farouk touching their face, trying to make them react. "Imorie! Sir! Look at me, please!" They couldn't. The rune flashed in their mind again, hot and searing, pain blooming between their eyes. "Close the damn door!" Kieran roared. The door shut. The connection with that mind abruptly dimmed, like shutting out the sun. Imorie shook themselves, their heart pounding. Kieran and Farouk both peered down at them. Eddie was clenching their arm like he was drowning, or maybe like he was trying to save them from drowning. Revan hovered next to him. Imorie violently shook them all off, stepped back. "We are going," Farouk said again. "This is my call. Your safety." Imorie ignored him with the shred of coherent thought they were pulling back. They focused on Keem. "I need to see the Kidaa." They had to. They had to understand what sort of person was behind that mind that had so quickly overtaken theirs. They had to see for themselves. Imorie. The voice, and the intensity of it, was unexpected. They turned to see Iwan glaring at them. "Don't go in, please. Trust me if you can trust me." They did, a little. Maybe more than Kieran. Iwan had rough edges where Kieran had filed all of his off. But they didn't trust Iwan enough, not when answers might be in the next room. Keem gave a small smile and opened the door again. Imorie was prepared this time for the mental barrage, though it still swept them over. But they ignored everyone else, and apart from Eddie, their own thoughts were more contained. The Kidaa flashed the rune at them again. 3 diagonal slashes, the last slightly hooked on the top edge. They didn't know what that rune meant. They'd never paid much attention to Kidaa runes before. What use was a Truthspoken near the Kidaa? Their skills had been much better honed toward the capital, they'd thought. Oh, they'd thought. Imorie stumbled past Farouk, barreling through the doorway and into the room beyond. It looked like office space that had been converted into, what, a lab? A terrarium? The lighting was dim, ambient overheads on a weirdly warm spectrum. Imorie had been expecting living quarters. Instead, they found furry rugs scattered about the floor, no furniture. Except for a clear, semi-upright chamber in the center of one wall, indicator lights blinking on a control panel hovering beside it. Hollows monitoring. Vitals. Within the chamber, hard to see in this dim light, but the outline was clear enough, was the Kidaa. Imorie froze again. Because with the Kida's mind so focused on their own, for a moment, an aching moment, it was like looking at themself. The thought jarred them out of the freeze. A deus. No, this mind, this person, was utterly alien. They took in the Kidaa's gnarled gray-violet skin, the runes carved into their shoulders, the 4 folded legs, wedge-shaped head leaning against the sloped platform of the chamber. Eyes closed. Sleeping? But that mind was active and awake. Imorie was struggling to hold themselves apart from it, to not be consumed by it completely. Slowly, they approached the clear case, glancing at the medical readouts. Sleeping, yes, by human standards. Or in a coma. Imorie had had enough medical training to recognize unconscious brain waves, but they had never studied Kidaa anatomy. And they had no idea what the spikes above those brain waves were. But Kieran had said Kidaa could sleep for months or years, that it was the sleepers who could give the bruising sleep. The musky odor of the room was strong. Did whoever tended this Kidaa open the case to tend to them? Did the Kidaa wake up to relieve themselves? Would Kidaa who were awake typically care for those who were asleep? Imorie carefully touched the glass of the case. This Kidaa had given them the bruising sleep. Kieran had said so. The prince consort had said so. But Imorie felt a mental resonance just now that hummed in their thoughts. A sense of familiarity, even with that alien mind. This Kidaa had given them magics too? They felt something shift in the Kidaa's thoughts, the current running a little darker. The Kidaa in the chamber shifted slightly, and Imorie jumped back. There was something else familiar about the way the Kidaa's mind felt, or maybe the connection between them. Something Imorie reached for as important, but couldn't name. The Kidaa didn't open their eyes. Imorie watched their breathing. It remained steady. Imorie wet their lips, struggling to breathe under the immense mental pressure. They thought about how they could send thoughts to E.T., and he to them, mostly picked up now. "Are you a prisoner?" they asked the Kidaa, trying to send the thought the same way. They waited. The sense of the Kidaa's mind did not change. The Kidaa didn't move again, and their headache was threatening to collapse them from a different kind of pressure, a lot like the feeling of the hull in below space, the feeling of a space under tremendous pressure. Could the Kidaa even understand their thoughts at all? Had that movement earlier been a fluke? "Are you my enemy?" Imorie asked. "Are you working with Keem?" But there was no reply. They took a step back. The Kidaa would not understand them. Not if the Kidaa had only sent them a rune before, whatever that was supposed to mean. There would be some other sense of understanding if the Kidaa could actually speak with Imorie and Valoran, or in human thoughts. Wouldn't there be? And would the Kidaa tell the truth anyway, even if they could communicate? Imorie stepped back again and turned toward Keem waiting by the door. She hadn't come fully inside. Did the Kidaa affect her too, even without having an aura, without having magics to read thoughts and soul energies? But then, there had been mental dampening on this room. However, Keem had managed that. Keem had been scared to enter this room. Imorie's sense of the Kidaa's mind shifted again, and something flashed in their mind, a sequence of rippling fires. They grunted and felt their knees buckle. Arms caught them before they hit the floor, and they dimly looked up, expecting Farouk, or maybe Etty, or Kieran. No. Kim Javieri was pulling them up again, her lips pressed tight. "I do think that is enough," she said, and awkwardly supported Imorie with an arm around their back until Farouk took over, pulling Imorie swiftly away. They were out in the corridor again. Kim shut the door. The Kida's mind dimmed, and Imorie half slumped in Farouk's hold, panting. They could feel his fear radiating off of him in waves, but couldn't process it. "What the hell was that?" Kieran demanded. "What did you have that Kidaa do to them?" "Nothing," Kim said, sounding annoyed. "That sleeper's mind is ferocious. They're damn creepy, but they've never had this effect on anyone before." Kim's accent, Imorie noticed, had slipped. Not quite the cultured Javieri high house consort now, but closer to Iwan's sharpened drawl. "Have you ever had a magicker in there?" Reven's voice rising. "Did you bring my child here? Subject them to—" "No, by the gods, Semlin. I'm not a monster, no matter what you think." "Then take me to my child. Let us all get off this hell of a world. It was your home too, before you—" "Oh, you're saying it's my fault I manifested? You just told us all that the Kidaa gave me my magics. Fuck you, Kim." Imorie, dazed, felt their mind churning again over what the Kidaa had last shown them. That rippling pattern of mental fires. They cried out, pressing both hands to their head. The fight abruptly stopped. "Imorie, can I examine you?" Iwan's voice now, nearby. They nodded, feeling Farouk's hands on their shoulders holding them steady. They squeezed their eyes shut, but the pattern of fires continued in their mind. "What is it?" Etty asked. "What did the Kidaa do?" "I didn't sense you were cut off from me." A gentle hand touched their neck, then their forehead. The sense of Iwan's turbulent emotions, Iwan's worry and their fury. "Can you open your eyes?" The calm in Iwan's voice didn't match their emotions. It was an outright lie. Kieran said, "Iwan, we should take them to the palace infirmary. You don't have a scanner." Imorie was sick, entirely sick, of weakness and treatments and infirmaries. They squinted to see Iwan peering back at them. Farouk drew a long breath, and Imorie felt his resolve shift. Before they could protest whatever drastic thing he'd decided to do, he said, "Prince Consort Javieri, this is an attack on—" "On what?" Kim asked. "On your ruler?" Fuck. Through the floating sludge of Imorie's thoughts, they had the thought that Kim's people must have gotten into the yacht systems by now. Because of course they had. Of course they had. When Imorie didn't have the mental capacity to think through what to do next. Was that why Kim had brought them here? So the Kidaa could take out their mind? So she could control Imorie like Iroican certainly controlled Dressa? Or so she could just get rid of Imorie? They shuddered, trying to think. Just trying to think through the haze. It was like walking through a dream and they couldn't wake up. "I know what this is," Iwan said in a low voice. "And it will wear off, but—" "Imorie," Kim said, "I didn't know you would react this way, truly. We'll go to the infirmary. Follow me, all of you." As if this had been Imorie's fault. Imorie's weakness, not the Kidaa's. Not Kim's plans. Imorie's thoughts congealed, almost popped. And then they could think again. They stepped back from Iwan, shook themselves. The headache that had been growing before lingered, but it was only a light ache now. They'd had that when they arrived. Their strained breathing started to slow. They looked around and found Eddie, reached, and he reached for them, his touch full of concern, but then easing as their hands met and locked, fit together as if they were meant to always be fit together. Eddie's fears easing calmed Imorie too, Because if Eddie had sensed something wrong in them, something bad or different, he would be radiating alarm. Eddie pulled Imorie to him, held them tightly, and they clung back, fingers digging into the back of his fancy Valon City coat, trying to find a place within his soul energy to ground and regain their own sense of self. They found it. In the patterns he'd taken from them earlier, like a coat that always fit, was always warm, was always theirs, their truth-spoken training. Imorie Rielden. They were, right now, Imorie Rielden. Melisori 10. They blinked. Ignored Kieran saying, again, that they should go to the infirmary. No, Imorie Rielden wasn't quite right. Not now. Not when they were reaching for their core. Not when they needed everything they were. Everything that they'd set aside. Everything that had been taken from them. And it was the conflict they'd had earlier all over again, but tripled, intensified. Did they not want to be that person again? Or were they afraid of what being that person might do to them? Or afraid of what that person might think of them in this state? Ariana Rielden abhorred weakness. Their fingers were gripping Eddie too tightly, digging into his back, but he didn't stop them. "Hey, Ariana?" he asked, just a puff of air in their ear. They squeezed their eyes shut. They had fought their father when they were younger, to be called Ariana, not Ari. To always use their public name, their truth-spoken persona name, not their private. They still weren't sure why they'd fought so hard. But self-identity, when you wore personas and identities like clothing, was such a sacred thing. And they needed theirs back. A deus, they needed theirs back, after the Kidaa had shoved them apart from themself, after Keem had said she knew they were the ruler. Imorie shrugged their shoulders. Ariana shrugged their shoulders, and then relaxed, and felt the confines of their body, assessed the testosterone implant and its feel in their body. Yes, that was good. Assessed their pronouns. Good. Their appearance, running that through their mind. Yes. It was time for a shift from femme anyway. This presentation shift and body shift toward more masculine and mask androgyny was good. They assessed Eddie, who they still clung to, and his magics, and their magics. Heretical? Maybe. They decided they didn't give a fuck. They did give a fuck about their husband. They had never cared so deeply about anything in their life. Eddie held them back, so gently, like they might break. Like they were a beloved flower he was trying to nurture back to blooming. Like he was hoping they wouldn't snap with the wind. He felt most of this going on inside them, even if he might not get all of what it was. A truth-spoken shift in personalities, but more than that. They weren't not Imorie, not the parts of Imorie that mattered. They weren't not Ari either, whatever that even meant. But they were all of an expanding definition of Ariana. They'd pushed it back before, but this was the right time. This was what was needed. More. This was what they needed. "Let's go find Gale," Ariana said into Eddie's coat. Which was embarrassing, they thought, and had to stop and redefine their definition of embarrassing. They loved this man to their marrow, no matter if it was a different love than what Dressa had with Lysander, or what Kieran had with Iwan. Helping someone you loved was never embarrassing, and a part of their mind said this embrace was dangerous too, showing Keem how much they both cared, that the marriage wasn't just political. Ariana pulled back from Eddie, both of them shifting into a harmony of him beside them, and them beside him. Keem was eyeing them, her eyes narrowed. And how much time had that taken? That complete shift in perspective? Only several breaths. "Imorie!" Iwan started. "Ariana!" they snapped, then lifted their chin. But no, that wasn't it. They'd known, on the bridge of the yacht, that letting themselves be themselves again might be more than they could handle. But not being themselves just now was more than they could bear. "I'm fine," Ariana said, more gently. It wasn't yet true, but it was truer than it had been a minute ago. Kieran gave them a scalding look, like he was trying to determine if they were in their right mind and not coming up with solid answers. "The infirmary," Keem said, waving down the corridor. "I will have Gail Tanaka meet us there." Adeus, using the child as bait again? Using the child, this time, as a hostage to Ariana's compliance. Keem missed nothing. Revan stiffened, but nodded sharply. She wasn't going to protest seeing her child. Eddie, too, surged with a sickened, tremulous hope. Ariana glanced at Farouk, whose nostrils flared as he looked back. He knew the shift they'd just done. A change inside, if not out. He knew them. Knew what it was to be a guard to Truthspoken. And to a Truthspoken ruler. He'd been going to out their bid to rule to Keem, in his judgment of the situation, and they trusted his judgment. Farouk had helped keep their father safe for many years, through more assassination attempts than Ariana likely knew about. He'd sworn to them now. Farouk eyed the Javieri guards and held up a hand as he slowly tugged a seal chip out of his front uniform pocket. Adeus. They had almost forgotten that Iyada had given Farouk his seal. Would that help now? They had made their bid to rule without it. It was a sign of favor, though. Every little thing to tip the balance in their favor. And why did Ariana think they needed to convince Keem of anything, when Keem had been a part of the plan to depose them in the first place? When Keem and Iroiken had set all this up, maneuvered everyone into Iroiken having power in the capital, and Ariana into being, well, less than they had been. A fractured part of themselves. Cast out. What would Keem do now that Ariana kept forcing her hand? Kept taking power? Their bid was valid, but that meant little if they were standing in the home of a usurper. Ariana tipped up their head in the way their father did when he was bent on a path no matter what. They weren't their father, but they were themselves. They took the seal chip from Farouk and placed it inside their own jacket pocket. Keem, of course, didn't miss this exchange. Farouk positioned himself firmly as guard to the ruler. As it should be. If they could make enough of a show of it, push out enough rumors, make enough noise, just enough, then what? Would Keem let them all live? Would she let them leave? And if she did, how would that serve Keem? Ariana's mind was, as far as they could tell, their own again. Moving in different measures than before, yes, but that had been their choice. The sense of the Kidaa's mind had retreated almost completely. Still there, as close as they were to the Kidaa in this corridor, but not insistent. Why had Keem wanted them to see the Kidaa? What had Keem thought would happen? They weren't seeing the whole picture, they knew that. Kieran, they were sure, had most of the rest of the pieces they'd need. They had the urgent impulse to run from this world, flee from this corridor where the Kidaa lived, or was kept. Instead, they nodded to Keem. Keem, with no irony at all, made a shallow bow, swept around in a swirl of blue skirts, and strode off toward the palace infirmary. Chapter 16. Family Secrets. We know what Kidaa ships look like on the inside, because we've seen them on the few occasions a Kidaa ship overlaps with a human ship. But we don't know how their ships work, and more importantly, we have absolutely no idea about their interstellar drive technology beyond the fact that they do seem to use below space, like we do. M.H. Vestergaard in Fair Think piece. What if the Kidaa use space differently? The Kidaa ship had a sound, not the same hum at all as a human ship. It was softer, more liquid, like a slow, rhythmic tide. Faint, metallic clanks, soft, occasional groans. Rhys listened, and listened to the sounds of human breathing around them. Everyone was still asleep. Rhys had only their own mind in which to silently, profoundly wish that they were anywhere but here. Absolutely anywhere. Even Homage Rialdan's study, in one of the few times he'd called Rhys in with Imorie and Dressa to rip them all a new one. Rhys had always been the outsider, always afraid that Homage would, finally, cast them out. But he never had. And now they weren't the outsider. They could, legally, call him father, even though the thought made them want to shudder. Their panic veered hard from the Homage Rialdan of their childhood, to Maja here, to the Kidaa ship, to the fire that had been in their arms, and the haze of pain after. And then the conscious blocking of that pain, through a means so illegal it could still cost them their life. It could, even with Maja's protections and promises. They knew this was permanent. They would never stop having a body that could change. They'd known the theories. They'd watched Dressa and Imorie change hundreds of times. They knew how it all worked. And seeing a warped view of what Maja was doing through Misha's magicer thought conduit, it had somehow been enough to push them just that little bit further into actually healing themselves. With change. Rhys? Rhys jumped. Gah, Misha! She clamped a hand over their mouth. Quiet! They lay facing her, heart pounding harder than it had been even in their panic a moment before. Misha stared at them, her eyes wide, green-tinted brows drawn down, not withdrawing her hand until she knew Rhys wasn't going to speak. Rhys nodded, and finally she pulled back. They stared at each other. Rhys held their breath and listened. Had any of the other sounds in the room changed? They didn't think so. Misha had slept beside them, her arm sprawled partly over them, which Rhys had gently moved away. Not that they minded, really, but here, their own body space felt sacred, felt necessary. Rhys vaguely remembered her kicking them. And would that be like sharing a bed with her? Would she kick them out? Would she be a cover hog, getting all tangled up like Dressa used to? Did they want to find that out? Rhys remembered a hazy, pain-soaked vision of Misha ranting about wanting to get a chance with them while they'd been dying. Misha moved closer now, and their breaths mingled. Her eyes were shining in the constant dim light that wasn't quite dim enough for good sleep, and not quite bright enough for mostly anything else. It wasn't a good sort of shine. It was fear, through and through. What? Rhys asked. She breathed a few more breaths, and Rhys became more alert, blinking away the grogginess. What? They asked again, more urgently, though they knew. Of course they knew. There was everything to panic about just now. Maja, she whispered. Rhys twitched and tried to crane up to see Maja sleeping near Jong, a little past Rhys's boots, on another patch of the mossy deck. They hissed at the strain in their shoulders, but stayed up long enough to see, Maja was halfway through a change trance back to his own body. Rhys was fairly sure it would be his own body, at least. Maja's last change, unless he broke the rules there, too. Rhys collapsed back again. Rhys, you didn't have to look. They shook their head. Maja, at least, wouldn't be waking to their whispers, not while in a change trance. No actual change was visible in the moment-to-moment, but they knew if they looked again in 5 minutes, he'd look subtly different. And different again 5 minutes after that. There was something horribly intimate, even more intimate beyond the vulnerability of change, in knowing you were witnessing a Truthspoken's last change. Rhys wouldn't look again, not until Maja was finished. Was whoever he needed to be. "What about him?" they asked. "Yes, he used to rule the kingdom." "No, he's not quite the same person now as the person who ruled the—" "Yeah, I get that. I do. She bit her lip. Her green hair was mussed, and there was still the very faintest glow to it visible in the dim light, glowing her pale, round face. Rhys had thought all the phosphorescence had gone. Her light green aura had a slightly shuddery rhythm. Well, they were all rattled, weren't they? Misha looked to Maja again, tensed all over, and Rhys's attention fully focused on her. She was afraid of Maja, and not in a general he's the Saratarkus sort of way. But this was more than that, wasn't it? This was personal. Adeos, Misha had her secrets, but what had Homage Rialdan ever done to Misha? Besides being the ruler? "I think he recognizes me," she said. Rhys had been drawing breath to start asking questions, but their breath caught. Have you met him before?" "No." "Well, he might have seen your name or files before, especially if you were coming to the storm. It's awful, I'm sorry, but he monitors the people around me, because I know a lot more than I should. That's just the world I live in." Misha gave them a look that Rhys didn't know how to interpret. "Okay," she said slowly. "My father, one of my fathers, told me if I ever get into dire trouble, I should go to Maja. Not Homage, Maja. His words." "What? Who was her father that he'd have such close access to Maja? Or was that a noble overreach?" Rhys still had no idea who Misha's family was. Her records had been so scant, and they hadn't wanted to dig much further. "So, I'm not stupid," Misha said. "I know 2 of my fathers have pasts they don't like to talk about. I know they were Valoran nobles." "Valoran nobles? As in, compared to non-Valoran nobles? Wait, you're not Valoran." "No, I mean, yes, I'm partly. 2 of my fathers were, and one of my fathers still holds Valoran citizenship. So I do too." Rhys struggled to prop up on one elbow, but Adeus, no. They weren't totally healed yet. "Sorry," Misha spread her hands over them. "Sorry, I don't mean to." "Quieter. Okay, so you're from where then?" She settled back, still looking at them in distress. The dynasty?" Okay, and Rhys understood now why she wouldn't want to talk about her family. Adeus? She was dynastic? Either the Navy was desperate enough for ship's magickers that they were pulling from the children of expats too, or the Valoran Navy didn't know that Misha was from the Imorie caste dynasty. The dynasty and Valorous weren't at war right now, but they weren't friendly either. Suspicions ran deep, so deep. And that was one hell of a secret to carry. Rhys was getting the feeling it wasn't the worst of it either. "You don't have a dynastic accent," they said. "There is no dynastic accent. And there are a million Valoran accents, just like there are in the dynasty. And I told you, 2 of my fathers are from Valorous, though one of them doesn't have a Valoran-based accent at all, not anymore." Rhys was starting to get a gut-churning hunch on where this was going. The pattern. Oh, the pattern. "And when Maja saw me, I saw something," Misha said. "Like he was trying to figure out where he'd seen me before, which was really weird. And when I touched him to help you heal, I felt that again. Rhys. Rhys." She scooted closer still, their noses almost touching. "I'm not stupid," she said again, though why she thought Rhys would think she was, they didn't know. "I wanted to be a ship's magicker, but the dynasty wouldn't let me, because of my dual citizenship. So, I came here." First, Magicker Mariette Broden met me and got me into the training program at Green Hall on Valon for ship's Magickers. He did know I was part dynastic, technically only 1/3, because it was a split between all my fathers, and didn't seem to care, which was nice. He got me the post on the Storm. Rhys was tired, and the Kidaa ship noises were slowly getting to them, and they had exactly 1/2 of a smidgen of patience left. Misha, yeah, okay. So, I knew 2 of my fathers were nobles, so I started looking in the Valoran databases after I left for anyone who met their descriptions. One of my fathers is a magicker. He's sealed, but it's not a Valoran seal. But I know he was a magicker before he came to the dynasty, though he's never talked much about his time in Valorous. So I wondered, was he fleeing because he'd manifested? And if he was a noble, that would make sense, wouldn't it? It took a bit, but there was a duke from the Iprali family who matched my magicker father's age about right. He died shortly before my father would have come to the dynasty, and then the family fell into ruin, and it was this whole scandal, breaking what was supposed to be an engagement with a Truthspoken, and Rhys, when my other father said to go to Maza if I needed help. Rhys nodded. A day, us. No, actually, what the hell? So, Misha said. So, if you can change now, can you, read my DNA? Can you tell if I'm close to or related to, him? An eye flick in the direction of Maja. Rhys had wanted badly to kiss her on the freighter trip to the Storm. They'd been mightily annoyed with her by the time they'd arrived at the Storm, but they'd still felt all the crackling sexual tension between them. Until Rhys had told Misha who they were. And yes, they'd noticed that she'd backed off a little. They had. But they'd thought it was just their duties. Rhys had been given their intense project on the Kidaa. Then everything had happened with the Kidaa themselves, just all of it. But she had backed off right after their confession. Did she think they were blood-related? Even if what she suspected was true, they wouldn't be. Well, not remotely close, anyway. Most nobility were distantly related somehow. And her father, if he had been truth-spoken, almost certainly would have changed completely if he was living in the Imorie caste dynasty now. So, Misha might have no Rialdan DNA at all, no matter who her father was. Change doesn't work that way, Rhys finally said. You can't just feel someone else's DNA. Yes, but Maja, when he was bridged with you through me, could feel some of what you were feeling, what was happening in your body, to help you heal. And you could feel what he was showing you, right? So, can my magics work with your truth-spoken? Rhys almost growled that they weren't truth-spoken, but they snapped their mouths shut. They had changed. Even if it was a healing, it was still change. Rhys knew what Maja's DNA felt like, through Maja's showing Rhys the process. They did know. They knew the feel of their own genetic structure, even if muzzily. They knew the theory of how to know it. Part inner sense, part trained observation. They'd helped Imorie and Dressa drill and train with that. Mostly Dressa. But Rhys could feel the differences in their sense of their genetic structure from Maja's sense of his own genetic structure. It was like singing 2 different songs. They held out their hand. I have no idea if this will work, but I can try. Misha gripped it, and Rhys felt her magics connect them, felt her own panic just barely contained. Rhys squeezed her hand, met her eyes, then realized they'd probably have to close theirs to concentrate. So they did. Misha remembered the feel of Maja's connection to them both yesterday, too, Rhys sensed from her, though more dimly than Rhys remembered. And could they reverse engineer that? Could they sense her genetic code like Maja would have felt from them? Maybe. But all they felt was a jumble of emotions and impulses, and they had far less experience with dealing with magics than they did with change. "I can't tell," they finally said. Misha grumped a sigh and let go of their hand, but she didn't move back. Do you know anything about this Truthspoken, then? The one who was supposed to marry the Imorie Duke?" Rhys frowned at her. If she was part dynastic, and Maza had been touching her hand for a sustained time, could Misha be worried that he'd picked up information from her that he shouldn't have? Was it even remotely possible that she was a spy for the dynasty? What better spy than a magicier who could gather secrets at will? "By she who wakes," Misha said. "Rhys, I see you getting suspicious. Here." She took their hand again, the sense of her emotions, the taste of them, reigniting in Rhys's mind. "I'm not working for the dynasty, or anyone in the dynasty, okay?" Well, that felt true, and they hadn't really thought she had been. She was scared. She was so scared. Rhys was too, but Misha was scared enough to be spilling a secret she'd held close for, what, months? Years? How long had it been since she'd left the dynasty? She carried that portrait of Mariette Brodin around like a totem. "I know Maja has an uncle who is out there," Rhys said. "Somewhere. He swore off change, and that's all I know. It's not something Truthspoken talk about. How, old is your father? The one you're thinking might have been the Truthspoken?" She grimaced. "About the right age there, too, though a year off. That would have been on purpose, if it's true. My father's decided to have me and my younger brother a long way after my other siblings, but neither he nor my magicier father match the pictures I found in the Valoran news and such. They do in many ways match the personalities, the public personas at least, of the Truthspoken and the Duke. But, so a Truthspoken would change, right? And my magicier father could have had genetic therapy. Almost certainly had, if he had been this Imorie Duke. The Imorie family had fallen out of the high houses, Rhys knew, but they didn't remember all of the particulars. The Koldaris, they thought, had climbed up into the high houses after the Imories left that gap in power, though the Koldaris had been in and out of the high house ranks for decades, maintaining their dukedom even when there shouldn't, technically, be a duke. It hadn't been the same for the Imories. They'd fallen, and that had been that. "So," Rhys said. "So they might actually be cousins. Might, because there were some big guesses going on here, but the pattern fit too well. Especially, and most damningly, that Misha had been instructed to go to Maza for help. Most nobles wouldn't dare that overreach, let alone former nobility living in the dynasty. And even if this was true, they weren't related by any kind of meaningful blood. But also, Maja had just adopted Rhys. And they'd grown up in the Truthspoken household. Their siblings would be blood cousins to Misha, if this was even remotely true. Or, knowing what Rhys now knew about Ayada, could Misha's father be the blood servant? Maybe. "You should ask Maza," Rhys said. "Gods, no. He's intimidating as fuck." Rhys's lips curled up. Well, yes, Homage was. Maza had mostly just looked scared, like the rest of them. "Your father said to go to him if you were in trouble, right? I think this definitely counts as trouble." They jerked their chin up at the Kidaa ship around them, and then remembered, again, where they were and what disaster they were actually in. That had gotten pushed back for a few minutes as Misha's possible revelations had come to the fore. "Maja's not wrong," Rhys said. "About us needing all the info, I mean. All cards on the table. And Maja had spilled. A lot. And that was terrifying, too. The Kidaa brought you here too, Rhys went on. And they know a lot about me. They found Maja on another world when he was changed. It's not impossible that they can see if you have, the DNA you think you might. Or at least the heritage. Even if it's just the markers even, I don't know. I think Truthspoken markers do always stay and get passed on, even after a complete genetic change. If Maja recognized her, it would have been through body language. And could Rhys parse any similarities to Maja or even Iada in Misha's body language, anything that might have been passed from their father, Anathari, and in common with Anathari's brother? Who Misha was suspecting was her father. Rhys wasn't sure. They tried not to shudder, and their bladder was becoming insistent. "Rhys," Misha said, and they watched her fear spike all over her body language. "Rhys, is my family in danger?" They had to think about that a moment. "Not any more than mine is," they said. But that was saying very little. Her shoulders hunched. "Gods, it's my fault." "Not your fault," Rhys said. "It's the Kidaa." "The Kidaa," Misha mouthed. "Are they ever going to talk to us? Gods, what do they even want? Maybe they wanted us to sleep first? To eat? I don't know Kidaa hospitality. The Kidaa were going to let you die." Their eyes met and held, and she wasn't wrong. "Misha," they asked, "would you have wanted to be together if our families weren't all entangled? If we weren't in the same ship, all of that?" Her lips pressed out, almost a smile. "I like you a lot, Rhys." They felt the sting coming. "You said you wanted to smush your face to mine." "Oh, gods." She buried her face in their shoulder, and Rhys's breath caught again at the thrum of pain from still healing skin and muscle, and they went a different kind of cold. "Oh, gods. Rhys, I'm sorry." They shook their head, tears of pain stinging, and then, when they willed themselves not to cry, the tears went away, and they blocked the pain again the way Maja had shown them. Even if they had still felt that same spark for Misha, they wouldn't have wanted it to go further. Not now. Not with their life walking the line of treason. They smiled at her and she sighed, closed her eyes. "I like you," she said again, "but not in that way. Maybe, yeah. And with my father's and your, father, it's just not it, Rhys. And anyhow, I just really wanted family?" She swallowed. "Is that so bad? Or a friend? Is that bad either?" Their throat burned, a release of what might have been. But also, what probably never would have been. They'd wanted family and a friend, too. They'd wanted to not feel so alone. And here Misha was, carrying some big, damning secrets, too. They liked her a lot, too. But no, maybe not in that way. Not now. Not for a while now. "Friends is good," Rhys said, and she scooted again to rest her head on their shoulder. After a few minutes, her breathing steadied, and Rhys listened, again, to the sounds of the ship. Was it possible to feel less lonely now, and lonelier than ever? Could they ever have anything serious with anyone, being who and what they were? Especially now. They felt the sense of their body, felt the taste of their genetics, the busy hum of their body functioning as it should. It had been there all their life, yes, but they hadn't been aware of it until now. It was like waking up one day to find reality was a vastly different thing than you'd thought. Rhys closed their eyes. They opened their eyes again on the heart-pounding thought that the Aprali Duke, if Misha was correct, had manifested green magics right when he was in talks to marry the Truthspoken. Right when? Had that been the doing of the Kidaa, too? And why? Their bladder couldn't wait. Rhys carefully extracted themself from Misha's orbit and picked their way over to the corner and its designated waste crate. Gah! First thing they'd do, when they could, was find a way to ask the Kidaa for proper washroom access, if the Kidaa even had such a thing. They finished, used a tiny bit of bottled water to wash their hands, because they had to, and picked their way back. Everyone's breathing was still steady. Maja looked a little more homage. Zhang's breathing might be too steady. Had she heard their conversation? Would it matter if she had? Rhys settled down again, and Misha stirred briefly, only to turn over and kick their leg. Rhys sighed and let it be. They slowed their breathing, through how they'd been taught with Dressa and Imorie as a child. It did help, a little, with the panic. But it didn't make the sounds of the Kidaa ship go away, and it didn't drown out their ever-growing fears, or the ever-widening pattern. Chapter 17. Needing Home. I dread it. I do. I dread the day when I'll have to give up change, so I'm prolonging it as long as possible. Homage Rialdan, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent. Published in The Change Dialogues. Maja woke up in his own body, familiar, and a deus he'd needed that familiarity. He'd needed it badly, so much that he trembled with the aftershock of that need. He'd changed through a trance that had happened just before he slept, and now he stretched next to Zhang as she stirred and blearily opened her eyes. She showed no surprise at all that he'd changed back to himself. Had she seen him mid-change? She must have. There was disappointment, though. There was annoyance and fear. Zhang scrubbed a hand over her heart-shaped face. Damn it, Maja. But then she sighed and relaxed again. Not defeated, just knowing him. He lay watching her, almost not daring to move because he'd made this decision, and it was a permanent decision. She reached to brush hair out of his eyes, his newly re-lengthened hair, all a mess about him. He smiled, just a little, reached to touch her cheek, tuck her own bobbed brown hair behind her ear, squeeze her forearm. And was it weird? Was it horrible, lying here on the strangely soft, mossy deck of the Kidaa ship, that for a moment all he could think about was what a life untethered from truth-spoken responsibility with Zhang might be like? Friends, best friends. Friends with occasional benefits. Friends with occasional fights. Friends who might have children together. Had he given that chance away, changing back to his own self? To the body all of humanity knew as Homage Rialdan? Had he just wrecked the kingdom? Had that been the most selfish thing he'd ever done? Choosing to be himself? Zhang sighed, closed her eyes, pressed her face into the mossy deck. Then, as if remembering again where they were, she sat straight up, eyes darting around. And he understood that feeling. It was hard. It was impossible to believe that they'd slept on a Kidaa ship, that they were prisoners with no way out, no promise of rescue, and no purpose they knew of yet for why they were here. Beyond that the Kidaa wanted them to be. Maja steadied Zhang with a hand on her shoulder, and her glare razored back on him. He let go. She was good, and truly angry again. "Damn it, Maja," she hissed again. "You could have waited. You could have... Adeus! Why did you have to do that here?" But it was less a question, and more a venting of her own frustration. "Yada wouldn't have done that," she said. "Yada would have had more discipline." "Yada's fucking not here," he said. And he knew she was off balance enough that she was thrashing wildly for purchase around her, and he was the first target in sight. It still seared in his chest, knowing it was true. He had never been half the person Kidaa was. "I'm sorry," Jong said, pressing the heels of her hands to her eyes. "Adeus, Maja. I didn't mean that." He nodded, squeezed her hand. "I'd resign if we weren't prisoners, and you hadn't already let me go." He gripped her hand harder. "Never letting you go." She dropped her hands and stared at him with red-rimmed eyes. He stared back. Slowly, she nodded, and he nodded. They had argued the night before in forceful whispers, clumped with the rest of their haphazard group in the center of the large room. Jong hadn't said he shouldn't change. She was still too much of his guard, and he was still too much of a Truthspoken for her to deny him that right. Though they'd both have to learn new roles, but Jong had hinted broadly that him changing would make a lot of things more difficult, that it was absolutely dangerous to the kingdom, that they might think the Kidaa already knew who he was. But what if the Kidaa understood identities in a different way? What if his change set them off? And he'd be throwing away his last change. Shouldn't that mean something? His last thought, before he'd slipped into trance, was, had she wanted him to be someone else? Her hand twisted in his, squeezed his back. He let out a relieved breath and glanced around at the others still sleeping, though they hadn't been as quiet as they should have been just now. He had no idea what time it was, if time meant anything on a Kidaa ship. No. Rhys was awake, their breathing too steady. Listening? Oh, Rhys was absolutely listening. The room too quiet in the low hum of the Kidaa ship to completely contain their whispers. And that hum was getting to him. Adeus, it was getting to him. "It's home," he said, turning back to Jong, motioning to himself, to his body, because it was his. Kidaa might, in many ways, be his twin, but this body was still his. It was his own. "I need home right now." Jong bit her lip, also something she only did when she was truly out of her depth. She closed her eyes, shook her head, then patted his shoulder before she grabbed the crutches she'd stowed beside her and levered her way up. Adeus, and they wouldn't be able to continue her treatment here. Maja looked around again as Jong picked her way toward the designated waste corner. There were enough crates that they were just going to stack them as they went. He briefly considered offering to help her maneuver, but she'd snapped at him the night before when he'd tried. And this business with the waste crates, too, should be the least of his concerns. But his whole body shivered at the indignities, all of the indignities, the lack of an infirmary, the lack of a fucking bed. He was used to a palace. Never mind that he frequently ended up in Valon City dive bars, looking for a good night. Maja cleared his throat. His mouth tasted like socks, but he wasn't as dehydrated as he might be after a quicker change. He barely felt the strain, as well known as his own body was to him. And what would the Kidaa think about his change? What would today bring? He had no intention at all of staying on this ship indefinitely. They would have to either force a confrontation with the Kidaa for answers, or else find a way to gather more information, or a way to escape. Maja's gaze landed on Rhys again, feeling Rhys's attention. Their eyes were open now, and they watched him. Just watched. He'd adopted them. Adeus. Had he done that? He'd done that. Rhys was, officially, as official as it could be here on a Kidaa ship, his child. His own, after half of Rhys's lifetime of him maintaining it was otherwise. The rightness of that settled inside him. Like the rightness of changing back to a body that was his own. He moved closer to Rhys. Misha lay sprawled between them, her mouth half open. She was definitely still asleep, her pale aura pulsing gently. There was a familiarity in her body language that he hadn't had time to parse. He knew what it reminded him of. He knew who it reminded him of, but it was such a non sequitur that he knew his mind was playing tricks, wanting a shred of familiarity, of patterns where there were none, even if those patterns made no sense. Maza shook it off. "How are you feeling?" he asked Rhys. Rhys flopped onto their back, blinking up at the ceiling. The dim light shimmered what was left of their smudged makeup on their flawless brown skin. Their white hair stuck out at odd angles, showing a hint of dark roots. While Maza saw no trace on their face of the blood that had been everywhere the day before, his memory saw it just fine. And it was still on their clothes. It was still on his. He swallowed, breathing through his body's need to tense all the way back up. Rhys rolled their shoulders, stretched their neck from side to side. Tired? Sore? That can happen after a demanding change, Maja said. Especially if you're not trained in how to continually balance your body. We'll need to work on that today. They hadn't gotten that far the night before. They'd all talked for a while, but then Rhys had started drifting, their body needing rest. Rhys rolled back over. "I don't know if that's a good idea." "Rhys." Rhys stiffened, and Maza sat back, hearing his tone, feeling his posture, which had been sliding too far back into the homage Rialdan of the palace, the homage he'd always been around Rhys. He wasn't that person. He would not be that person. It took a conscious effort to make his shoulders relax enough to not convey that particular persona. Rhys, who was watching him closely, relaxed a little too. Just a little. But they remained wary. And had it been a mistake to change back to himself now? He knew the person he'd been. He did know. But, damn it, it was his body. Never mind that Iada had shared this persona, inhabited this likeness too. They were not the same person. And Iada could have homage Rialdan. He truly could. So why did Maja's shoulders hunch back up? Why did his stomach tighten at the thought of being completely free of homage Rialdan? Jong came back, her face pinched, but she managed a nod to him, then Rhys. "I'm hungry," she said in a low voice. "What would you like?" He started to get up. "I'll get it," she said, and glared at him. She carefully lowered one of her crutches to the floor and balanced with the other. He didn't let his sigh show. They had snack foods. They hadn't yet found any substantially nutritious foods, and that could be a problem in the long term, especially with teaching Rhys to change. But they'd barely made a dent into the stack of crates, too. There could be anything buried within that stack, and the Kidaa had seemed to have more to hand. Maza glanced aside on an instinct to see Commander Jian also awake, pushed up on one elbow and staring at him. Jian's light brown face was still looking unhealthily gray, his short hair mussed, his eyes vaguely bloodshot within the jagged green aura that surrounded him. His eyes were also accusing. "You swore off being truth-spoken," Jian growled, his voice sleep-hoarse. Maza raised his brows and couldn't quite pull the snark from his tone this time. "I did. You witnessed, and I made my last change." Jian sat up further, rubbing at his eyes. "Then you're not truth-spoken now?" Maja's insides tightened. "No." And it was true. He didn't need a magicker's verification to know it was true. This thing he'd dreaded when he was younger, before he'd become the ruler himself. The swearing off of the one thing he was truly good at. This thing he'd known he'd still have to do someday, when his children were grown and their children were grown. But he hadn't thought yet. He hadn't thought now. Or had that argument, that he was giving up the only thing he was good at, ceased to be true a long time ago. He was good at a lot of things, very excellent at screwing up. Maja laughed, and Jian stiffened. Maja held up a hand. No, it's not you. It is..." He ran his hand through his hair again. His own hair. His own hair. It's something I've needed to do. He felt his gender tipping hard toward female and pulled his fine black hair over his shoulder, braiding it quickly into a single queue. But he had no clasp, nothing to hold his hair, no cosmetics, no clothes other than the blood-soiled palace guard uniform he wore, which was now 2 sizes too big. All of that was hardly what he needed, and hardly what he wanted. How was he supposed to define himself here and know his boundaries when he was surrounded by completely unfamiliar walls? "You won't change again?" Gian pressed. Maja barely suppressed a snarl, but he was far better trained than that. "No, not except within my own genetic profile, which I will probably do if we're here long enough." He scrubbed his hands on his pant legs, then stood. "I have to piss." Rhys snorted, and snorted again when Maza had to catch his pants from falling down. A day us. Okay, that was humor at his expense, but it was good. Something, anything, to make this all less dire. And also calculated on Rhys's part, he thought, to make him more human. Less the ruler he had been, the public and known figure. His thoughts were churning so fast it made him dizzy. "Get me anything you know I'd like," he called to Zhang, and grabbed an empty crate and an unused lid before taking himself off to the corner, leaning harder into the casualness of his body language, distancing himself from any kind of regal bearing. "So, should we call him Homage again now?" he heard Gian asking. Did this man need everything spelled out? "He's not Homage," Rhys said firmly. "But isn't that his actual name?" "A day us, Commander. No, it's not his name. It's a public persona he used as a Truthspoken. He is not Homage Ryelden." Rhys got it. Rhys did. But it cut all the same. And he didn't know what to do with that, so he shoved it aside too. Maza made his way back to the group, all of them up now. He tried to think through everything that had happened the day before. Tried to make sense of it. Rhys was speaking with the others, looking relaxed and smiling even, as they took a bag of crackers from Zhang, who'd just dropped an armful. And Maja understood the effort of Will Rhys's effortlessness took. He snatched a package of the same cream puffs Rhys had eaten yesterday and settled down where he'd slept. But Rhys kept angling glances at Maza, he knew. And if Rhys was also evaluating the events of yesterday, and he was fairly sure that they would be, what new horrors were they discovering in them too? Rhys had changed, as a last resort, and it was a healing, not a genetic transformation. But it was change, and their body was set on that path now. There was no going back from that. Zhang settled beside Maja and stretched out her leg with a wince, pulling his attention back to her. "We should sort through the rest of the crates today," she said. "Catalog what we have to work with, and how we'll need to ration." "We need to speak with the Kidaa," Maza said, accepting a water bottle from Zhang and taking a swig. He eyed Rhys. "But we need a crash course in the basics of change first. Rhys, I know. But you know it's dangerous not to. You know that." "It's dangerous for them to change at all," Gian said, but he sighed. "But whatever is needed, Petrava. I'm not going to argue with—" He waved at Maja's general truth-spokeness. Ex-truth-spokeness. Captain Nantreyan sat up, blinking around. She ran both hands over her dark brown face, her expression pinched. "All the voided hells. I thought it was a nightmare." Maja ached with the sentiment. Her eyes caught on him. She blinked again, then just closed her eyes in defeat and leaned against Gian's chair, settled in standby mode on the deck beside her. Gian muttered something that sounded part curse, part growl, part sob, and they were all a bit feral today, weren't they? "We will find a way out of this," Maza said, "and step 1 is making sure we all survive. Rhys, pay attention, please." Chapter 18. Lessons in Change. Change is the most highly guarded practice in human history. For having such a rich tradition and many practical and medical uses, I find that a shame. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X, in the Change Dialogues. As they all ate, Maja laid out the absolutely most secret state secrets in the kingdom. More secret than Iada's being a magicker or his secret brother. More secret than the death of his sibling and how it had happened. More secret than anything he'd ever done. Just hearing about change was treason to anyone not born in the immediate royal family. Just telling these things was treason too. And Rhys slowly ate, the rest of their attention focused on him, knowing what he was giving, knowing the risks, knowing that he had weighed all of those possible risks and felt this was worth it, even if, he saw by their tension, they hadn't yet accepted it. But if they were here on a Kidaa ship, and the Kidaa thought Rhys was Truthspoken, then maybe Rhys should be. No one asked questions. They were all up now, all listening, all solemn. Maja felt like a speaker in the Ade, and he was ordained. He could actually teach this if he'd ever been a truth speaker in training. Which he hadn't been. He wasn't. He felt like a blasphemer, and he was. So, he finally wound down. I know you've heard parts of that in pieces, and you've seen it all in action, but that's the whole theory. And out of words, he could no longer bear Rhys's intense look, and glanced down to dig a forgotten cream puff from the package. It was too sweet by far, and sat sourly on his tongue, settled sourly in his stomach. He didn't smooth that sourness away. Gian said, "You just told all of that to the Kidaa. You know that, right? Am I going to be the only one who says that? Maybe we shouldn't tell every single secret in the kingdom to—" "They already know," Rhys said. "You can't know. The Kidaa know that I have a big poster, and I mean big, of the lead singer of the Rings of Viator on my bedroom wall, in my apartment that shares a back wall with his." Rhys pointed at Maja. "And his is the most secure apartment in the entire kingdom. And mine isn't far from my mother's and my siblings, also some of the most secure apartments in the kingdom. The Kidaa know that. They know all of that. I don't know how, but they do." Silence. Gian spread a hand, his voice cracking. "Why the hell did they give me magics?" Nontreyan shifted. "You got the better end of that bargain." "Adeus, Ira, I didn't mean—" "We're going to ask them," Rhys said firmly, looking back to Maja. Not for permission. Rhys was not patronizing him by pretending he was still in charge, though he saw all the signs of their terror at that truth. "I just explained the theory and mechanics of change," Maja said, "but there's more we have to go through yet. Rhys, I don't want you going out there without knowing how to heal yourself if they attack again. If they kill me, even, and I can't help you then." "They brought you here," Rhys said. "They're not going to kill you." "They brought all of us here," Maja said, "one way or another, and they almost did kill you. We are prisoners, Rhys." "It wasn't an attack," Rhys said, jaw tightening, bracing for a fight. Borrowing, Maja noted, from some of his own body language when he was firm on a point as the ruler. "I don't think they meant for that to happen," Rhys said, "so we're not going to assume they did." "But they did mean to bring us here," Maja insisted, "and they locked the door to this room. We have to assume they're hostile and act accordingly." The magicker, Misha, pushed herself up. "I have to use the crate now, Ick, and I'll go around and look at the lock on the hatch, see if I can crumble it easily." "But don't—" Maja started. She waved a hand as she walked toward the corner. "I know. Don't crumble it yet." "Can we make this quick, then?" Rhys asked. "Whatever I need to know yet?" Adeus. Maja was trying to cram years of training into half an hour. into 5 minutes. But Rhys did have most of the pieces, and they'd healed themselves before, with guidance. "Gian," Maja said, "can you bridge us? If I can show what I need to, it will go much faster." Gian hesitated. "I don't like this, and I don't entirely know what I did before. Giving strength, it was just instinct. So let it be instinct again." "It's not that." Maja held up his hands. "I know, and I know what it's like after a manifestation. I watched my brother go through this. I know. Are you willing to try?" Gian huffed a pointed sigh, then maneuvered himself back into his chair, pressing the controls. The chair rose to hover height, and Gian came over. He thrust out both hands, one each to Rhys, then Maja, who got up to come closer. And that was interesting, Gian choosing loyalties to Rhys first over Maja, which, right now, was as it should be. Rhys shifted uncomfortably, but then they settled again, their mouth firming with purpose. Good. Good. That was the Saratarkus personality coming to the fore. Rhys had to be solid here. Had to be. So Maja gave another terse tutorial, and even though he'd sworn off change, he made small changes in himself, like changing the DNA in just a shallow layer of his palm, or adjusting his body's chemistry to better support momentary stress, to calm his heart rate, to keep his thoughts clear. He changed those small amounts to show Rhys what it felt like, and he showed Rhys how to spiral down toward a trance quickly, something Rhys might need to do if the Kidaa attacked them again. Rhys followed all of it, but a few things, like changing the DNA in their own palm, took more time. Change to what? Or, whose genetics? Rhys asked. I know a lot of the Truthspoken syntax for genetics, intellectually. A lie, Maja felt through Gian. They knew most or all. But I don't know what all of that feels like. I felt what you showed me, yes, but I don't know how to match the feeling to the syntax. Like, I'd need a lot more practice, a lot more practice. Ah. Shit. He should have been thinking about the syntax along with the changes he'd made, and maybe that would have carried over in his thoughts to Rhys. Imorie's and Dressa's training had been gradual, and all of their lives. They'd never known a life without change. More instinctive guidance of change had come first, then the exploratory play of children. They'd learned the syntax later, like learning speech, and then reading. But Rhys didn't have a full childhood to feel it all out. They might have days. They might have another 5 minutes, Kidaa willing. Maza didn't know. None of them knew. Okay, then we'll see if we can speed that practice up, Maja said. You said you sensed my genetic code before, Rhys, and you can sense the code I'm changing to when I make a small change. Yes? Good. Yes, but it's a feeling only, I don't know. He held up his other hand. Then I'll show you the syntax, matched against my code. I think that will work. We certainly don't have time for all of it, but I just need to know how to heal, Rhys said, shrugging their shoulders, looking dodgy again. Just whatever I need to know to heal, that's it. You need to know how to get out of danger. Sometimes getting out of danger means becoming someone else, or changing your biometrics, your palms, your eyes. We're on a Kidaa ship, Rhys insisted. I don't need to actually know how to change. Just what I need to not be in danger of my own body, like you said. Their fear was rising again, and it wasn't an irrational fear. Maja felt keenly Rhys's intense desire to know how to change, warring with their knowledge that they shouldn't. Gian, who was a much more open and vivid conduit than Misha had been, even untrained himself, looked between them, still holding both of their hands. He might be right, Petrava, Gian said. The Kidaa already think you're truth-spoken. Maza felt Rhys's visceral recoil. We don't know that. But they were all currently linked through a magicker. The lie in that statement was obvious. I don't want to change, Rhys insisted, and that was so obviously a lie that Gian just sighed. You need to do this genetic syntax thing? Gian asked. Use my genetics, then, or my palm to practice that. Whatever you need. And why this sudden reversal of his prickly views of truth spoken and change? But then they were all linked. Gian could feel Rhys's motives and their fears, and Maja's motives and fears as well. Through all of that, Gian's fears had been growing in a different way, a way that took into consideration the weight of kingdoms. Rhys made a noise that was half hysterical laugh, half sob. We're with you, Maja said, and held their gaze. Yeah, but it's my life we're turning into? They couldn't quite say treason, but it resounded through the connection between them. And mine, Maja said. Mine for that matter, Gian said. I'm getting all of this too, though I'd have no idea what to do with that. But isn't that a capital offense? Just knowing? Yes, Maja said. Also, there has never been a situation like this before. Humans have never been held on a Kidaa ship. The Kidaa have never attacked our worlds before, have never tried to speak with us in this way. We are using every single tool, Rhys. All of them. Rhys made a face, shook themself out, but they nodded. They took a breath, let it out. Okay. Show me the syntax, then. Movement beside Maja made him jump, the young magicker, Misha, sitting back beside him. He'd been focused enough he hadn't seen her approach. I think I can crumble the lock, she said. He nodded. There was that, at least. There might not be a feasible way of escape beyond that, but it was something. A quick glance around found Zhang was still sorting crates, and Nantreyan had gone to the waste corner now. Okay, Maja said, and he couldn't say he didn't feel some of Rhys's nerves over this too. Okay, Rhys, here is how I read Gian's genetic syntax, by everything I have observed. It should get us within an acceptable tolerance of his appearance, an impersonation, that is. To get a full and complete match, you would need a genetic scanner and a sample, or else very close observation over time and access to genetic records. There is a tolerance for margin of error, but that tolerance must be a very small amount of error to fool most genetic scanners. Rhys licked their lips. I helped my siblings study a lot of the genetic trait groupings. Maja nodded. Then you know more than you thought, so this should go quickly. And he began building out genetic syntax in his mind and flashing it to Rhys in more complex groupings than he might have before. And it worked. A deus. Had there been a part of him that was hoping it wouldn't? Rhys's eyes narrowed in concentration as they stayed with him, only asking for clarification once, but then they nodded, and at his prompting, they slumped into a light change trance, just long enough to change the palm of their hand. It didn't take long, and when they opened their eyes, they inspected their palm. They held it up to Gian, who considered it, frowning. Your fingers are longer than mine, he said. Rhys looked at their hand. I was going for just the center of the palm? You will need to match surface area, Maja said. But this is good. Very good. It stings, Rhys said, shaking out their hand. You can block the discomfort. It wants to revert to your own genetics, resolve with the greater whole of you. Should I let it? Yes, that's fine. Rhys shook their hand again, hissing. Block the pain. They nodded, still watching their palm. Finally, they closed their hand, looking up. Okay, Rhys said shakily. Okay, are we done for now? I want to take you through a few more methods of healing. How to detect poisons. I'll show you some of the common... I think they're done, Gian said. Or at least, at capacity. Maja took a breath. He did not want Rhys to step out of this room unprepared. Not at all. But then, that supposed that they even could leave this room. That they would survive more than a few meters beyond it. He didn't know. None of them knew. All right, that's good for now. You did good, Rhys. Excellent. Rhys straightened, drinking the praise like it was sunshine, despite everything. Adeus. Maja let go of Gian's hand, because emotions were suddenly too open all around. Misha was still sitting next to him, closer than before, almost touching her arm to his. He frowned at her, and she drew back. What do you need? He asked. A little too tersely, he knew. But he couldn't muster the social graces just now. Committing treason had taken a lot out of him. She opened her mouth, then looked to Rhys, who nodded to her and got up. Commander, Rhys said to Gian, can you help me shift some of the crates? Gian frowned, but followed Rhys to the stack of crates. Well, and that was an obvious move to let Misha talk to him, for whatever reason, and now he was curious. So he did his best to ease off any physical signs of his stress and raised his brows at her. She cleared her throat, and she did meet his eyes, not giving ground to his former position. Good. That at least was good. Okay, this is going to sound absolutely crazy, but I need to ask, about your uncle? Maja froze. His eyes filled, and he'd have to break his oath, again, to stop them. The reaction came before the pieces fully congealed in his thoughts, because Adeus, he'd been right. He had been right, hadn't he? Her body language. Why else would she ask him that? She had no reason at all to even know about his uncle. No one outside of a very select few in the palace even knew that the former Truthspoken was male. Rhys wouldn't have spilled that detail on their own. Oh, Adeus. He hadn't been wrong in what he'd seen in her body language, had he? He held out his hand and she took it, her own eyes filling. Wayan, he thought hard at her. Would she be able to pick up his thought in that way? She wasn't as strong as Iada or Anya or even Imorie, and he didn't know her well. But she was already attuned to him through the link they'd shared with Rhys. She made a noise, her fingers digging into his hand, closing her eyes. Yes, she'd heard him. Adeus. Had Rhys known about this before they'd come on this ship? Did the Kidaa know? Was Wayan's family in as much danger as his own? Misha hadn't been touching anyone when she'd been brought to the Kidaa ship. Did that mean anything? Your father? He thought at her. She nodded. Her mannerisms were just too similar for Wayan to be a grandparent. He'd known Wayan had children only slightly older than Maja's. But how was she here? Misha let go of his hand, wiped at her eyes. He told me to come to you if I got into any deep trouble. You. Not Homage. Maja, he said. Maja's chest fluttered. It had been years since he'd had any communication with Wayan O'Dea, which was safer by far than talking often over the dynastic border, and their occasional messages were only ever terse and in inference code. Misha would be his 7th child? Yes, that was probably the right timing. Could he see any of Wayan in her? Wayan and his husbands had always done equal genetic splits. 3 ways. He did know that, and he did see it. A little in her build, a little around her eyes. Not Ryalden. Wayan didn't have Ryalden DNA anymore. It was in the way she pursed her lips, the crinkle between her eyes. Adeus. How had he not seen it and known it for sure from the start? Well, he had known. He just hadn't accepted it. Maja had sent news of the birth of his children years ago. Not that Wayan wouldn't see it on the actual news feeds, but he'd wanted it to come from him. He had thousands, just thousands, of unsent letters. More a diary than communication.